4. Jung on Boehme. Jacob Boehme shares a primacy of place with Eckhart in Jung's treatment of specific Western mystics. Even more than with Eckhart, foundational elements in Boehme's mystical experience clearly anticipate essential elements in Jung's psychology. Such resonance does not mean that Jung simply copied dominant themes of Boehme's experience into his depiction of the psyche's deeper movements. Jung's psychology is not a pastiche made up of various sympathetic historical sources cobbled together into a psychology. Rather, Jung saw in Boehme's narrative experiences dramatically similar to those of the contemporary psyche which he witnessed in his patient's material. In fact, one of Jung's most expansive treatments of Boehme is an amplification of the artwork of one of his clients. Boehme shared certain experiences with Eckhart, but the effective tonality and overall directionality of his experience is significantly different. Whereas the movement of Eckhart's experience is inward and culminates in the calm frugality of the desert in the nothingness of the Godhead, Boehme's language and imagery is charged with an emotional volatility and intensity verging on the unintelligible. Dourley 2010. Indeed, Boehme does follow Eckhart inward to the experience of what Boehme calls the ungrund, analogous to Eckhart's Godhead. Yet he differs significantly from Eckhart in the emphasis he places on the return from the one or nothing and the consequences the return has for the divine and human, as they both emanate from a common maternal origin. Put summarily, as a stance to be further delineated, Boehme's experience is that the conflict within the divine has not been resolved eternally either in a Godhead beyond the Trinity or in self-contained Trinitarian life itself, but must be resolved in human historical consciousness created for that purpose. Whereas Eckhart identifies a fourth in the Godhead beyond the creating Trinity, Boehme completes the picture, identifying humanity as the fourth in which divinity completes itself in history. When their experience is combined, it constitutes a double quaternity, a plunge into the depths of divinity, a fourth beyond the Trinity, consummated in a humanity itself completing the divine in the unfolding of history. Eckhart's Godhead is the fourth beyond the Trinity in divinity. Boehme's humanity is the fourth beyond the Trinity in finite existence. In terms of Jungian psychology, Boehme's experience is that of the redemption of the divine in the human, framed as the unconscious progressively emerging into consciousness as the underlying meaning and telos of history itself. Dourley 2004. This perspective would add a powerful religious, psychological and historical note to current theories of emergence. The question then arises of how best to present Boehme in himself and Jung's appropriation of Boehme. The core affinity rests in their joint understanding of human subjectivity, the psyche, as the sole historical theater of the mutual redemption of the divine in the human and of the human in the divine. Such internal resolution serves, then, as the basis of external resolution in the fields of archetypal conflict, especially religious and political. The approach taken here will present a brief outline of Boehme's biography and historical surroundings, helpful because the experiences that ground his mysticism are datable and, from a psychological perspective, probably in some continuity. Boehme's inaugural experience is probably experientially continuous with Boehme's consequent personal and visionary life. Though Boehme's writing defies a too formal systematization, there are certain themes that predominate and are present on a more or less consistent basis. Drawing them out without turning them into a wooden philosophy risking the loss of their power supports the correlation Jung himself made between foundational themes in Boehme's mysticism and the structure and dynamic of psychic maturation. The identification of affinities between Jung's observation of the maturing psyche and Boehme's religious experience could serve to bring new life to contemporary religious self-understanding and experience in a much deeper sense of all that is at stake in the broader implications of Jung's understanding of the psyche, religion, and history, individual and collective. Bibliographical background. Jacob Boehme was born the fourth of 5 children in Old Seidenberg near Görlitz in Lusatia on April 24, 1575. His parents were landowners and farmers with a certain prominence in the community. Weeks 1991, Stout 1957. There had been a history of religious concern and conviction in the family. Boehme's grandfather and father were distinguished members of the church and had also served as magistrates. Early in life, Boehme began an apprenticeship as a shoemaker and moved to nearby Görlitz around 1592. Weeks 1991. In 1599 he was made a citizen of Görlitz, acquired a cobbler's shop and practice and married his wife, Katharina, with whom he had 4 sons between 1600 and 1611, Stout 1957. Boma was born into a place and time rife with religious and political strife. It was the century of the Reformation, and tensions between the various Christian factions and their political support swirled about Silesia and Lusatia. Historically, the area had been disturbed in the previous century by the reverberations of the condemnation and execution of John Huss. In his century, Boma would be caught up in specifically religious disputes within the factions of the Reformation and between the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation. Within the former community, he would be exposed to tensions between religious enthusiasm, Anabaptists, a more or less established Lutheranism, and an emerging Calvinism, Weeks 1991. Though he lived in the calm of an historical respite following the early wars of the Reformation, a calm characterized by a certain pluralism and tolerance among the various religious factions, nevertheless it was an environment marked by the tensions destined to break out in the 30 Years' religious wars which decimated Germany, 1618–1648. Added to this turbulence was the ever-present possibility of invasion by Islamic forces from the southeast. Religious currents not specifically Christian were also at work in Boma's surroundings and person. His own works show considerable knowledge of alchemy. Paracelsus was an influence in his society, and in the course of his life Boma became acquainted with the Kabbalah. There is some evidence of it even in his first work, later called the Aurora, Stout 1957. More, Boma lived in the period when Renaissance Neoplatonism was a new force prominent in such representatives as Pico della Mirandola, Weeks 1991. Giordano Bruno was executed in 1600, the year of Boma's inaugural vision. Bruno, among others, had been intrigued by the implications of a radically immanent divinity and its relation to science and nature, and in a synthetic unitary mind bringing together these disparate perspectives. Thus both the conflictual institutional and political faces of religion as well as the immediate experiential basis of religion in the individual facing these external conflicts were much to the fore in Boma's early environment and in his mind. At a more individual level he struggled throughout his life with the tensions between the elaboration of his illuminations, their extra-Christian elaborations, and his residual Christian belief and piety. The illuminations. Boma, like Jung, seems to have been possessed with a profound religious sensitivity from his younger years. Abraham von Frankenberg, Boma's anecdotal biographer and friend, refers to an early illumination following a personal moral crisis when Boma was an apprentice prior to 1599. Boma would have been in his mid-20s. The impact apparently lasted some 7 days. It may have been induced by Boma's personal piety and sense of probity and by the religious disturbances caused by the political/theological disputes of his time, disputes that apparently then evoked a residual sadness in him. His melancholy extended to a sense of the strangeness of nature which he felt to be hostile to his then presiding spirituality. Out of this crucible came the major inaugural illumination of 1600. Boma describes it as lasting a quarter of an hour. He refers to it in a letter and in his first work, the Morgenröth im Aufgang, Rising Dawn, commonly called the Aurora. This immense work was never fully finished and was published only in 1612. 12 years after the illumination that informs it, no doubt reinforced by further illumination in 1610 and continued in 1619. The initial event is also mentioned by his biographer and friend von Frankenberg. A glance into a pewter or tin vessel reflecting sunlight occasioned Boma's entering the secret heart of nature, into a concealed divine world, Stout 1957. From the vision he walked outside the city and could see in his verdant surrounding the living presence of divinity, somehow in its Trinitarian form, in all he surveyed. The experience dissolved the alienation between himself and the divine and himself and nature in favor of a lifelong conviction of their underlying identity as the basis of their intimate complicity in the knowing of each other. His later visions and writings were but expansive elaborations and refinements in continuity with the initial vision. The lasting impact of the experience has provoked one commentator to ask, how was it possible that the entire expanding and evolving agglomeration of his thought could continue to appear to him as the elaboration of one brief moment of integral insight? Weeks 1991. The answer might well be given in archetypal theory. The numinous power of the archetype can demand a lifetime of assimilation, especially at a moment when the archetypal world is fostering a consciousness that contests or even supersedes the presiding myth or collective consciousness. If St. Paul's experience of the power of the archetypal self on the road to Damascus so completely transformed his world and became the basis of a lifetime of elaboration, why would not a similar experience transform Boehme's and of its own dynamic reinforce its elaboration in subsequent variant recurrences? Each illumination became the protagonist of a newly evolving consciousness continuous with the inaugural event, deepening a consciousness which would eventually transform the cultures into which it was born. The intensity of the religious and political conflict soon to bring on the desolation of the 30 Years' War could well elicit from the unconscious a vision of divinity as the universal ground of mind, nature, and of religious experience itself. The revelation of an underlying and universal divine presence would greatly offset the lethal tensions between its partial manifestation taken as absolute and exhaustive by religion and religious political sectarianism then and now. Efforts of historians to see in Boehme's experience no more than a personal and reasonable construct in the face of a conflict which was about to decimate much of Europe in the 30 Years' War miss the contribution his archetypal experience made to a line of historical development that would, in Jungian terms, increasingly frame specific revelations as variants of their universal and common origin in the ground of the psyche itself. It is therefore not surprising that Boehme's first illumination was followed by other datable experiences, in 1610 and again in 1619, Stout 1957, Walsh 1983. One has the impression that though there were particularly intense experiences in these later years they were not unrelated to the initiatory event of 1600. Possibly the title of Boehme's first publication in 1612 relates to the alchemical work, the Aurora Consurgens, also known to Jung and falsely attributed to Thomas Aquinas. Jung himself wonders if Boehme was familiar with the work at least by name, but hard evidence is lacking. Jung 1968, Weeks 1991. The historical consequences of the circulation of this first work are worthy of note. In 1606, Martin Mahler, the pastor of Görlitz, died. After his death the new pastor was Gregor Richter. Mahler had been favorable to Boehme's experience and spirituality and, indeed, may have been an early inspiration to Boehme, Stout 1957. In the spirit of Boehme, Mahler was of a more mystical bent, hostile to the lifelessness of Protestant intellectualism and scholasticism, Erb 1978. Richter, himself of humble origin, but more a guardian of strict orthodoxy, of traditional learning and of clerical structure, was to prove much less sympathetic, Weeks 1991. Richter read Boehme's Aurora and was enraged by it. His enmity for Boehme was to last until their deaths in 1624. In 1613, he took measures that resulted in Boehme being brought before the magistrates of Görlitz, being forbidden to write again and having his first book confiscated, Erb 1978, Stout 1957. Boehme dutifully observed the ban on writing until 1620. At this time, possibly driven by the power of a further illumination in 1619, Boehme began to write again. During his 7-year sabbatical of silence since his first book in 1612, Boehme had had contact with individuals familiar with Paracelsus, alchemy, and the Kabbalah, Erb 1978. For this reason certain commentators describe this period as the alchemical period or middle period, Stout 1957. It begins with the 3 principles of divine being and continues with a number of major works written in 1620 and 1621. Though one cannot draw lines too closely in such matters, a third period of his writings could be called the writings of his maturity. Stout, for instance, is of the opinion that beginning with parts of the work entitled The Signature of All Things, and including such works as The Way to Christ and the Mysterium Magnum, Boehme returns to a position that is more orthodox and Christian, though even these later works were not entirely free of alchemical influence and wording. Nor were they free of vast opposition among the clergy and especially Richter. In an interesting aside directed to this issue, Jung notes that up to the time of Böhme there had been a tendency for the anthropos image in its alchemical variant to absorb the Christ figure. The symbol of the anthropos is one that conveys the sense of the individual's unique truth as a participant in the human totality. For Jung, this would imply that the anthropos imagery of the true individual was not dependent on its Christian variant but rather preceded Christianity as the wider archetypal base of which the image of Christ as anthropos would be one expression. The alchemical anthropos showed itself to be independent of any dogma, Jung 1970. From this perspective, the symbol of anthropos is a more universal power than its concretion in the Christ figure. Then Jung remarks that from the time of Böhme in the 17th century this process was reversed and alchemy was used to amplify and enrich the Christ figure. Such enrichment could move to synthesis of alchemy with a livelier and more immediate experience of the Christ as an image of the anthropos. Jung has considerable scholarly support for his insight in this matter. After 1622, Böhme does turn away from alchemy and to a concern more specifically Christian, reflected in the publication of a series of essays in The Way to Christ, published on New Year's Day, 1624, Herb 1978. Yet even here his orthodoxy is extended. In this work he implies that the relation of the originary nothing to the something suggests the necessity of creation. His understanding of the mysterious figure of Sophia in relation to the Trinity implies a quaternity, a point not missed by Richter. He also restates that evil manifest in creation is an expression of its divine source, the fire of God's wrath in conflict with light, both within and beyond that source. During the period of authorship following 1620, Böhme was secretly distributing his works in manuscript form to those interested in them and receiving many discussants in his home. Thus he was building up something of a reputation in certain circles which remained, if not hidden, at least unknown to and unexamined by ecclesial and orthodox authorities. When his The Way to Christ, published by associates and not by Böhme on New Year's Day, 1624, fell into the hands of Gregory Richter, it again offended the latter's sense of orthodoxy and renewed his enmity toward Böhme. Richter published a series of pamphlets dating from March 5, 1624, accusing Böhme of error, and among other things suggesting, with some insight, that Böhme taught a quaternity instead of a trinity, Stout 1957, Weeks 1991. Once more he initiated action that led to Böhme's second appearance before the Council of Görlitz with what could be taken as the very serious charge of heresy. After some debate and division in the council, it refused to charge him with heresy and he was temporarily exiled from the town. The decree reads that he is enjoined to seek fortune elsewhere, Stout 1957. Cooler heads were to prevail in the council and the exiled Böhme was sought out and returned to Görlitz with honor restored a few days later. The council accepted his pledge to live a quiet and peaceful life in Görlitz after only a few days' absence, Stout 1957. This time of difficulty happened to coincide with an invitation to travel to Dresden to expose his religious position to the court of the Elector of Saxony, Johann George. He accepted the invitation in May 1624. Although well received in the Dresden court, he never met the Elector and the conversations he had with highly placed court officials remain ambiguous in import and outcome, Weeks 1991. His hope that the court and the Elector might favor what he was then describing as a new Reformation was never realized. More, in his absence in Dresden, the mobs of ecclesial orthodoxy urged on by Richter threatened to attack his home and his wife in Görlitz, Stout 1957. The threat to the security of faith-based certitude, especially in the name of the freedom of individual experience, seems always to demand a high price, one that Jung also was to pay in his feeling of isolation from his culture and colleagues in proposing a psychology that grew out of his own experience. Upon his return to Görlitz in July, Böhme fell ill in August and died there in the presence of his family after receiving the sacrament of the supper on November 17, 1624. His last words were a triumphant, "Now I am traveling thence into paradise." Böhme scholarship can emphasize the specificities of his life story, his reliance on his self-acquired knowledge of the Christian and other religious and philosophical traditions, and his fateful immersion in the conflicted religious and cultural circumstances of his day. But the emphasis on historical detail in the interests of scholarly responsibility universally concedes that the experience which structures his work derives from his illuminations and the perspective that the illuminations gave him in his perception of human and non-human nature. This is not to deny Boehme's self-acquired erudition. It is to deny that he could have responded to his times or assimilated the many traditions evident in his work without his intense and personal experience reflected in the traditions he brings to bear in its elucidation. In fact, the volatility of his writing style bears out his opinion that the religiosity to which he had been exposed prior to his illuminations was rendered pallid by them. Here Boehme, like Eckhart, whose work he may have known indirectly through his reading of Toller, one of Eckhart's students and a mystic himself, Stout 1957, is moving toward modern consciousness in so much as he raises the question and strongly suggests that spirituality and psychology coincide in the ground of human interiority. He is also aware that the coincidence of the spiritual and the psychological experience has a profound implication for the manner in which divine transcendence is related to immanence. The experience of the movements of divine life at the base of one's humanity would point to the conclusion that the experience of God within life is the only enlivening basis for the experience of God as beyond life if within and beyond are capable of real distinction in Boehme's experience. Thus critical commentary on Boehme is also aware of the pantheistic implications of his experience and the challenge of his lifelong concern to express his experiences in ways that did not mute their immediacy and yet would also guarantee a transcendent element acceptable to biblically based orthodoxy. He is very modern in solving this problem by showing humanity's sense of transcendence to be a function of the experience of the God within as the basis of nature and human nature, while affirming that this presence expresses a power greater than the totality of its manifestations in visible creation. And yet the profound sense of a divine immanence was the distinguishing basis of the solution he had to offer to the religious conflict in which he lived and which was shortly to decimate Europe. Archetypal conflicts still rage today, and their relief through an awareness of the common ground of all parties possessed by archetypal influence, that is, by faith, religious or political, may be as distant now as it was in Boehme's time. The recovery of this common ground would remain as equally effective in our time as it might have been in Boehme's. And yet, as in Boehme's time, the spirit of ecclesial orthodoxy seems instinctively to sense the perceived danger of too great an affirmation of the intimacy between the divine and the human, let alone their coherence, seeking greater awareness as the deeper meaning of history. The need to disrupt religious harmony with a vigorously maintained schizoid split between the natural and supernatural remains a basic necessity for those in exclusive possession of the final invasion of the human by the non-human. The link between the final revelation and the final solution still remains obscure to the archetypally possessed. Foundational themes. Hegel was to call Boehme the originator of a distinctly German philosophy, but at the same time described his writing as barbaric and so in need of Hegel's rational clarification to save its valued meaning. Hegel 1990. Hegel was correct. Boehme's barbaric prose with its seemingly unrestrained symbolic outpouring is truly defiant of systematic, or what Hegel terms consistent, presentation. Even Boehme's own late effort to do so in his Clavis as the key to his previous work hardly meets the criterion of strict discursive reasoning. What follows is an effort to present basal themes as they appear and recur in what might be called the unfolding of the divine/human drama in Boehme's religious experience and its development throughout his life. The ungrund, the matrix and the nothing. Like Eckhart, Boehme had experienced the reality and power of the ground. In his unschooled manner he termed it the ungrund, probably a derivative of the urgrund or primordial ground. The term and its parallels describe the most remote dimension of divine life, that from which all else derives. In his usage the term is effectively interchangeable with the one, the matrix and the nothing. It resonates with Marguerite's experience that the nothing is the all in this one. He shares with Eckhart the experience that the ungrund is itself divested of content. It is wholly unconscious, Stout 1957. It is wholly indeterminate and somehow precedes the will to action that is nevertheless ever latent in it. In this respect, like Eckhart's Godhead, the ungrund precedes Trinitarian distinction and so cannot be equated with the Father as the first principle of Trinitarian life. This precedent power is the cause and ground of the eternal Trinity, Boehme 1911, Stout 1957, Weeks 1999. Religiously, this power precedes the Trinity, psychologically it precedes the archetypal. Yet even in their like description of this most remote domain of divine life, Boehme's experience begins to depart from Eckhart's. Eckhart tends to leave the reader with the culminating moment of identity with a Godhead divested of all form and activity, though he clearly affirms that this identity, once undergone, never leaves him in his existential life. In contrast with Eckhart, Boehme vests the nothing with a certain indeterminate but powerful will which is the basis of its need for expression in order to know itself in its expression. On this point Boehme makes explicit what Eckhart leaves undefined, namely, that the ungrund precedes the Trinity and gives birth to the Trinity as both as its primordial expression and the basis of the expression of the ungrund's potential beyond divine life in creation. Otherwise there would be nothing other than the nothing in which all is latent but unspoken, undefined, and so unreal. If there were not such a desiring perceptibility, an outgoing operation of the Trinity in the eternal unity, the unity were but an eternal stillness, a nothing. Likewise there would be nothing in this world, there could be no world at all. Boehme 1911. Religiously the ungrund had to express itself beyond itself both in the Trinity and in creation. Psychologically what precedes the archetypal comes to know itself only in the archetype as the basis of archetypal expression in human consciousness. Here, like Eckhart, Boehme describes a God immovable in itself, yet moving to a God who must create to know itself. And so the ground proceeds from the ungrund as the Trinity. The Trinitarian opposites are the primal emanation from the preceding matrix, the nothing in which the all is latent. The Trinity as first emanation then becomes the basis of the emanation of the created world from it. This primordial nothingness then is effectively the maternal source of what is alive both within and beyond God. For Boehme and Jung it is the living truth of the Great Mother and the preceding basis of the Mysterium Magnum, understood as the experienced power of the Trinity as the living substrate of all creation and its opposites including good and evil. Stout 1957, Weeks 1991. Boehme's inaugural vision was that of the inherence of the mind and of nature in the energies of the Trinity and, beyond the Trinity, in the maternal nothingness of the ungrund from which Trinity, humanity, and nature proceed. Stout 1957, Weeks 1991. The Trinity. The dialectic of Trinitarian life for Boehme is a dialectic in which every existent participates. In effect, the traditional distinction between an intra-Trinitarian and an extra-Trinitarian procession within and beyond divine life is negated. Human consciousness and nature itself are stamped or signed with the dynamic of a Trinitarian pulse beating within God and beyond God in the human. There is only one pulse and it is intense. Its first power is described as a dark fire and given a male valence effectively identified with an unrelated self-affirmation. Stout 1957. This power is the Father in a tamer orthodox imagery. In Boehme's symbolism it can closely relate to the reality of hell into which the devil and lost souls descended in their effort to affirm themselves directly out of their divine origin, unrelated to the light and warmth of a more benign disclosure in the second Trinitarian principle. Boehme 1911, 1958. Either principle without the other presence as truncated an image of God as would the absence of the light of the ego or darkness of the unconscious distort the total psyche. This first energy, the dark fire of the Father's willfulness, would be Jung's Satan, the Deus absconditus, the god of creative chaos, familiar to and feared by Luther and alchemist alike. Jung 1969. The second power is identified with a kindly revealing light whom the darkness cannot grasp or, more precisely, extinguish. Between the two, even in their unity, there is a certain enmity, a kind of impenetrability of the darkness by the light which has to be broken toward a certain reciprocity and interpenetration. This conflict and its resolution is to the fore in Jung's appropriation of Boehme because it describes the dynamic of the relation of the ego to the unconscious. In Boehme's primal reciprocity the light breaks into the darkness of the first principle, which cannot quench it. Boehme 1911. In more traditional imagery this light would be Christ as the logos or expression of the Father's unbounded creativity united to its expression by and in the Spirit. But with Boehme the figure of light is vested with a compensatory androgynous character. Though obviously a Christ figure, it functions as a bride of the soul, now the recipient of the kiss of Christ, and the way to a deeper engrazation into the fullness of Trinitarian life. The imagery implies that this androgynous figure leads the soul into the depths of the divine and into the union of its opposites, fire and light. In this context, Boehme tends to closely relate Sophia with an androgynous Christ figure whose function is to lead the soul to Christ and, as his bride, into a deeper engrasian into the Trinitarian coincidence of the foundational opposites, fire and light. Boehme 1909, 1978. Boehme's experience of Sophia and his description of her as somehow of less stature than the Trinitarian powers but closely associated with them as almost their bond and operative in their specific activity must likely remain ambiguous. Her proximity to divinity in Boehme's mythology may well have been the basis of Richter's accusation that Boehme's experience of divinity is that of a quaternity. The basis for this accusation would lie in both the suggestion of a fourth preceding and causing the Trinity, the Ungrund, Stout 1957, and in the person of Sophia herself, Walsh 1983. The accusation may thus have some justification, though it remains very difficult to be too precise on the function and status of the all-encompassing power of Sophia in Boehme's symbology. In certain formulations she could be closely related to the light and loving side of the Christ figure. She is referred to as consubstantial with the Trinity, associated with the function of each person yet not distinct in her own right, Stout 1957. She also is closely related to the Holy Spirit as the energy informing the outgoing divine manifestation in creation. In Jungian parlance she would relate to the feminine side of the figure of Christ, a side excluded by orthodoxy, which split the feminine from the divine in the person of Mary. Despite this ambiguity, her presence in Boehme's vision pays tribute to the depth into which he penetrated the life of God and the unconscious. Not only did he recognize the maternal quality of the divine ground as the creative nothing and so source of all, but also identified the power of a feminine wisdom figure both within the divine and in the process of the emanation of creation from the divine. Effectively, he experienced what Jung calls the anima mundi, or soul of the world, that is the feminine power which runs through all that is. Boehme's depiction of Trinitarian life as a unity of opposites seeking their resolution in eternal interplay is susceptible of an orthodox reading. However, Boehme breaks definitively with traditional Trinitarian theology in its affirmation that the opposites are brought together in the Trinity in eternity as the precondition and source of their union in human life. Neither Boehme nor Jung can support this position. For both the conflict in divine life is not resolved in eternity but in time as the meaning of each life and of history itself. This means that individual and collective human consciousness is the sole locus in which divinity can perceive its opposites as the precondition to their resolution. Thus a compulsively self-manifesting God becomes self-conscious in a humanity aware of the divine opposites and tasked with their resolution in time. Boehme, like Jung, would identify the dynamics of this process as a return to the originary power of what is as the necessary prelude to the resolution of the divine opposites in the now of lowly existence. All of this wealth of imagery was latent in Boehme's inaugural vision in 1600, later deepened and extended in 1610 and 1619, Walsh 1983. Boehme refers to this vision as a discrete event in time at a moment in his life in 1600. He talks of a blitz or flash of insight generating a blick, a glance, suggesting an insight or intuition of permanently transformative power. Stout puts it well when he states that the blick for Boehme was God's self-knowledge through the human and the human's knowledge of God and of God's Trinitarian presence in all of nature, Stout 1957. Boehme closely relates the impact of his insight to a crack, as in the splitting of a rock, and will relate the experience of the crack to Christ, as light, breaking the rock of the Father's hardness and in so doing releasing life from death in the confinement of the first principle or Father, Boehme 1909. As we shall see, this imagery is analogous to the imagery of one of Jung's clients who drew it in the form of lightning splitting a rock and so opening her to the energies of the unconscious in an initial fragmenting of her resistance. In Boehme's case, this instant revealed to him that the Trinity sought the unity of its opposites in him as the basis of the deepest spiritual challenge in his life, namely the resolution of the unresolved conflict in Trinitarian life, which could only take place in his own. As an immediate participant in Trinitarian life, its conflicts were his and to be resolved in his life and by extension in the life of humanity. But the vitality of Trinitarian life was not confined to human nature. Rather, it flowed through nature itself, and so the continuity of the human with the Trinity extended to the continuity of both with surrounding nature, now to be endorsed as a manifestation of God and accepted in its dark and bright sides as such. The initial and consequent revelations would mean that human interiority would be the place where the fire and light of God, Father, and Son would unite. This union Boehme images as a temperature, and a tincture, a kind of tempering of the human spirit through its participation in the unifying of divine opposites, much as a blade would be tempered in fire. Boehme 1911, Walsh 1983. Metallurgy thus became the basis of a number of significant images for the union of divine opposites of a dark fire and a benign light moving to coincidence in divine and human life. Creation. A number of features of Boehme's thought on creation and its emanation from ground and Trinity are radical and with great difficulty made compatible with theistic orthodoxy. The created proceeds from its maternal ground or root, and all that is remains naturally rooted in the being of its source in nature and consciously so in human nature. Traditional doctrinal formulation would describe a creator God who created ex nihilo sui et subjecti, from nothing of himself or of a subject. That God does not create from any subject denies the possibility of an eternal matter used by the Creator in creation, much as an eternal creator would use eternally available mud to build a castle, or in this case, the world and its inhabitants. But the first denial that God does not create from himself is a statement that there is nothing of God natively, naturally, and ontologically present in what God authors as creator. Boehme's vision denies this proposition. God as Trinitarian is in the being of the created and of the human mind. In fact, divinity in its Trinitarian modality of opposites in conflict is a potential experience native to the human mind, because the mind and nature natively inhere in the movement of Trinitarian life and in the maternal nothing that precedes Trinity. The experience of Trinity is thus natural to the mind as it moves into the recovery of its rootedness in the Trinity and the preceding mother of the Trinity. Boehme's initial illumination is really a revelation of the native inherence of mind and nature in the Trinity as the locus in which the Trinity seeks the relief of its eternal self-contradiction. This aspect of his vision is a thoroughgoing form of Trinitarian pantheism. Such intimacy prompts the comment that Boehme is dealing with a universal and potentially experiential consubstantiality or Trinitarian ubiquity. Such a universal intimation of a felt Trinitarian vitality native to the mind rests on the experience of the mutual interpenetration of divinity with human life and nature. Weeks 1991, Walsh 1983. The presence of the eternal in time, the infinite in the finite, and the dynamics of the life to the Trinity as the underlying life of all that is serves then as the basis of a universal sacramentalism which would sustain sacramental and ritual practice in every particular tradition and in personal life. This is a valuable insight. It would imply that sacramental and ritual activity, when performed in discontinuity from the sense of a universal sacramentalism, would be an act of magic coercive of the divine through the performance of a religious drama commanding a divine response or favor in discontinuity from a universal divine presence and ontological reality. Only Boehme's universal pantheism validates a non-pathological sacramental practice specific to one or other institutional variant, because it grounds all of them in the vitality of the divine in the depth of mind and nature themselves. The sacramental would thus be seen as an expression of such pantheism and serve to intensify such pantheistic sensitivity in participants in sacramental ritual. The absence of such vitality in the sacramental life of so many traditions is at the root of their emptiness, their formality, and their lack of impact on those who participate in their reduction to rote. Boehme's vision and Jung's appropriation of it would contribute greatly to the alleviation of this religious blight in contemporary spirituality. Boehme's second major departure from orthodoxy in matters of creation is the necessity he attaches to creation as redeeming divine and human life in one organic movement. Walsh 1983. The moving out of the maternal nothing already moves to manifestation within divine life and beyond it. Creation becomes inevitable, unstoppable, expressive of the divine will, first manifested in the dark fire of the Father. Here Boehme picks up the theme already present in Eckhart's experience of a boiling Trinity boiling over in the necessary act of creation. Boehme adds to this theme. Boehme's divinity had to create to know itself in creation through human consciousness as the only agency whose self-consciousness serves the fuller self-consciousness of divinity. Weeks 1991. The intimate ontological mutuality of this dialectic intimacy is well stated as a self-contemplating God known by a God-contemplating self. Stout 1957. Only through human consciousness does divine consciousness know itself and become fully aware of its own creative latencies. The same could be said for the relation of the unconscious to the ego as the latter's creator, whose nature is known only as manifest in the consciousness of the creature. At this point Boehme engages the theme that also lies at the heart of Jung's discussion with representatives of monotheistic orthodoxy. For, though he waffled on the issue, in the end Boehme has to admit that evil is latent in the Trinity, indeed, is Trinity's initial moment within itself, that its expression in creation is an expression of a divine potential, and that humanity is the locus where evil and good must unite, imaged as the union of the dark fire with the divine light. In these profound themes Boehme would anticipate Jung and Jung's identification of Satan and Christ as two sons or manifestation of a common origin or father destined to embrace as one of history's major challenges. Jung 1969. The meaning of history. Thus for Boehme history becomes the theater for the ongoing mutual completion and redemption of divinity and humanity as two sides of the same process. His vision is world-redeeming and not escaping. Stout 1957. The movement of the divine commerce with the world is toward divinity's self-realization in creation. This movement would reverse a classical Platonism but not that of a Neoplatonism, especially as developed by the Renaissance Platonists. Rather than the mind moving toward a culmination in distant divine ideas, the flow is reversed but the dialectic retained as the power of the divine seeks incarnation in historical consciousness where alone it can resolve its conflictual energy and complete its own life. Hierarchies based on degrees of elevation toward a trans-temporal climax are abolished. In their place is the vocation of the individual to work toward the coincidence of divine opposites in one's personal life in accord with the foundational telos of history itself and as the greatest gift one can give to the wider collective and its historical development. Walsh 1983. In a very real sense humanity becomes a needed partner of divinity in the resolution of the divine self-contradiction and so works in time a coincidence of opposites, especially that of good and evil, defiant of resolution within the flow of Trinitarian life divorced from the creature if Boehme's categories would allow for such a situation. Philosophical, theological, and psychological spiritual consequences. It is obvious that Boehme's vision is incompatible with Aristotle and Aristotelian theology. Both are forms of intellectualism divested of the immediate experience of divine life in all that is, the sense at the heart of Boehme's experience. Weeks 1991. This experience rests on the priority of the will, a will that seeks a total divine disclosure and so realization in creation and in the human mind. This will as it takes Trinitarian vitality in the soul of the individual gives a priority not only to divine but to Trinitarian immanence. Transcendence would become a function or consequence of this residual and so profoundly immanental experience. The soul becomes the subject of the experience of the urgency of the Trinity to become one in it. Aristotle's and Aquinas' imprisonment in the sensorium as that on which the intellect depends would make any sympathy with Boehme's deeper vitality impossible because it is self-removed from the inner profundity from which Boehme's experience emerges. An equal barrier to the experience of the immanental is the logic of the principle of contradiction which would place an absolute barrier between the divine and the human, oblivious to their participation in each other. Boehme's experience engages a logic resting on the experience of a point of identity common to both divine and human captured in Hegel's logic of a unity of identity and non-identity. Western monotheism is strong on the non-identity of the divine and the human. This emphasis has lost the point of identity and with it has impaired humanity's natural religious sense. The divine remains alien to the human and so becomes the deepest form of alienation. The theology of total transcendence becomes a blueprint for depression in its removal of the human from the energies of the divine in its depth. Over against such transcendental distancing, for Boehme the mind is in a paradoxical unity with the Trinity but, in the role usually attributed to the Spirit, tasked with the drawing together of the divine opposites at the insistence of the divine itself. In this sense humanity itself becomes a fourth, as the ongoing subject of the resolution of the eternal Trinitarian conflict. In this conflict humanity dwells in both time and eternity as the finite site of the resolution of divinity's eternal struggle for integration. Much in the manner of Jung's Christology, Boehme would understand the historical Christ to have activated the inner Christ as a residual human potential, Weeks 1991. The Christ of history reawakens and rekindles the soul's innermost ground, Stout 1957. Adherence to the historical Christ gives a specific form to the native presence of this power in humanity without denying the truth of its universal presence in other forms and religions. The specifically Christian Church is made up of members in whom the universal Christic potency is actual, but the more extensive Church would include all those in whom this power is active under different names and religious auspices. This distinction is operative in the ecclesiology of Paul Tillich, where essential humanity is believed fully realized in the Christ figure, but processes of essentialization are much broader than the institutional Christian Church, Dourley 1995. In making much the same point, Boehme is more radical and incisive. The church body divested of the immediate experience of God and Christ native to the soul he characterizes as the temple made of stone, the empty vestiges of the temple of God in Christ, Boehme 1909. Taken out of its collective and put into its individual implication, Boehme's Christology coincides with Jung's confession that he is not a Christian but a Christ, as seen above, a point condemned as heresy in Eckhart's indictment. At the collective level, Jung's Christology rests on the priority of the internalization and universality of the reality of Christ as one instance of the manifestation of the self among other religious variants of the self and the cultures built upon them. With Boehme, the historical Christ derives its efficacy from its ability to awaken the sense of the natural presence of the Trinity in all that is. Within a specifically Christian context, the individual through the historical Christ enters more fully into the flow and unification of Trinitarian vitality natural to humanity. However, from this perspective, the true Church becomes a much wider community than the visible Christian Church or any religious body. The true Church becomes the community of those who participate in the natural power of the Trinity and in a more universal Christianity, whatever the manner in which they are initiated into the life of these natural energies. Stout 1957. The historical Christ triggers the immanent Christ and is functionally subordinate to its activation. In this spirit, Boehme can extend such participation in the spiritual and psychological power of the figure of Christ to the greater philosophers, to wise heathens, to Jews, Turks, and heathens, and to the native residents of the Americas just being discovered at this time, Weeks 1991. With this growing sense of universalism, the stone church, symbolic of the institution, is increasingly transcended by the immediate experience of a universal Christ and God. Christendom extends beyond Christianity and includes all those who seek the truth. From this abiding universal spirit, Boehme feared the narrower perspective of conflicting theologies and their endemic tendency to violence in Boehme's time and ours. Boehme's most acerbic remarks are reserved for sectarian theologians whose debates he so clearly saw as divisive and ultimately as contributors to war. When it did come, the 30 Years' War was to that date the most devastating Europe had seen. Before leaving these more extended implications of Boehme's thought, what might be called his basic spirituality is worth addressing. In his religious experience, the originating nothing moved to its manifestation and attainment of its own self-consciousness in human self-consciousness. But the human remained conscious of its origin in the nothing and was aware that it had distanced itself from it, and in so doing had undergone the universal alienation of what moderns call existential life and its disenchantment. Adam had fallen asleep and awakened outside of paradise, separated from Eve, from his primal androgyny and from God, Boehme 1909. In Boehme's logic, the fall as the mind's distancing itself from its origin was necessary if the origin was to become conscious in the fallen mind. In this dialectic, the mind yearned for the recovery of its origin and Reimersein in the nothing. Dialectically, the nothing demanded the I to know itself, but the I also was constantly to be reborn in the return to the nothing as its ultimate healing resource, Boehme 1911. This state of return describes a psychological calm nothingness of a clear divinity and constitutes the cure of nothingness, that is, nothingness as curative, Weeks 1991. This cyclical pattern of the ego's propulsion from the unconscious and re-emergence in it becomes the psychic basis of both individuation and baptism in Jung's later work. The movement in and of itself partakes of the holy. With these parallels between Jung and Boehme on the foundational movements of the spiritual life or life of the spirit, it is not surprising then that critics have seen affinities between Boehme and later psychoanalysis. Boehme's dark and light worlds as sides of divinity in conflict and union have been related to Freud's ego and ID and to the wider theme of the light of consciousness emerging from the darkness of the preconscious depths, anticipating the basic dynamic in psychoanalysis itself. Weeks 1991. Boehme's complex understanding of the heavenly and brutish sides of sexuality and reproduction is likened to Jung's understanding of the mysterium coniunctionis as the union and synthesis of heaven and earth. Further commentary on Boehme relates him both to Jung's appreciation of theosophic imagery and to Teilhard de Chardin's evolutionary thought in which a religious power, a universal Christ, is the energy empowering evolution itself. This movement would culminate in a point in which the unifying power of the divine would complete itself in drawing historical consciousness to it as living cells would complete an organic brain. Walsh, 1983. Teilhard describes this energy as working the unification of the many sides of the individual with the unification of the individual with the totality. Such are the realities of purity, as personal integrity, and charity as universal compassion in an evolutionary perspective. Teilhard, 1968. The energy Teilhard describes would appear to function as does the energy of the self, uniting the complexes of the individual and the integrating individual with the totality. Dourley, 2012. More research needs to be done on the similarity of these forces described by Jung and Teilhard. They could be two ways of describing the same energy. In any event, Jung's appropriation of Boehme lends considerable validation to Boehme's mystical experience as anticipating the discovery of the unconscious, even as it adds a considerable depth to Jung's understanding of the religious dimension of the psyche. Jung on Boehme. One of Jung's more radical statements about the divine-human relationship gives human consciousness a certain superiority to its divine origin. He does this in reference to a dream in which he appears with his father. In the dream, Jung refused to follow his father's subservient example by bowing to the floor before the figure of Uriah. Had he done so in the dream, he would thereby join Uriah and his father in the betrayal of his autonomous consciousness to a transcendent God represented in Uriah's life by the divinely appointed King David, who had him murdered to gain his wife. Jung writes, the dream discloses a thought and a premonition that have long been present in humanity, the idea of the creature that surpasses its creator by a small but decisive factor. Jung, 1965. In context, Jung was probably referring to Job's consciousness surpassing Yahweh's in their famous biblical encounter. However, what Jung writes here of Job would actually be even truer of Boehme. For Boehme was eventually forced to the conclusion that human consciousness surpassed that of its origin because its origin was compelled to create it to become self-conscious in it. Jung develops this foundational theme of Boehme in his understanding of the relativity of God, namely that the unconscious seeks to become progressively conscious in human historical consciousness in the joint completion of history, God, and humanity. Dourley, 2010. This became the core theme in Jung's own answer to Job, in resonance with both Boehme and Boehme's more measured mediator to modernity, Hegel. Prior to the late work on Job, Jung was already appreciative of Boehme and of his inaugural and continued mystical experiences. Jung correlated his interest in Boehme with the appearance of imagery in the dreams and art of one of his patients, imagery in discernible continuity with the mystic's experience. The moment of Boehme's intuition as the sun struck his pewter cup has been likened to a lightning flash and a shriek or crack. In this moment Boehme saw the sweet light of God bursting open the impenetrable divine, fiery, darkness and wrath. The penetration itself promotes the union of the darkness and the light. Jung relates Boehme's inaugural experience to that of Nicholas of Flue, 1417–1487, who also experienced the unqualifiedly wrathful side of the divine. Jung, 1968. For Jung, this experience is that of the Deus abs fondatus, the terrifying side of God, real but a heresy to the Christian picture of a one-sidedly benign God. In Jung's estimate, had Nicholas proclaimed the dark side of God, it could have cost him his life as a heretic were he not able to modify and humanize the image with the help of the dogma of the Trinity still operative and credible to him and to his society. By Boehme's time, the experience of the wrath fire as native to the divine could not rely on similar dogmatic support, and so he was left to wrestle with it throughout his life and consequent writings. As will be seen, Jung felt that Boma never did successfully bring about the integration of the dark and light side of divinity within a Christian context. More, Jung openly doubted whether the union of divine opposites can be brought about in a myth that denies the dark or evil side of God. Jung's most prolonged interpretation of Boma comes in his amplification of a series of paintings by a 55-year-old client with whom he began work in 1928. She had a lively mind and an academic background. She had only recently begun painting landscapes of her native Denmark prior to her arrival in Zurich, Jung 1968. Although her later paintings show considerable artistic skill, Jung saw her initial lack of a developed talent for art as a fortunate occasion for the unconscious to enter her painting all the more easily precisely because of its lack of sophistication. In the initial painting, the day prior to her first analytic session, she depicts herself as standing among rocks, some roughly circular, some as sharp as pyramids. The lower part of her body seems to be imprisoned or stuck in the rocks as she gazes out to a seascape reminiscent of her native Denmark. In a related fantasy, she saw Jung as a sorcerer and called out for help. Jung implies that this first painting shows she is caught in the hard grip of the unconscious and suffers from a consciousness gifted in itself but not in a viable, flowing and so liberating commerce with the profundities of the psyche. The second painting is crucial and the basis of Jung's introducing his extensive reading of Jacob Boma to its interpretation. The picture depicts a lightning strike hitting the rock and freeing from the pile a circular stone with a red interior. Citing Boma's aurora, Jung relates the dynamic of this picture to Boma's experience of the fire flash of his initial illumination. Here the flash in the picture becomes closely associated with Boma's experience of the breaking asunder of the intransigence of the first power in God, releasing both the liberty and the light of a conscious relationship to the darker unconscious in the development of the self. Jung would join Boma in attributing the flash to the divine itself, that is, the self working toward the unity of its opposites, darkness and light, in a consciousness enlivened and deepened by their union. For both Jung and Boma the flash was a moment of sudden rapture and illumination, Jung 1967. He notes in his patient's response to the painting that the liberating power is no longer himself appearing as wizard but now a transpersonal force, that of lightning bearing a divine impact, Jung 1968. Citing Boma, the lightning is a power that is momentary in human experience, where it works the birth of the innermost soul, but ever present in God. In these remarks Jung's understanding of the relation of the immanental to the transcendental is again in evidence. The lightning that bursts open the intransigent wrath of God is a power present in the psyche itself. The decisive and transformative moment of the revelation of dark and light in their conscious unification is never more than transient, at least in their inaugural appearance. But they represent powers of the psyche that are opposites and clamor for their synthesis. The most encompassing of these conflictual powers is the light of the ego and the darkness of the psychic depth. It is worthy of note here that his patient's experience is not the only instance in Jung's corpus in which the unconscious dramatically makes its reality and power felt as an initiation into a fruitful continued exchange between a center of consciousness and its unconscious origin. In his work on synchronicity he relates an incident in which a figure in a dream, a scarab, appeared during a session with the dreamer consequent to its appearance in the dream. The startlingly meaningful coincidence worked an inaugural connection of a rational mind with the unconscious which became the basis of a fluid ongoing dialogue, Jung 1971. The implication in this event and in Jung's appropriation of Boma that divinity and humanity are mutually caught up in a single process of reciprocal redemption in a mutually maturational interchange is difficult to avoid. Equally difficult to deny is the point that the immanental and transcendental, the finite and infinite, the eternal and temporal share a point of common being and so cannot be any longer conceived as wholly separable from a human viewpoint. What follows in the patient's painting is an impressive visualization in art of the maturational process as one uniting archetypal opposites. Amplifying the painting of the flash, Jung introduces Boma's famous mandala depicting the movement of divine life in its interplay with creation, Jung 1968. What dramatically characterizes the mandala and seems to remove it from the mandala's usual function as a symbol of integration is the failure of the opposites of Father and Holy Ghost to meet. As semicircles facing in different directions, there is no completed ring or circle. The divided semicircles touch only back to back at a single point. Except for this point they remain in opposition. Yet through the point where they touch, depicted as a heart, runs the power of the sun extending to heaven above and through earth to hell below. One is left with the impression that the heart at the point of connection does not seem to unite the powers of Father and Holy Ghost, turned from each other except for this slender, tenuous point of contact. And yet the sun would run through this point of contact and in so doing unite the opposites of heaven and hell. Later in Jung's treatment of the paintings, the failure of opposites to unite becomes specifically an explicit Christian problem, but in the early phase of this discussion Jung signals already that tracking the thrust of the client's paintings reveals that in the natural processes of individuation the opposites do indeed unite toward a unity more encompassing than the Christian perspective can effect. Jung cites Boehme where the latter describes his illuminations as uniting eternity and time, divine love and anger, heaven and hell, and most generally the above and the below, in a natural intimacy and inclusiveness surpassing the unresolved splits of these opposites more characteristic of the Christian view. In these unities Boehme would thus surpass Christian orthodoxy. The remaining pictures document its progress in various forms of unification, but especially in the unity of the above and the below. Initially the ongoing paintings, all mandalas, describe the early stages of the painter's process through the imagery of the fecundation of the psyche by a mercurial serpent. The imagery is obviously sexual, indicative of the acceptance of sexual reality, yet in a mode, Jung argues, not wholly reducible to physical, literal sexuality. Later paintings moved to the unification of the spiritual and the sexual in the form of birds coming to earth, a theme Jung relates to Boehme's love desire and to the idea of a double quaternity in the form of the differentiation and unification of both spiritual and deeper, earthier powers. Fecundation by the mercurial serpent also demanded the temporary submission of the ego to the autonomous power of the greater unconscious. The serpent was to return in the later art, but as a symbol of the dark background of the unconscious itself moving toward fuller conscious acceptance and integration. Jung relates the black background of the unconscious in certain of his patients' mandalas to Boehme's conception of the maternal or matrix as the source from which all differentiation proceeds toward grounding in the real. The artist was thus painting toward the unity of the maternal origin with the paternal conscious power, of depth with a far too spiritual consciousness. The tension of opposites took its toll on the artist. Jung might also have added that Boehme's matrix is also the basis of his experience of the numinous maggia in the form of the common origin of every existent evident in the individual's growing sense of the maternal ground that runs beneath and can connect the individual to all that is as transparent to its sacred base. But the attainment of the conscious light capable of such unitary vision and its ultimate sense of a connectedness to the whole is only through the acceptance of the preceding and remaining darkness of the unconscious. Here Jung joins Boehme in the latter's understanding of the light shining into the darkness which the darkness could not grasp or extinguish. Only the assimilation of the shadow as potential enables the recovery of the light in a consciousness uniting light and dark. Jung notes in passing that the assimilation of the shadow remains an ongoing ethical challenge to those who attempt it. The problem of the shadow intensifies as the paintings continue. The ninth depicts the opposites in images of a trinity of winged creatures on top and a goat at the bottom of the mandala. The spiritual trinity and the goat, often an image of a very earthy Dionysus, must be brought together. For Jung this is a Christian problem, the problem of absolute good, a spiritual trinity, in conflict with what then becomes an absolute evil in the baser proclivities of the goat. The painting in question inserts material from the I Ching, and Jung comments that the unity of these opposites works in the East more easily than in the Christian West. The mandala in the ninth picture suggests no white without black, no holiness without the devil. Then Jung addresses Boehme explicitly in terms of his famous mandala in which the opposites in God are not reconciled. In the mandala itself the role of the sun as heavenly and earthly may suggest a certain reconciliation, at least of these opposites. But Jung takes the position that the reconciliation of divinely based opposites of good and evil is not possible in a Christian universe. For Jung, Boehme's attempt to bring them together in his famous mandala simply documents the Christian failure to unite opposites which remain irreconcilable within its worldview. On this point Jung is explicit. He writes of Boehme's mandala, "This drawing is most unusual, but aptly expresses the insoluble moral conflict underlying the Christian view of the world. Jung 1968. Jung's solution to the Christian problem was to place the opposites of good and evil in the power that gives rise both to consciousness and to the opposites that consciousness perceives and in whom they are to be united. For Böhme as for Jung, this preceding power from which all form derives is the mother. She is the ultimate source of good and evil in all things and in their origin. Jung 1968. In terms of the affinity between Böhme and Jung, the mother thus understood is the ultimate source of all that can be differentiated and so of divinely based good and evil. But more, the mother or matrix is also the place in existential life where the spiritual and bodily unite and the spirit becomes real in its incarnation in matter transfused by its maternal, chthonic depths. Jung's interpretation of Böhme's mandala is the basis of his attraction to an agreement with Böhme that absolute good and evil are to be found in the originary power of consciousness, the Great Mother, and so in divinity itself. Jung will refer to Böhme's maternal darkness as the mother of life and the first principle of the Trinity. Her psychic precedence makes of her the creator and source of all emanation. The conscious realization of the full inventory of her maternity provides the ultimate urgency behind the now emerging myth of greater inclusion to which Jung's myth sought to contribute. In occasional references to Böhme, Jung does point to the resolution of the problem Böhme could sketch but not solve in his mandala. He refers to the contradictory God image job faced and the possible influence on Böhme through the Kabbalah and alchemy of this God of contradictions in whom love and Lucifer burn forever. Jung 1968. Here Jung anticipates his own resolution of the problem made explicit in his answer to Job. Good and evil are present in the divine as two of the most powerful archetypal opposites humanity is tasked by God to resolve in history. In this respect, good and evil both have substance grounded in the archetypal or divine and as the basis of their fraternity, allowing both to bear the name Lucifer. Jung 1959. In a shot at White's Thomistic theology, Jung notes that the power of Böhme's depiction of evil as divinely based leaves the sophistry of the doctrine of evil as a privation of good pale by comparison. Jung 1951. If the opposites of good and evil are to unite in history, their union could only be worked through an archetypal energy equal or greater in power than both operating through human historical consciousness. In effect, it would be the power of the self creating a supplanting myth in which these opposites would embrace. Indeed, Jung thought the Joan 9 apocalypse anticipates Eckhart and Böhme in pointing to the opposites in God and the challenge of their union in historical consciousness through the forthcoming birth of an image of God which would embrace both and enable both to embrace. On this point, the birth of an image of the ultimate embracing and uniting of good and evil remains the primary challenge of the day if competing lesser gods, wholly good and pure and possessed of an exhaustive truth, are not to destroy their constituencies in open combat and imperil the species itself. Such an embracing consciousness would require a radical alteration of current more constricted forms of religious perception. In key passages, Jung depicts the Christ figure as descending from heaven to earth and so as a predominantly spiritual symbol. The needed compensation would take the form of an ascending figure, indeed, a figure ascending from the earth to heaven as in Böhme's vision of a unity of opposites. Jung frames this compensation as the union of Christ with Mercurius as the bearer of the earth and its deeper, volatile, and less controllable but vivifying powers. Whether Christ and Mercurius could ever embrace in such a mutually completing marriage remains to be seen. Without such embrace, the figure of Christ will remain pallid and that of Mercurius rejected by a spirituality faithful to the lifelessness of his absence. In this context, Jung reads Böhme in terms of the too glib but not wholly false axiom about the mystical cycle: journey inwards, journey outwards. The saying implies that mystical inversion is never without external consequence and insight. For Jung, Böhme's turning or being turned inward took him to the Dark Mother and to her priority in the psyche. Effectively, she either precedes the Father or is equated with the first principle of the Trinity, who is the ultimate origin of all that follows, namely, the other functions of the Trinitarian life and creation itself. She is also the source of revelation, though the primary revelation is that all that proceeds from her manifests the opposites latent but undifferentiated in her. Jung 1968. She can be equated with the dark fire of the Father but has an added status that would give her a precedence to the fiery darkness and to the light it grasps not as first among her emanations but as their source. As such, she would be the matrix or creator of all the opposites, including the Trinitarian powers flowing from her into creation. She would also be the ultimate source of the divine mandate that these opposites attain a unity in human life and consciousness beyond them in the divine. In further delineating the theme of the universality of the psychic energies informing Bohme's experience, Jung amplifies a second mandala of Bohme's to draw out the cosmic implications of his Christology, Jung 1967. Just as the symbol of Christ works to unite opposites in the divine as the center and the only place where they touch, so does this power unite opposites throughout the cosmos in all that is. Among the opposites united in Bohme's image of Christ are those of male and female. This union is at the basis of Bohme's understanding of the androgynous Christ and the relation of the androgynous Christ to Sophia, Jung 1970. Christ's femininity as the universal Sophia would constitute a powerful symbol of the unification of all created opposites, especially of male/female, and heaven/earth in the power of Christ, or psychologically in the power of the self. Christ's androgyny would thus serve as a powerful image in the restoration of the divinity of the feminine and the assertion that neither gender can be whole without the assimilation of the other. This imagery has personal and collective import. Personally, Jung takes it to mean that the true relation to Christ is one of identity, and especially identity in the Passion of Christ. In the Red Book, this point is presaged in Jung's endorsement of being Christ as distinguished from being a Christian. The passion of the individual identified with Christ then becomes the passion of the individual suffering the unity of divinely grounded opposites in person in the processes of natural maturation. Such suffering is the substance of the lifetime opus as reflected in Bohme's first work, The Aurora, Jung 1970. In this suffering, much in the spirit of Eckhart, the sufferer is understood not as imitating Christ but as being Christ. Such individual suffering is not solipsistic. Such suffering is the energy informing an emerging myth, now assimilating the underlying divinity of all that is often beyond the limited province of the sacred collectively and institutionally understood. Bohme's ability to see the signature of the Trinity in all of nature no doubt follows from the suffering of the integration of the Trinity in himself as the basis of his integration with nature. The suffering of the opposites in human consciousness is for Jung the meaning of incarnation extending to nature. Thus understood, incarnation is the telos of history itself. The real history of the world seems to be the progressive incarnation of the deity, Jung 1958. Jung pays high tribute to Bohme as one of the initiators of this consciousness. In Jung's estimate, he was one of the pioneers in the Neoplatonic recovery of a lost paganism in the 15th and 16th centuries. In effect, what Jung is describing here is the historical reversal of the Platonic thrust of the mind from its embodiment to absolutes beyond the embodied mind to a counter-thrust in which the absolute would find its realization in the embodied mind. Such realization for Bohme and Jung would take the form of the ongoing penetration of archetypal divine energies in the movement of history. Such a view of the emergence of consciousness in history would be compatible with the modern development of evolutionary thought, process philosophy, and theology, and self-psychology. Indeed, wherever it was understood that maturation, individual and collective, drives to the actualization of archetypal energies, however named, in the individual and through the individual in society. In all of this, what Jung says of the demise of alchemy and the resultant split between the worlds of science and of religion and spirituality is pertinent. He deplores the fact that late alchemy gave up the emphasis on immediate experience and evolved into an irresponsible hermetic philosophy, a nebulous mysticism, Jung 1968. Alchemy, on the other hand, devolved into the objectivity of scientific chemistry. What had been together in the laboratorium split into an oratorium removed from its experiential basis and a scientific laboratory rightfully working within the boundaries and with the promise of the scientific mind increasingly divorced from its own depths. Jung describes the modern mind looking back on the split. We feel sorry for the former, discredited alchemists, and admire the latter, science triumphant, but no one asks about the fate of the psyche, which thereafter vanished from sight for several hundred years. Jung 1967. Jung does not take up the question of who tried to recover psyche after science moved the modern mind from it in the very legitimate and inevitable exercise of the human powers on which science rests, but one suspects strongly that he is referring largely to himself. However, Between Boehme and Jung stands another towering figure who looked back to Boehme and forward to the future of humanity in the interests of grounding religion within humanity and its historical unfolding. In his maturity, Jung was to acknowledge his affinity with him. The man was George W. Hegel. 5. Hegel and Jung. A Requiem for a Lonely God. In the concluding paragraph of the Phenomenology of Mind, Hegel presents an all-encompassing picture of reality in which divinity becomes self-conscious in humanity and its history as humanity becomes historically conscious of its divinity. Only the living intensity of its shared being with humanity saves divinity from the fate of being lifeless, solitary, and alone. Hegel 1967. Hegel goes on to describe the culmination of human history in the full consciousness of the mutual dependence and fulfillment of the divine and the human as the Golgotha of Absolute Spirit. In this crucifixion, God or Absolute Spirit as wholly transcendent to or wholly external to the human dies. What rises from such death is the sense of the reciprocal completion of divinity and humanity as the foundational meaning and movement of human history itself. As will be argued in the next chapter, Jung's late work on Job resounds with these same motifs. Central to this work is the portrayal of a conflicted God driven to create consciousness as the sole agency capable of perceiving and resolving the divine self-contradiction at the insistence and with the help of divinity. Textual Jung on Hegel. The affinities between the Hegel of the Phenomenology of Mind and the Jung of Answer to Job go back to one of their more significant and common intellectual ancestors, Jacob Boehme. Hegel's indebtedness to Boehme as well as his effort to supersede and so philosophically complete the undisciplined volatility of Boehme's discourse are well known and will be documented. Hegel's relation to Boehme is of import in fully delineating Jung's own, largely unconscious, kinship with Hegel, which he admitted only later in life. For as seen in the preceding chapter, Jung, too, was profoundly attracted to Boehme. He was also responsive to Hegel in a variety of ways prior to his recognition of their compatibility. Thus Jung's relation to Hegel taken from Jung's published work is complex. It ranges from a reserved appreciation to a vitriolic rejection and ends with the confession of far-reaching sympathy between them. As a credible historian of Western and 19th century philosophy, Jung early on presents Hegel as a modern defender of the ontological argument as a statement of the mind's natural awareness of the divine. Further, Jung appreciates Hegel as someone whose thought would be helpful in resolving the medieval and ongoing clash between a realism upholding the reality of the universals, and a nominalism exclusively fascinated by the yield of the senses and the particular on which the yield rests. Jung's answer to this problem was his understanding of esse in anima, being in the soul. In Jung's solution, the truth of the universal or archetypal would be mediated through the soul but in relation to sensate reality beyond the soul, possibly acting to trigger the archetype. The interplay between archetype and the sensate running through the soul is the basis of the profound sacramental sense that runs through Jung's understanding of the psyche. Such interplay between the soul, the external world and a deeper human interiority would throw considerable light on how natural realities in the sensate world could activate archetypal imagery and its ritual enactment whose referent is well beyond the world of sensation. In Jung's understanding of the esse in anima, consciousness would be brought into touch with the archetypal, the power of the universals, but freed from a wooden slavery to them through its relation to the ever-shifting world of sensation beyond the soul. Jung 1971. Jung also expresses occasional appreciation of Hegel's power of intuition. For Jung it structured his whole system, though in the end was subordinate to his intellectualism. Jung 1971. In discussing the definition of idea, Jung's philosophical capacities are again in evidence when he understands Hegel to have hypostatized the idea as that which is alone real. Consequently, Hegel's philosophy concludes that the idea of God and the reality of God are united to each other in human consciousness. This is but a variant of the ontological argument here cast in terms of the idea as resting on the archetype and repeating in conscious variation from time immemorial. Jung 1971. For Hegel, as we will see, the argument derives its sustaining power from the demonstration of the mind's natural and experiential inhesion in the divine. It is no wonder, then, that Jung can include Hegel among those thinkers who anticipated the collective psyche. In this context, Jung relates Hegel to Schelling's conception of the eternally unconscious as the absolute ground of consciousness, Jung 1976. In a number of passages focused on the 19th century, Jung, again with considerable insight, relates Hegel to the Romantic reaction to Kant's reduction of religion to a rational moralism divested of a deeper religious substance and sensitivity. As a Romantic searching for such depth, Hegel is already anticipating psychology and on its brink. However, Jung qualifies and distances himself from this appreciation of Romanticism, if such it be, when he limits his own Romantic inclination to his student days and elsewhere confesses in half-denial that he did not know his psychology could be termed Romantic. When described by a writer as a Romantic in a 1935 work on Fichte, Jung does not absolutely deny the affinity but qualifies it again with his more modern empiricism, which was unavailable to the Romantic age, 1976. When the basis of this empiricism is further exposed, it turns out to be an appreciation of sheer experience or a radical subjectivity, which would be the sole basis of attributing a legitimate romanticism to Jung's own style of thought. Jung 1976. In these passages, Jung cannot deny a certain romantic hue to his thought, though he is keen to qualify such admitted romanticism with the empirical and scientific elements that this romanticism informs, even if such empiricism is grounded ultimately in the subjective and experiential. In terms of his interface with Hegel on the issue of romanticism, one might ask if a philosophical idealist is a thinking romantic and a romantic a more emotive idealist. It would appear that the two perspectives unite in Jung's psychology in such a way that it cannot be reduced to a science nor dismissed as without evidentiary, empirical support in its claim to be scientific. In reference to the more profound aspects of his psychology, as it would engages alchemy, mysticism, and religion, for instance, he freely admits, on this level of knowledge, psychology has to abdicate as a science, though only on this very high level. In the context of the modern and contemporary merging of philosophy and psychology, nowhere more evident than in Jung's psychology, Jung more than once charges that Hegel is really that great psychologist in philosopher's garb. Jung 1976. This charge has to be understood in terms of Jung's openness to the interpenetration of disciplinary perspectives. He will concede that just as Hegel may be something of a disguised or marred psychologist, so might he himself be a flawed philosopher. It was always my view that Hegel was a psychologist monk in much the same way that I am a philosopher monk. Jung 1935. The truth of the matter lies in the fact that neither Hegel nor Jung could sever the psychological from the philosophical or theological, so organically do these dimensions of their thought connect. To violate the integration of the many disciplinarian perspectives united in their overriding perspective by splitting them into autonomous and unrelated subunits of mind effectively truncates their vision and loses sight of their vision of a mind unified, not fragmented, by its distinct abilities. This organic connectedness of a number of disciplinary perspectives is probably true in most configurations of mind and spirit informed by a lively Platonic sensibility. For those who would draw too tight a distinction between their philosophical, theological, and psychological perspectives, Hegelian philosophy and Jungian psychology remain beyond their epistemic capacities. They would be well advised to limit their inquiry to the narrower and artificial confines of one or other of the then fragmented approaches of mind to reality unified by Hegel and Jung. In contrast with such hints of appreciation and accommodation with Hegel, Jung could also be nothing short of vitriolic in his judgment of Hegel's philosophy and its psychological coloring. Again showing a commendable understanding of the politics of 19th-century German philosophy, Jung identifies Hegel's prominence in the attack on Kant's critical thinking and indeed lays at Hegel's feet the idealist/romantic victory over Kant. But in these passages he understands such victory as the gravest blow to the subsequent development of the German and European mind, running through Schelling, Schopenhauer, and Kant to the excesses of Nietzsche and to the current catastrophe that bears the name of Germany. Jung, 1969. Hegel did all of this as a psychologist in disguise, but as a somewhat demented one. When on the attack, Jung views Hegel's philosophy as a purely personal projection into a cosmos that he alone had created. Jung reads Hegel deeply and accurately when he characterizes his philosophy as culminating in the equation of philosophical reason with spirit, that is, with God. Such equation Jung attributes to Hegel's inflation in the form of an invasion of the unconscious. Hegel's language is reminiscent of the megalomaniac language of schizophrenics. He concludes by relating Heidegger to Hegel and dismissing both, but that does not prevent the latest German philosophy from using the same crackpot power words and pretending that it is not unintentional psychology. Heidegger is not named here but is described as Hegel's blood brother in a late letter, Jung 1957. Obviously Hegel and Heidegger had constellated considerable negativity in Jung himself, blatantly evident in this highly complex outburst. One must wonder if specific events in Jung's life had led him to link Hegel and Heidegger and charge both with inflated language revelatory only of the pathology induced by the invasive powers of their unconscious. But Jung himself was alert to the dangers of possessive inflation as residual danger in the deeper commerce with the unconscious. We have seen his equation of the radical regression of Eckhart's mystical experience as tantamount to identity with the divine, Jung 1971. In his alchemical work he gives to the alchemist the power to induce the birth of the divine in consciousness as the very son or daughter of the alchemist, Jung 1969. In his understanding of the unus mundus Jung effectively equates the ego's relation to its ground with the relation to the divine as the ground of all that is and can be, Jung 1970, Dourley 2011. In his reflections on the mandala he will identify the center of the mandala with the center of the individual and of the universe in the service of uniting the individual more intimately with the totality, Jung 1969. He will describe the process of individuation as itself a religious process. Individuation is the life in God, as mandala psychology clearly shows, Jung 1976. In his discussion of the ontological argument and more widely throughout his work he grounds humanity's universal experience of divinity, the consensus gentium, in the archetypal strata of the unconscious and its impress on consciousness, Jung 1971. When these foundational features of his own psychology are brought to the fore, Jung is in a dubious position when he criticizes or dismisses Hegel's philosophy as describing an exaggerated proximity opening onto an identity of the divine with the human spirit and mind. The most distinctive features of his own psychology as it matured do so with a certain sustained insistence. In a final brief text in a more considered moment Jung lays aside this hostility and grants that between his psychology and Hegel's philosophy there may exist an affinity he had not acknowledged. 6 years before his death Jung wrote to a correspondent that though he had never studied primary Hegel he must now admit correspondences with his own psychology. The passage is worth citing. There is no possibility of inferring a direct dependence but, as I said above, Hegel confesses the main trends of the unconscious and can be called a unpsychologate. There is of course a remarkable coincidence between tenets of Hegelian philosophy and my findings concerning the collective unconscious. Jung 1959. Jung does not elaborate on the content of the remarkable coincidence. Giving this coincidence content in Hegelian terms would greatly enhance the understanding of Jungian psychology because Hegel makes precise what remains less so in Jung, namely, that the movement of the mind is to its identity with its origin, an origin itself ever active in the movement toward its full expression in conscious humanity. While Jung usually hesitates to be as explicit as Hegel on this point, Hegel's philosophical clarity and acuity would make the conclusion that history is the story of the redemption of the human and divine inescapable as it did become in Jung's senior and fuller understanding of the psyche. What follows, then, is first the elucidation of the undeniable influence of Bohme on Hegel, to be followed by the affinity and difference of Jung's late work with Hegel's philosophy. This connection turns naturally to the elaboration of the Hegelian dynamic in Jung's own psychology as it moved to maturation. Such inquiry opens to the possibility that Hegel is Jung's philosopher and Jung Hegel's psychologist. The question is more than academic. A foundational theme in both is that the origin of consciousness seeks its completion in consciousness itself. Hegel tended more to identify this completion in history and the history of religion acting out before him, though he is by no means close to the inner bases of history as personal epiphany. Jung moves more to the internal impress of the ground of consciousness on consciousness with a priority given to the individual, but he is keenly aware of how such impact is a powerful determinant of history for better or for worse. The line of connectedness between Bohme, Hegel, and Jung serves to illuminate the importance of Jungian psychology as a human resource to recover the depths of humanity glossed over in more superficial approaches to the psyche and society. The connection of these three thinkers clarifies the personal and social implications of the emergence of the self and of the more inclusive mythic consciousness the self currently sponsors. The continuity of these three contributors to Western culture contributes significantly to the ongoing search for the ultimate power that emerges in the making of history. Jung's psychological continuity with Hegel's philosophy would better equip humanity to mold the energies that have given birth to consciousness into the configuration of the more universal sympathy these energies demand in the surpassing of their current limited concretions. Jung's psychology in its extension of Hegel's philosophy would thus parry the threat that the diverse communal, and especially religious/political, incarnations of these energies would destroy the consciousness created by them in a joint refusal to grow beyond them. Hegel on Bohme. Hegelian scholarship could hardly be unaware of the substantial connection between Hegel and Bohme. Hegel was given a gift of Bohme's work in 1809, Stout 1957, Derby 1982, and devotes a significant treatment to Bohme's visionary work in his History of Philosophy, Hegel, 1990, 1995. While Bohme's influence on Hegel is beyond denial, its importance is subject to varied assessment. One line of Hegelian scholarship would so highly weigh the influence as to argue that Hegel's entire philosophical effort was to give coherent and responsible formulation to Bohme's intense, undisciplined, deeply subjective, and, at times, near unintelligible symbolic discourse. Major contributors to this viewpoint such as Alexander Gury and Alexander Kojève understand Bohme's effort to unite eternity and time, the infinite and finite, in effect, the divine and human, as at the core of Hegel's philosophy, Derby 1982. Hegel's dialectic between the ich, of human consciousness and the creative nothing, nicht, from which it proceeds and to which it remains related even in its otherness describes the foundational dynamic in his understanding of the divine/human relation. The delineation and defeat of the sense of the absolute otherness of the divine, so much to the fore in orthodox imagery, is the basis of the deep affinity Hegel shares with Bohme in affirming and recovering the point of identity between the human mind and the unfolding of the Trinity in history. Indeed, in this matter Hegel will identify the point of departure of Bohme's philosophical experience as that of the pantheism of the Trinity, Hegel 1995. Given their compatibility on the point of the participation of the human in divinity's expression in history, the question immediately follows: does the dialectical interpenetration of the opposites within divinity and its natural extension to human consciousness necessarily implicate a pantheism in both Bohme and Hegel of dubious compatibility with any form of traditional theism? Derby 1982. Insomuch as the originary nothingness participates in all that proceeds from it including the human mind, the relationship between origin and expression in Hegel can be safely described in Hegelian scholarship by the more conciliatory and relatively timid term, panentheism, Hodgson 1985. The term can be used to imply that the divine and the human participate naturally in each other in a manner at once defeating both absolute otherness and an unqualified identity divested of any real difference between them. It refutes a more simplistic understanding of pantheism as a simple identity of divinity and the other than divine. It should be noted that no serious pantheist, least of all Spinoza, has ever held such an indiscriminate identity beyond the misperceptions of defensive orthodoxies intent on destroying the intimacy of the divine and human in the interests of one or other of their wholly other gods. Yet in the ongoing theological politics between the affirmation of the deeper identity of the divine and the human, grounding a radical sense of immanence, and the opposing more traditional affirmation of their absolute difference, it must be granted that Hegel's thought favors the immanental. His genius and the novelty of his contribution to Western thought lie in his argument on behalf of the native and experiential participation of the temporal in the eternal, of the created in the divine, and of the movement of history as naturally engaging and completing both as it moves to their underlying identity. The fact that he was forced to mount a strenuous defense against his position being either a form of pantheism or a philosophy of identity demonstrates that he could be perceived as holding these positions by those who saw them as threatening their preferred and traditional sense of a wholly transcendent God. Hegel 1827. The suspicion was not wholly baseless and a more gracious Hegel could have admitted as much. Lauer 1982. In the face of accusations of pantheism and his rejection of the charge, Hegel's thought nonetheless ends the traditional idea of God as wholly transcendent. With Hegel, the ontological and epistemic intimacy connecting the divine and the human forecloses all imagination of a wholly other or supernatural God invading the human from beyond the human. Rather, like Böhme, the discovery of the divine would be in the instant that its presence becomes dramatically apparent to the mind as the basis of both mind and nature. The recognition need not and usually would not be as dramatic as it was in the life of Böhme. With Hegel, this instant would occur after a lengthy philosophical tracing of the mind back to its origins. It occurred in Hegel in this manner, and his hope was that it would occur in those who could follow his path to the absolute within as the basis of its perception beyond. It was probably around issues such as these that he wrote in a letter to Schelling that traditional theologians espousing a literal transcendence should be driven out of all places of hiding and the poverty of their thought be exposed to the light of day. Derby, 1982. Many of Jung's mature positions would have the same effect on theologies of the supernatural and bear the same imperative of flushing out the juvenile conception of transcendence attached to them. The affinity of Hegel's developed philosophical positions with Böhme is blatantly evident in Hegel's treatment of Böhme in his History of Philosophy. Throughout this work, and particularly in his treatment of Böhme, Hegel opposes all forms of literalism, externalism and historicism. Against these inadequate forms of religious thought, Hegel proposes the Protestant principle, the essence of Protestantism, which identifies the origin of valid religious experience wholly with the experience of the spirit in human interiority. Hegel, 1995, 1990. Hegel will trace the origin of this principle to the Reformation and Luther's translation of the Bible into the vernacular. The Protestant principle reappears in Paul Tillich in the 20th century. Here the principle combines a powerful sacramentalism with a corresponding iconoclasm. Effectively, Tillich argues that the ground of all reality is divine, and so all that is can mediate the divine, including religious and political systems, but with the proviso that whatever reality mediates the divine, it can never be identified with the divine. The iconoclastic side of this sacramentalism forbids the equation of the divine with that through which it appears. A prime example would be the Catholic Thomistic doctrine of transubstantiation, where bread and wine become substantially divine. Dourley, 2008. In Tillich's own mind, the iconoclastic dimension of his understanding of the Protestant principle enables him to distance himself from Hegel, or at least from Hegel's implication that his elevation of Christianity to the philosophical level completes philosophy, the history of religion, and Christianity. In this distancing from Hegel, highly nuanced though it be, Tillich joins Jung in leveling the charge of hubris at Hegel and the alleged or implicit identity of his philosophy with the standpoint of the divine. Dourley, 2008, Jung, 1969, Yerkes, 1983, Tillich, 1967. In spite of the suspicion of hubris, the culminating referent of inner experience became with Hegel, as it does for Jung, the process of the mind's or the ego's journey from and to its origin in the making of personal and collective history. Hegel's philosophy thus has a certain precedent in Augustine's Confessions. In this work, Augustine ultimately locates the presence of God as within him when all identification was retracted from both external and preliminary internal reality. Bonaventure does much the same thing in his tracing of the mind's journey to God, a journey completed beyond the crucifixion of the Logos in an immersion with the divine darkness beyond all form. Bonaventure, 1953. For Jung, this immersion would be the ego's dissolution in its maternal source in a moment of a transformative identity. For Hegel, biblical symbolism had the same referent and described the same process, but in a preliminary and pre-philosophical sense. Out of this perspective, Hegel could appreciate Böhme's work as presenting a powerful alternative to the externalism and literalism of traditional theology, because it rested on the aforesaid pantheism of the Trinity rising from the depths of the immediate experience of Trinitarian energies in human and extra-human nature. Hegel, 1995. Hegel contrasts the power of such experience with the sense-bound philosophy of Roger Bacon. He does not hesitate to call Böhme's enthusiastic thought and expression barbarian, barbarous and incomprehensible. Indeed, for Hegel, and many others, his writing was so obtuse as to make it impossible to read Böhme continuously. His corpus simply defied all efforts at a systematic presentation. And yet, for all these many well-founded criticisms, Böhme remained for Hegel typically German in that he dealt with what is most inward, Hegel 1990. In his inwardness, Bohme stood for Hegel as the originator of the spirit of a truly German philosophy. He became known as the Philosophions Teutonicus, and in fact it is through him that philosophy of a distinctive character first emerged in Germany. Hegel 1995. And in this appreciation Hegel preemptively critiques the degeneration of philosophy from the depth of his own 19th century contribution to its current status of a sterile and defensive logic, or, worse, grammar severed from the mind's rootedness in its life-giving origin, the reconnection with which should be philosophy's current ultimate concern as it was Jung's. Hegel worked to a culmination of the philosophical project in which the maturation of divine and human self-consciousness were two sides of a single process. In spite of all the accusations of hubris brought against him, it remains true that his vision contributed greatly to a philosophically responsible synthesis of the divine and human completing each other in individual and collective historical life, a truth to which Bohme could not give rationally intelligible expression. Hegel's understanding of the origin of religion in human interiority stands in substantial accord with what Jung meant by leading the symbolic life, that is, a life devoted to discourse with the symbolic world as it appears for the individual most immediately in the personal dream as proceeding from the same origin as the collective revelations of formal religion. But this affinity is not without its serious differences. Though they might share similar views of the origin of symbol, Hegel would depart from Jung's willingness to remain at the symbolic level and allow the dream to be its own interpretation, especially as dreams appear sequentially in an ongoing analysis. Jung 1969. For Hegel, Bohme's expression remained too much attached to sense-based images, often biblical, and so too closely related to unexamined or pre-critical popular faith. Faith possesses the truth but unconsciously. Hegel 1995. Jung would agree that popular faith remained unconscious of its experiential origin in the psyche and so ignorant of its true referent, namely, the deeper movements of the archetypal unconscious. Thus for both Hegel and Jung, but for different reasons, religious symbols were not to be taken literally as pointing to the world of the senses and moments in history either in the present or the distant past. Rather, symbols had as their referent the more profound movements of the spirit for Hegel and of the psyche for Jung. With Hegel the symbolic completed itself in its elevation to reason, with Jung the symbols completed themselves through other symbols and risked losing their power if rationalized. With Bohme and Jung, symbolic access to the depths of the human gave rise to the sense of the opposites in internal conflict and to their drive to attain expression and ultimate coincidence in human consciousness. In this matter Jung reflects both Bohme and to some extent Hegel in his insistence that good and evil, for example, exist in the origin of consciousness, are perceived as opposites by consciousness and drive to their mutual embrace and so joint integration in historical consciousness. Hegel 1995. Jung 1969. But, where Bohme and Jung would see this process manifest in and urged by the symbols themselves and so more psychologically, Hegel was driven to move beyond the symbol and to uncover by purely rational processes the movement of mind to identity with divinity conveyed at a preliminary, that is sensuous or imaginal, level by the symbols. Yet even in his rational proclivity and need to move from image to notion or idea, Hegel arrives at that point of the coincidence of the human and divine within as working toward their union in the movement of history without in however ambiguous a manner. In this matter Hegel gives to the deeper working of reason what Jung would give to psyche as the ground of the symbolic, seeking through the symbols to bring the unconscious increasingly into the conscious life of individual and community and in so doing foster the union of its opposites within them. For Hegel, Bohme's master image is that of the coincidence of opposites in the symbol of the Trinity, but as Hegel continues his treatment of Bohme it becomes clearer that Bohme's master image pervades Hegel's own mature philosophy. For in treating of Bohme Hegel will understand the unity worked in the Trinity as a primordial coincidence of opposites by no means contained in a wholly self-sufficient and transcendent God imagined as somehow prior to creation. Rather, this primordial unity of opposites extends to humanity and nature in a sense so real that they are intrinsic to the flow of even primordial Trinitarian life as its natural and necessary expression. For Hegel all of this is latent in Bohme's experience and expression with the following single major reservation: only he cannot express it in the form of thought. Hegel 1995. It is thus Bohme's experience that Hegel brings to a height of rational clarity in his later work. The intimacy and continuity he establishes between the Trinity in itself and in its expression beyond itself effectively undermines the orthodox distinction between the Trinity as eternally self-sufficient and the Trinity as creator. This point will be given further elaboration. Suffice it to say for now that Hegel's effort to bring Bohme's volatile experience to responsible philosophical formulation becomes the basis of Hegel's panlogism and implies that the second moment in the Trinity is to find its necessary expression in historical human consciousness itself. The base meaning of history then becomes the mind's return in individual and collectivity to a conscious appropriation of its initial point of coincidence with the divine and to bring this consciousness into historical reality. Jung understands this process as the ego's ongoing initial emergence from and return to the goddess as the maternal unconscious and womb of mind as preludes to her greater incarnation in historical consciousness in the never-ending cycle described above. In his treatment of Bohme, Hegel goes on to relate the meaning of the Trinity to the need for the other or the othering so that any center of consciousness might know itself. This need for othering applies to God and God's self-knowledge. Again, Hegel seems to understand this differentiation in Bohme, and in his own maturity, to be both within the Trinity in the emanation of the Logos from the Father but also in the emanation of human consciousness from both. Here again the question arises as to whether the Logos might not be the history of human consciousness as the vehicle in which God as the origin of that consciousness become itself self-conscious. This process is the substance of what has been referred to as Hegel's panlogism. The idea echoes Eckhart's statement that in the one word God speaks. Eckhart hears two things, that is, the emanation of the Logos from its origin within God and beyond God in human consciousness itself. Put succinctly, no absolute distinction exists between the eternal differentiation of the Logos from its origin in the Father and the emergence of the created mind from both in time. Hegel makes the point that in this dialectical process Logos, as the principle of differentiation between itself and its origin, must recover its origin that it may know the origin and the origin know itself in the Logos thus repossessed of its origin. Put simply, human historical consciousness becomes the fourth in which the Trinity gains ever fuller knowledge of itself in and through human self-consciousness. For Hegel, the process Bohme describes moves easily and naturally into the psychological language of the ego, ich, and the nothing, nicht. The former, the ego, proceeds from the latter. The nothing here functions in close proximity to the role of the unconscious as the source of the ego and so of all consciousness. The Logos as the power of consciousness differentiates from the nothing within God and in created consciousness beyond God in an all-encompassing movement that embraces divine and human life in one organic dynamic. The implication is that God only knows God in the otherness of human consciousness and human consciousness knows God in the healing return to the creative nothingness from which all consciousness proceeds. Hegel 1995. All that is manifests God and God knows himself in the manifestation. The flow of Trinitarian life thus described has profound affinity with Jung's paradigm of the movement of the ego from the creative nothing of the unconscious as the initial moment of the process in which the ego's knowledge of the unconscious is the only knowledge the unconscious has of itself. This knowledge is intensified as the ego returns constantly to its source in the interest of their mutual realization in consciousness. Jung would describe this nothingness as the inexhaustible fecundity of the Great Mother. In a similar vein, Hegel, in his mature work, refers to that from which the ego emerges as the absolute womb or infinite fountainhead out of which all emerges, to which all returns and by which all is eternally maintained. Hegel 1827. With both thinkers, existential consciousness is related to its origin by its nature and is the sole theater in which that origin becomes self-conscious. This position connects closely to the problem of evil as Hegel, Bohme, and Jung understood it. As Hegel reads Bohme, the source of the manifest is the origin of evil in God and out of God. Hegel 1995. What is this evil? From Bohme, through Hegel to Jung, evil is variously cast as grossly exaggerated and so pathological self-affirmation. The I then exists in a state of willful isolation in both divine and human life. With Hegel reading Bohme, such isolation is the ego's refusal of relatedness through its severance from the light of Logos as the light of consciousness and so of relationality. This is the logic behind Bohme's equation of the first moment of the Trinity's isolating self-affirmation with the hell to which the angels receded. It would be the dark but powerful side of God affirmed without the consort of light and by extension the light of Sophia. This is then the darkness the light must pierce in both the human and the divine. With Hegel, such evil would reside in a divinity incapable of expressing itself to or beyond itself. In human consciousness it would describe a mind distanced from its point of identity with its origin. Such debilitating insensitivity to the importunity of its origin to become conscious in it can lead to its being overwhelmed by the unconscious as an agency foreign to it. In either scenario such a mind would live in an unrelated isolation. For Jung this would describe the ego as unrelated to the unconscious, its origin as the origin of all, and so severed from a sense of continuity with all that it perceives in the world beyond itself as proceeding from that same origin. Jung is reaching to express such isolation within the prison of an unrelated consciousness in his statement to the effect that the worst if not only sin is the sin of unconsciousness. Such sin would be found in living away from the unconscious or being possessed by it. Jung 19681. In this passage Jung suggests that many contemporary leaders, teachers, and examples are thus possessed by their faiths. From Hegel's take on Böhme, the relation between the I and the nothing is such that if the I, once differentiated from the nothing, does not return to it, the I remains ignorant of or alienated from it and so knows nothing of its original state. Hegel 1995. The poverty of this isolation and truncation is the substance of evil in both the divine and human. In Hegel's reading of Böhme then the expression of the creative nothingness in the primordial definition of the logos within the Trinity is inseparable from its continuity with the logos as the essential structure of finite mind and reality in the world. Hegel cites Böhme precisely to this effect, though he could say it equally well of his own thought. The world is none other than the essence of God made creaturely. Hegel 1995. And again, the abyss of nature and creation is God himself. Hegel 1995. Hegel himself uses the image of the abyss and with the same meaning in his mature work, Hegel 1827. In thus fusing the divine with the human and the natural in the sacred center of the individual entity, Böhme negates the distinction between time and eternity and insinuates strongly that humanity is at least latently aware of their underlying unity. In this centrum man has both lives in himself, he belongs to time and eternity. Hegel 1995. Attributed here to Böhme, this position is foundational in Hegel's own more measured philosophy and to Jung's understanding of the nature of the psyche. In spite of Böhme's failure to bring philosophical precision to his work, it is difficult to deny that Böhme and Hegel, in his effort to raise Böhme's experience to a metaphysical level, share a major point in common with Jung and his psychology. The point is this: the divine as the source of consciousness is compelled to create consciousness to become fully conscious in it. Humanity's most effective participation in this universal process lies in the cultivation of a living interiority in which the power of the divine is immediately experienced in a manner susceptible to philosophical analysis with Hegel, and to psychological, empirical observation with Jung. The true history of humanity is the history of its commerce with this experience. The coincidence of opposites moves necessarily and teleologically to increasing consciousness of the identity of the divine and the human in personal and collective history. Wherever such coincidence is more closely approximated, the divine and the human are mutual benefactors. Where such coincidence is denied or feeble, both are diminished. Hegel justifies Böhme's experience even in Böhme's failure to express it in a tighter reason. In this respect, Böhme's failure became Hegel's opportunity, to which Jung provides a more compelling psychological support. Such support is more persuasive because it is based on the more immediate experience of the energies involved, an experience that Hegel's philosophy presupposes but also hides behind his rational facade in its efforts to make Böhme more intelligible. Hegel and Jung, a wider resonance. The foregoing presents Hegel's documented appreciation of Böhme and touches briefly on a few substantial areas of Böhme's influence on Hegel's philosophy. Nevertheless, there remain more extensive areas of latent affinity between Böhme, Hegel, and Jung. Making them explicit contributes to the understanding of the continuity between the three and to the resources they proffer to the revitalizing of the contemporary cultural spirit. Hegel attempted the gargantuan task of bringing the Western philosophical and theological traditions to the completion of their task in his own work. This effort is evident throughout his major works and is explicit as the central concern of his work on the history of philosophy and on the philosophy of religion. His philosophy culminates in the description of a consciousness restored to and aware of its native Anhesion in the divine in a state he terms philosophy and even science. In reality, the consciousness he seeks to describe is one in which the distinction between the height of philosophical and theological reasoning and religious and mystical experience falls away. The description of Hegel as a Christian mystic, seeking adequate speculative expression, applies most immediately to the early Hegel, but also to traits that remained residual and foundational to his mind throughout his life. Kroner, 1970. This is not to make of Hegel a mystic who underwent the intensity of immersion in the reality of the divine described in earlier chapters. It does make of Hegel a philosopher who brought this experience of the abyss as the first moment of Trinity to the highest degree of intelligibility in his description of the unio mystica as an inner cultus, that is, as an identity with the divine as a needed prelude to the experience of the divine beyond the individual. Hegel, 1827. More, in continuity with the apophatic mystics previously examined, Hegel writes of this mystical union at its culmination: this experience of nothingness can be a bare condition or single experience, or it can be thoroughly elaborated in one's life. In this, Hegel embraces a universal teleology of the movement of mind and history to the recovery of its ground, found also in Jung's description of the mind at one with its ground and so capable of a residual awareness of the depth dimension of its surroundings. Jung, 1970. With both, the implication is that the movement of history supports the deepening and extending sense of the coincidence of the individual with humanity in its totality as expressive of its divine ground. The actualization of such breadth and depth then constitutes the redemption of God and the human in one organic process. Hegel's own philosophy is thus a philosophy of history driven universally and so with an endemic necessity by the process of God becoming self-conscious in and through human consciousness, which itself becomes increasingly conscious if not ultimately identified with God in and through the same process. Divinity becoming increasingly conscious through humanity and humanity becoming increasingly conscious of its own divinity are simply two dimensions of this same all-encompassing dynamic. Yet in his documentation of this universal process, Hegel demands an intellectual rigor which would undermine too easily claims to the experience of God in the form of irresponsible affirmations of immediacy, that is, an immediate experience of the divine needing no further evidence than itself. One of his main targets here was his contemporary and colleague in Berlin, Friedrich Schleiermacher. Hegel rejected Schleiermacher's effort to base the reality of God on the feeling of absolute dependence. Schleiermacher, 1963. Hegel responds that feeling is a power humanity shares with the animal world and so is ill-equipped to ground the Christian or any religion. Hegel, 1824, Livingston, 1988. Elsewhere in writing on Schleiermacher he refers to dumb feeling. Hegel, 1995. Hegel also dismissed Kant's argument for the reality of the divine based on the moral sense of the ought that resounds unabatedly in our souls. Kant, 1934. Though the moral sense remained of uppermost importance to Hegel, the reduction of religion to morality fell short of the objective knowledge of God based on the mind's recovery and identity with its divine origin. For Jung also, morality derives from the angryzion of the self into consciousness, but such angryzion greatly expands the moral imperative toward the demand of personal integration and universal relatedness. Individual integration and universal relatedness as the two prominent virtues in the morality of the self do not exclude traditional morality but greatly expand the moral sense toward a universal compassion based on the universal sentiment of the self even as it speaks to the individual. What then was the substance, the content, of the mind's recovery of its identity with the divine beyond the immediacy of religious affect or moral compulsion? For Hegel, such substance lay largely in the defeat of the alienation that pervaded religious consciousness, then and now, the common religious and theological understanding of God as other. In philosophical discourse bordering on the psychological, Hegel describes the consciousness of God as other as an unhappy consciousness based on the misperception that the individual in existence is wholly removed from the essential and absolute, that is, from God. Hegel, 1967. This sense of the otherness of God becomes then the truth of the universality of the story of original sin. The story in all its contingency grounds a sense of alienation from a wholly transcendent origin as universal as human consciousness itself. Hegel 1827. In scriptural and dogmatic formulation, this universal alienation falls under Hegel's classification of representational or symbolic expression. For Hegel, representational expression in the form of dramatic stories involving the divine and human were necessary, even appreciated, as preliminary pictures of the divine/human relation, but for the immature mind. Their truth needed to be elevated or sublated to the level of philosophy, where their truly universal and necessary nature was revealed beyond the arbitrary contingencies of divine activity and equally arbitrary human response. A compelling example of this process lies in the story of the fall of Adam. Sublated, the story becomes the substance of the universal truth of humanity's experienced separation in existence from its origin. Such a moment is universal and necessary, and describes the egression of consciousness from its matrix as the precondition of its return thereto and the completion of both. The symbolic, sensuous, representational had to cede to the post-symbolic truth the symbols conveyed. As this hermeneutic proceeds, the universal alienation expressed in the story of the fall is defeated by the death of Christ, now framed as the death of God as other to the presence of God as the basis of human consciousness, now driving to a more universal realization under the impetus of spirit. Within the understandable limits of Hegel's Christian commitment, this spirit would be the spirit of Christianity. In Jung's view, more inclusive than the Christian, the spirit would be the power of the self, bringing into historical synthesis not only God and humanity but a much fuller manifestation of the total divine reality, in continuity with Bohme's understanding of a God whose nature it is to fully manifest the totality of the divine potential in existence. Jung would be reluctant to depart from the symbolic expression toward an Hegelian philosophical extraction of the symbol's meaning in the interest of completing the symbol, but he joins Hegel in his refusal to take symbolic discourse as literal, historical, and referring to reality external to the psyche. Jung, like Hegel, is steadfast in his conviction that the referent of symbolic discourse, and especially of the dream as revelatory, is to the movements of the psyche itself and not to divinities beyond the psyche. In Hegel's parlance, biblical events understood to be of past history and distant geographical location are of religious insignificance. He drives home this point when he observes that the Crusaders, in recovering the Holy Land, discovered not the grave of Christ but the grave of Christianity as a past event, one not spiritually reenacted and so moribund in the present. The Christians, Crusaders, found only their loss, their grave in this present. Hegel 1995. If they were to rise from the grave of their historical literalism, argues Hegel, they would have to find what they sought in Jerusalem in themselves. Jung writes in much the same spirit when he argues that the true Christians are those who suffer the meaning of the Christian symbols as inner events in the passion of their individual lives and not in some literal imitation of a distant historical figure in a far-off land. Jung 1969. In this, Jung is also contending that the truth of death and resurrection describe two of the essential moments of the psychic truth of individuation couched in the less than universal imagery of Christianity. Hegel, Jung, and the Trinity. The arcane symbol of the Trinity was of great importance to Hegel and Jung. In the context of Hegel's overriding understanding of the history of human consciousness as a departure from and recovery of its origin within history itself, the usually remote imagery of the Trinity takes on great illuminative value. For Jung, likewise, the symbol plays a key role in one of the distinguishing features of the radical newness of his psychology, namely, the move from a Trinitarian to a quaternitarian paradigm. Throughout Hegel's philosophy, the image of the Trinity is the dominant structuring dynamism. The basic triad is that of the source of consciousness undergoing a diremption or split both in and beyond its own life. Out of the inner dynamic of Trinitarian life as a life of opposites, creation necessarily proceeds. We have seen this point anticipated in Eckhart and Bohme. For Hegel, the most serious consequence of this split is the false consciousness that the finite and infinite, the divine and the human, stand as opposites in relation to each other. Their point of primal coincidence remains obscured or ignored in the usual patterns of mundane consciousness. With Eckhart also, the departure of mind from its point of identity with the divine is a fair though less philosophically precise description of creation and fall as two sides of the same event. Thus Eckhart, Hegel, and Tillich in the 20th century contend that the creation of discriminating consciousness and the fall coincide. Hegel 1827, Tillich 1957. From its first instance, discriminating consciousness once born is keenly aware of its estrangement from its origin and essential truth, and so from human and pre-human nature. With Eckhart, Hegel, and Jung, the sense of otherness from its origin is then the basis of universal alienation. In some quarters, contemporary parlance would describe this removal of the mind from its ground as disenchantment, and so imply the need for re-enchantment. Whatever word is chosen to describe the situation of removal from one's essential truth lodged in the origin of consciousness, the basic meaning remains this: to be other is to be alien. To be wholly other is to be wholly alien. Perceived as wholly other, God is wholly alien to humanity and the source of its unhappy consciousness. The core of Hegel's philosophy is to overcome this alienation, and so to reconcile the split between the divine and the human through the philosophical recovery of their point of identity now made real in finite consciousness. As the split is resolved, the two become one in the spirit now understood to work this reconciliation in an historical subjectivity both divine and human, exclusive of agencies transcendent to such subjectivity. In Jungian categories, the split between one's essential truth and actual consciousness occurs when the ego is born from the unconscious and becomes aware in this development of its estrangement from the truth of the self within and from reality without. The suffering of this universal alienation is further deepened as consciousness becomes aware of the universal conflict of opposites grounded in the same divine origin as the ego. Jung's psychology hinges on the reconciliation of the ego with its origin and the resolution in consciousness of divinely based opposites under the urgency of the self, which becomes increasingly incarnate in consciousness as it works the resolution. This perspective in its foundational morphology approaches identity with Hegel's understanding of history, participating in the conscious recovering of the identity of the human and divine. For Hegel, when the dynamics of this unity are raised from religious to philosophical experience, this elevation becomes a rationally rigorous description of the unio mystica, personal and collective. Such mystical union is the goal of history and brings religion to its consummation in the philosophical certitude of the mind's native identity with the divine. If not yet totally actualized, at least the teleology of the movement of mind and history are laid bare as a movement toward the responsible conscious recovery of that point of identity between the divine and the human, present from the outset to be fully recovered in the end and always active as the depth dimension of the present. The immanent and economic trinity in Hegel and Jung. To more fully grasp the implications of Hegel's position on humanity's participation in Trinitarian life, the intricacies of Trinitarian theology have to be addressed. Traditional Christian theology would usually distinguish what it termed the immanent Trinity from the economic Trinity. The immanent Trinity referred to the life of the Trinity in itself. The imagination attached to the phrase implied the total self-sufficiency of the Trinity existing in a state somehow prior to creation. Trinitarian self-sufficiency meant that there was no necessary connection between the Trinity and creation. The Trinity was in a position to do quite well in and by itself. More, once creation escaped its Trinitarian origin, there was no necessary conscious connection between human consciousness and the divine. Further, the Trinity gained nothing from the failure or success of its creation. In the divine/human economy, everything was contingent, including creation, the fall, and redemption in the wake of the fall. God was a self-thinking thought complete in itself. It remains difficult to see in this imagination of the divine why creation would take place and in what sense creation would be truly meaningful to so self-sufficient a divinity with nothing at stake in the creative process and its historical unfolding. Not only creation but also the fall would be equally contingent events. One can only marvel at the divine bad luck in creating a couple who arbitrarily turned from the divine and the joys of paradise, in which, like children, they lacked nothing but the power of the conscious discrimination of opposites. In the aftermath of a totally contingent creation and fall, the divine then embarks equally contingently on the redemption of the fallen world, ultimately through the second power of the Trinity becoming human. Here again the Trinity did not have to launch a second outgoing to a fallen humanity after the first creation failed so miserably. Jung, in the wake of Hegel, demolishes this theological scenario in his own version of the motive for the Incarnation. To sum up, the immediate cause of the Incarnation lies in Job's elevation, and its purpose is the differentiation of Yahweh's consciousness. Jung 1969. In distinction from the immanent and wholly self-sufficient Trinity, the interplay of Trinity with humanity in creation and fall but especially in redemption is then distinguished as the economic Trinity imagined as the Trinity in relation to what lies beyond its internal. The activity of the economic Trinity would likewise be imagined as devoid of necessity and so as arbitrary as the initial creation and fall. The truly crucial point in Hegel's philosophy is whether he does and can distinguish between the immanent and economic Trinity. In other words, Hegel, again in affinity with Eckhart, can be read to conflate the immanent and economic Trinity and so to affirm that God as self-thinking thought can only think itself through human consciousness. In this scenario, humanity itself becomes the collective second person in the Trinity, and only through it does the first power in the Trinity, God the Father in traditional religious discourse, become conscious. It cannot be denied that passages in Hegel appear to sustain the traditional distinction between the immanent and economic Trinity. But taken in its totality, his work strongly suggests that divinity necessarily creates to become conscious in its creature, making human consciousness and history itself the second moment in the Trinity, and so extending, as does Jung, the incarnation to everyone, at least as the deepest human potential seeking realization in every individual and culture. Thus understood, humanity's deepest potential equates with processes of divinity becoming progressively conscious in human history. P.C. Hodgson treats this issue well. He endorses Hegel's own consistent denial that his thought was a form of pantheism and so an affirmation of the real distinction between the Trinity in itself, immanent, and the Trinity engaged in the world, economic. Hodgson would seem to settle for a form of Trinitarian panentheism in which the difference between the Trinity and created consciousness is affirmed, but, paradoxically, this difference can, and perhaps must, accommodate a latent identity between the divine and a humanity becoming conscious of this identity in the completion of both in history. In this union of identity and difference, Hodgson bows to Hegel's dependence on German mysticism and Neoplatonism, Hodgson 1985. One is moved to conclude that Hegel draws near to the denial of a real distinction between a preceding and self-sufficient Trinity and a consequent creation as its necessary second though finite and so passing moment on its way to the realization of the ever-present latent identity with God. Hodgson concedes such a conclusion is implicit only. Yet in so arguing, Hegel elevates the myth of creation and fall to reason and shows its universal and necessary truth. The divine and human are co-dependents in their mutual becoming fully conscious in human consciousness. Again, so arguing, Hegel also establishes an intimacy between the Trinity in itself and its expression in creation that tortures orthodoxy and explains its hostility to mystics like Eckhart and Boehme, who have experienced and proclaimed such intimacy to the point of an underlying identity between the divine and the human. Though he did not include him in his history of philosophy, Hegel had been introduced to Eckhart through F. X. von Bader sometime in 1823–1824 and, as mentioned, may have known him as early as 1794, Hodgson 1984. Obviously Hegel had appreciated Eckhart. On the question of the mutuality of shared being and knowing between the divine and human, Hegel cites with approval Eckhart's famous passage in which the latter affirms that God and humanity see each other out of the same eye, Hegel 1824. In this passage Hegel warns theologians that if they cannot grasp such thought, probably because of their orthodox obtuseness and rational superficiality, they should leave them alone. For in the context of his total work, Hegel does so closely relate the immanent and economic Trinity that to clearly distinguish their reality is difficult if not impossible. Thus he will distinguish a first moment of God as universal, a self-thinking thought othering and reuniting with itself within itself. This is obvious homage to the traditional imagination of an immanent Trinity sufficient in itself as a precedent to reality beyond itself. The second moment is God as determinate. Within the Trinity this is the Logos. Beyond the Trinity this is effectively human consciousness aware of God as other, the basis of Hegel's sense of the pervasive sense of bad infinity, one that does not experientially penetrate finite consciousness and results in an unhappy consciousness. As such, this second moment in the divine life is called particular or determinate and refers to particular instances of finite, created consciousness imbued with a profound sense of removal from the divine and with a corresponding anguish for reunion. Hegel is here laying out the basis for the situation to be described later in the 20th century as existential estrangement. With Tillich, this becomes the suffering of a mind removed from its source, whose very removal grounds the possibility of its disintegration and the basis of its drive to recover its source and integration therein. The third moment in the process of Trinitarian life is that of Trinity as consummate. This moment describes the reality of the spirit understood as the recovery on the part of finite consciousness or subjectivity of its native inherence in infinite subjectivity. Though it is difficult to delineate more precisely, it would describe a state in which finite subjectivity realized fully its participation in the flow of divine life as both an expression of divinity beyond divinity, coterminous with the full human recovery of union with its source in divinity. This state of consciousness would seem then to encompass the movement of the mind from its origin and its restoration with its origin, and to identify this process as discernible moments in the common life of the Trinity and human consciousness. As such, this thinking remains somewhat eschatological. But the dynamics of the consummate moment or consummate religion would move in the present toward an interpenetration of Trinitarian and human subjectivity, ultimately with no residue and beyond separation. The moments of divine life would thoroughly pervade humanity, and humanity would manifest an unqualified transparency to its inhesion in the flow of Trinitarian life, moving from an infinite origin, its expression in the finite mind and the union of both in spirit. To orthodox depictions of such a moment of mutual identity and fulfillment as religiously or theologically presumptuous, Hegel simply responds, "What a bogey!" Jung comes very close to these positions in his own treatment of the symbol of the Trinity. In fact, his understanding of the unconscious seeking ever greater emergence in the conscious life of humanity can identify more precisely from a purely psychological perspective how the power of the so-called economic Trinity is in fact now operative in the world. The first phase of Jung's treatment of the Trinity is based on the traditional imagination of the economic Trinity in traditional theological imagination. Behind his treatment of this symbol lies his consistent hermeneutic that religious symbols refer to the more profound movements of the psyche. To this rule, the immanent Trinity is no exception. The Trinity depicts the relation of the unconscious as Father, to its expression in the Son or human consciousness, and to their reconciliation in and through the Spirit. These lines of Jung could have been written by Hegel. The point is that the unfolding of the one reaches its climax in the Holy Ghost after polarizing itself as Father and Son. Jung 1969. Jung's opening section of his treatment of the Trinity thus describes the triadic flow between the unconscious as generative of the ego as other and the consequent economy between them moving to their unity worked by the self or spirit. He even correlates the psychological aspects of the ages of Father, Son, and Spirit with each of the three persons, somewhat in the footsteps of Joachim de Fiori, with whom he closely associates his thought and even person in one of his letters to Victor White. Jung 1953. To this point, Jung's psychology approximates foundational elements in Hegel's thought. His psychology depicts the Father as the wholly undifferentiated source of creation in a psychological age prior to a sense of individuality. The Son represents the evolution of consciousness to the sense of individuality critical of the world and its origin and in conflict with the Father. The conflict is then resolved through the mediation of the Spirit/Self as the synthesis of the unconscious and consciousness. In the age of the Spirit, the ego could indeed say that I and the Father are one as long as their difference stood. Were the ego to say I am the Father, the situation would be one of total possession by the unconscious, a pathological identification of the ego with the self. But in his description of the psychology of the birth of consciousness from its origin and its return thereto under the aegis of the Spirit, Jung joins Hegel in the affirmation that the full cycle of Trinitarian life reveals to man the secret of his divinity. Jung 1969. At this point, Jung's Trinitarian thought steps beyond Hegel in his move to a quaternitarian paradigm. Jung's argument forcing this move is simply that so much of what exists in reality is not reflected in the imagery of its creator as its alleged origin, especially the reality of evil, though he could add the feminine and the bodily with equal justification. Prior to the discussion of what is absent in the Trinity and present in creation is Jung's presupposition that what is in creation, including human consciousness itself, is an expression of the unconscious and of an unconscious that drives to express its total reality in consciousness. The strong implication is that what is not created by a God beyond the psyche but is an expression of the creative psyche itself. From this perspective, creator and creature are wholly and mutually self-contained in a psyche currently in the process of creating a myth that would sacralize all that proceeds and can proceed from the matrix of observable creation. Thus the first moment in the quaternity, the age of the Father, becomes the creative but wholly unconscious ground of all that is and that can and must become conscious. The second moment, the age of the Son, is the emergence of ego consciousness from its origin in the unconscious. The third moment is the splitting or conscious distinction not only of the ego from the unconscious but of opposites undifferentiated in the unconscious but blatantly real as opposites to the world of consciousness. Since Jung is here dealing primarily with the absence of evil in the Trinity, the opposites made conscious, he focuses on becoming the light, Christ, and dark, demonic, sons of the same God, Jung 1969. Here is Boehme again in his acknowledgement of the root of evil in God and the need of God to become aware of his full nature in human consciousness. In Jung's movement from a Trinitarian to a quaternitarian paradigm, the fourth moment becomes the now emerging unity of the opposites worked by the self in the wake of the ego's perception of them as opposites. Thus the integration sought and demanded by the nature of the psyche is the reunification of the ego with the unconscious, extending by the same dynamic to the unity of archetypally based opposites in the created world. In this treatment of Christ and Satan, the opposites become the divine and demonic dimensions of humanity united by the spirit or self. Jung's spirit is thus richer, more compelling and more inclusive than Hegel's, which does not envision the embrace of Christ and Satan. The spirit in Jung's paradigm unites good and evil, body and spirit, male and female in a much more specific and currently topical way than can Hegel, who does not stoop to deal with such specifics. The latter's explicit dismissal of divinity as a quaternity lies in the limitations of the 19th century Christian mind, which could still conceive of the kingdom of God, no doubt, being worked in history, but without the integral components of the demonic, the body and the feminine as essential to the fullness of the spirit. Hegel 1967. In this respect, Jung's significant but largely unconscious affinity with Hegel surpasses his predecessor in the vision of an age of the spirit much wealthier and wider in its embrace and promise than even Hegel's sparse but rationally compelling depiction of the finite mind, resonating with the Trinitarian life and pulse of its origin as a universally emerging sensitivity. The role of religious representation in Hegel and Jung. At this point, Hegel's and Jung's understanding of the symbolic needs elaboration. In Hegel's terminology, representational, sensible, and symbolic writing and discourse are effectively synonymous. Hegel appreciated and, as a Christian, had to endorse this level of consciousness in its biblical and dogmatic form. Hegel 1824, 1827. In this sense, he would happily concede that religious symbolism did convey religious truth, but in a preliminary, almost juvenile form. Thus he will bow to the need for religious symbols and to the scriptural revelations which bear them, and so to the immense meaning of the historical event of Christ and the Christian symbols informing the authority of doctrine and Christian education. Nevertheless, such expression remained for him premature and demeaned the mind developmentally frozen in it. In its literal and historical form, symbolic consciousness blocked its holder from the full understanding and impact of the symbol through forbidding its deeper appropriation and internalization by reason, wherein its true power, necessity, and universality lay. In this context, he understood his philosophy to complete religious symbolic expression by raising or sublating such expression to a rational philosophical level in which the energies of its content would be preserved, indeed intensified, even as the symbolic form was surpassed by its rational integration. Christian maturity weaned on the representational would thus find its completion in the experience of the recovered identity of finite spirit with absolute spirit. As an important example of this process, he argues that the truth of Christ is that of humanity at one with a God, a process imminent in the evolution of historical religious consciousness itself, had to occur initially in a symbolic depiction of an historical individual. Such mythic presentation then served as a prelude and prompt to the truth of its universal and necessary meaning, namely, that the substance of history was its movement to a recovered identity with the divine. When this same position is applied to ritual activity, Hegel will even appreciate the ritual of the Catholic Mass as an enactment of the truth of Christ, even as he rejects the Catholic sense of the externality of what is being celebrated in favor of the celebration leading individual and community into the internal and so holy spiritual experience of Christ and God. Hegel 1827, 1827. In effect, Jung brought this perception of the mass into psychological universality in his work on the mass. Here the reality of the ritual is grounded in the double dialectic between the sacrifice of the ego to the self and of the self to the ego as a compelling description of the interplay of ego with self in the latter's drive to fuller conscious incarnation. In Jung's view, the second dialectical movement of this process describes the birth of divinity in the mind of the practitioner. Jung borrows the alchemical term filius philosophorum, the son of the philosopher, to describe that conscious state in which divinity has entered the consciousness of the alchemist consequent to the sacrificial dissolution of the alchemist's ego in the unconscious. The dialectic revolves around the power of the self, there from eternity, demanding the sacrifice of the ego so that it may dwell more fully in the ego in reciprocal fulfillment of the divine and human. Jung 1969. In their emphasis on the role of the symbolic culminating in an inner transformation free of a perverse literalism, historicism and externalism, Jung and Hegel share a substantive common ground. In a letter addressing White's claim that the then newly proclaimed dogma of the Assumption had a literal and historical as well as a symbolic meaning, Jung terms a literal assumption of a physical body into heaven a parapsychological stunt. Jung 1950. As he continues in this letter, he describes miracles as the attempt to prove the existence of the spirit to a coarse and primitive mind unable to grasp the psychic reality of an idea, a mind needing miracles as evidence of a spiritual presence. This religious sensitivity would identify Jung with Hegel in questioning the spiritual worth of historical miracles. Hegel 1821. The latter does not begrudge the happy but few recipients of the healing miracles worked by Christ, but simply points out that millions of the currently afflicted remain unhealed. Hegel 1827. Hegel could well have written these lines of Jung's. The spirit and meaning of Christ are present and perceptible to us even without the aid of miracles. Miracles appeal only to the understanding of those who cannot perceive the meaning. They are mere substitutes for the not understood reality of the spirit. Jung 1969. Jung and Hegel on the figure of Christ. Jung and Hegel would also share some common ground on their understanding of the reality of Christ. Hegel's insistence on an element of necessity and universality in matters religious and philosophical led him to the position that the truth of the Christ event must first appear in mythic or representational guise as an historical depiction of a human in unqualified unity with God. The particularity of the myth would be the basis of and seed to its universal meaning. Only an initial telling of the history of the Christ as an individual in symbolic form could serve to unveil its universal truth, the death of the false, guilt-ridden consciousness of relating to a supernatural divinity wholly other than the human, and so to the death of such a God. Hegel would appear convinced that the conception of God as transcendentally other, from whose heaven the Christ figure descended, informed much of the biblical, theological, and representational account of the historical Christ, as it continues to do in much of the Christian community today. Hegel was little interested in what today would be termed the historical Christ. For him the Christ event was an historical necessity whose truth in representational form was the point of identity of the divine and human in a single person and by extension in everyone. This truth would become more evident and widespread as history proceeded. Raised to the level of universality, the death of Christ becomes the death of a relation to a supernatural God, accompanied by the realization that the Holy Spirit, as a continuation of the reality of Christ, now elevated history as such to the status of the second moment in Trinitarian life, moving toward the culmination of an historical consciousness aware of its identity with God as its end and origin. Hegel 1921. Thus, while the imagery and imagination of the historical Christ was a divine and human spiritual necessity, the meaning of the symbol is not historical in that its prime referent is not to a distant past. Rather, the symbol induces in the present the sense of the mind's inherence in the flow of divine life at any given moment in history. In this position, Hegel affirms the need of both the Christ event and its biblical depiction, but insists both must be raised or sublated to their universal meaning as describing an ever-present divine impulse in humanity supporting a heightened consciousness of their underlying identity. On a similar note, Hegel would appreciate the necessity of creedal and doctrinal statements not as intended preservatives of the experience their formulation was meant to continue, but too often killed through the necrosis of literalism and a shallow rationalism. Jung described the reduction of symbol and ritual to such superficial literalism as sacrosanct unintelligibility and preposterous nonsense. Jung 1969. For both men, symbolic discourse points beyond itself, for Hegel to a universal truth beyond the specifics of the mythical, for Jung to the deeper and universal movements of the psyche itself. In this respect, Jung's psychology has profound affinity with Hegel's Christology and goes well beyond it in certain areas of contemporary interest. As with Hegel, so for Jung, the still living myth of Christ provided the culture hero for contemporary Western society. Jung 1968. Whether this remains true today can be questioned, but that much of the West retains a Christian or, at least, monotheistic conception of divinity, whether accepted or rejected, cannot. For Jung, the symbol of Christ depicted the unity of consciousness with the unconscious as the basis of a certain collective cohesion, as do all images of culture heroes whose divinity in religious or secular form becomes the basis of the religious grounding of culture and too often of the clash of civilizations. Dourley 2010. In the instance of the symbol of Christ, always to be taken as one among many symbols of the self, Jung gives psychological validation to the biblical statement, "I and the Father are one." Christ becomes an image of consciousness wholly at one with its source, in marked affinity with the culmination of conscious development in Hegelian philosophy. However, Jung's appreciation of the symbol has always to be countered by his withering critique of its now pathogenic one-sidedness and the need for its compensation in a mythical consciousness of greatly extended inclusion. Jung 1968. Such supersession of the symbol of Christ as either personal or cultural hero is currently necessary because for Jung the image of Christ as an image of the self is maimed. It excludes the shadow, Satan, as Christ's dark brother of the same Father. Jung could also add here that the Christ image is divested of a relation to the feminine and is ambivalent on the value of the body and especially of the sexual. In fact, Jung effectively appeals, like Hegel, to the element of necessity in the movement of history to alter this situation. With Jung, this necessity is based on the unfolding of the laws of psyche rather than reason as the most significant determinants in the evolution of historical and religious consciousness. Jung's argument in this matter rests on the psychic law of compensation as it works on the evolution of consciousness and, particularly, religious consciousness. In terms of the law of compensation, Christianity, along with Mithraism, its sister religion, would owe their origin to the power of the psyche compensating the barbarism of the epoch into which they were born. Jung 1966. Such collective inhumanity and contempt for life itself drew Christianity from the unconscious. Christianity, as creative compensation to its surroundings, produced a profoundly spiritual religion to offset the then societal contempt for spiritual as well as physical and sexual life. However, as the laws of the psyche determining history worked themselves out in the wake of Christianity, its once needed emphasis on the precedence of spirit offsetting dehumanizing forms of libidinal excess became itself one-sided and so pathologizing in much of its current concretion, which does not include and too often excludes the validity of physical and sexuality reality from the wholly human. In fact, Jung will contend that Christianity's initial one-sidedness contained within it from the outset the necessity of its own transcendence in terms of the now needed extension of the sacred to what is real but not sacred in the Christian worldview. Writes Jung on Christianity's need for compensation of the image of Christ, it, the figure of Christ, is, in fact, so one-sidedly perfect that it demands a psychic complement to restore the balance. Jung 1968. The balance would appear in the form of the Antichrist, again not by some kind of historical contingency but by the working of inexorable psychological law in history depicted in the Jung 9 Antichrist. Within modernity this compensation is evident sexually in the work of Freud, materially in the work of Marx, and intellectually in the Reformation and the consequent enlightenment in its freeing the mind from religious heteronomy and the transcendent tyranny of wholly other gods stripped of evil. The implications of Jung's view of Christianity's one-sidedness demanding its own supersession in history and currently are radical. It would mean that the religions are products of the unconscious responding to the collective pathology in the society that elicits them from the agency of the self, and that this process is a continuing one. In effect, each society gets the god or gods it deserves. Divinely based moral repression in the monotheisms counters the depth of the societal deprivation it compensates. Emergence from a sense of supernaturally imposed moral restriction is emergence from an imposed divine morality, which Hegel, citing Voltaire, relates to divine toilet training, Hegel 1824. In a similar sardonic vein, Hegel relates such biblical and theological literalism to Molière's portrayal of the individual who was surprised to learn from his tutor that he had been speaking in prose all this time, Hegel 1827. Such minds are immune to the poetry of the spirit in the text to which they are exposed. Jung would supplant such spiritual obtuseness with a morality based on adherence to the truth of the self, contributing to the consciousness of God in each individual life in the manner unique to that life. Through such consciousness raising, an individual's religion itself would become a matter of response to the needs of human wholeness and totality in the contingency of the ongoing historical situation. Religious evolution driven by the psychic laws of compensation would then become a continuing process. Such an understanding of the unconscious acting through the self in the promotion of consciousness by becoming more fully conscious in the human would deny to any religion, itself produced by the unconscious, claim to an exhaustive ultimacy, and so undermine the monotheisms, each of which makes this claim. Such a denial of ultimacy would also apply to non-monotheistic religions who may not make a claim to terminal ultimacy so blatantly but imply it in their lived reality through their holy texts, rituals, and community life. Thus archetypally based compensation accounts fully for the appearance of all the divinities, and their texts, rituals, and devotional communities, as it accounts for the evolution of religious consciousness currently moving beyond an unqualified adherence to any. At a level deeper than the resacralization of those created realities not sacralized in the Christian myth, Jung identifies the substance of the evolution of religious consciousness currently emerging in human consciousness as the widespread realization that all that is, and especially the human, is, in its depths, divine. Jung and Hegel on consummate and relative religion. We have seen that Hegel understands the first or universal moment in the unfolding of the Trinity as a self-contained activity, a self-thinking thought giving itself adequate and ultimate expression. The second moment, the determinate, is manifest in the history of religion, and especially in those religions which understand their gods to be wholly other than their finite adherents. This situation is seen to prevail in the Greek, Roman, and Judaic religions, Hegel 1827. Finally, the consummate religion, the religion of singularity, is Christianity, and it is so blessed because of its Trinitarian consciousness, understood as the culmination in historical consciousness of the mind's ever-latent identity with the flow of triadic life. This means that for Hegel, Christianity is the culmination of religious historical development because it alone carries the realization that the finite is an expression of the divine, in which the divine offers itself in humanity to become self-conscious in its otherness in the restoration of the original identity of the divine and human. The difficulties with Hegel's vision emerge both within the world of Christian orthodoxy and beyond it in contemporaneity. The ontological intimacy, if not identity, it establishes between Trinitarian life and human historical life is abrasive to vast segments of Christianity's own orthodox self-understanding. Copleston, the renowned Catholic historian, is forced to conclude that Hegelianism is a form of esoteric Christianity and Christianity a form of exoteric Hegelianism. His point is that Christianity could not accept what Hegel had to offer. Yet he grants to Hegel a sincerity of intent, graciously conceding that Hegel as a self-proclaimed champion of Christianity was not writing with his tongue in his cheek, Copleston 1994. The response Hegel elicited in his own time split into right and left. The right were impressed that he did give a place and appreciation to specifically Christian symbolism, though deemed as preliminary to spiritual truth. The left were more sensitive to the implication that divinity realized itself in human history and that collective humanity was itself divine or destined to become aware that it was. Livingston 1988. Feuerbach reversed Hegel and saw divinity simply as humanity's projection of its own collective resources in the creations of God. Feuerbach was on the way to Marx's conclusion that the only significant dialectic in history was its march to universal justice to culminate in the universal identity of the individual with the species. The late Schelling after Hegel's death was to attack his philosophy as devoid of positive or existential content. Kierkegaard proposed a leap of faith to Christ to evade Hegel's integration of humanity and its history with the unfolding of the divine. Schopenhauer described the will to cease willing in the face of the frustration inherent in humanity's native drive to the infinite and the realization that only finite surcease was attainable. Finally, Nietzsche attacked bourgeois Christianity in its totality, Tillich 1967. Hegel's more immediate impact thus remains rich but ambiguous. As a Christian apologetic it failed. Its more lasting influence took on forms hostile to Christianity but still extant in contemporary culture. To today's broader secular perspective, Hegel's philosophy appears fatally tainted with Christian triumphalism. When a specific religion is presented as the culmination of the development of religion universally, including but surpassing what has come before, modern sensitivity is immediately and rightly suspicious. This suspicion is not wantonly corrosive. Rather, it is a tribute to a deepening extension of a growing religious sensitivity and relativity in various cultural forms and occasionally within the religions themselves manifest, for instance, in interfaith dialogue. This contemporary sensibility also owes a great debt to a fuller realization of what disasters have been wreaked on modernity by claims by any religion or functional equivalent to have completed civilization's evolution in itself. However, it can be convincingly argued that Hegel's philosophy could be freed from the confines of its Christian bias and still be helpful currently. For the dynamics and structure of his philosophy could serve as a cogent description of a universal religious process operative beyond the confines of confessional Christianity. This universal process freed of Christian constraint would be lodged in humanity itself as it recovers a conscious connectedness with its own common depths as the collective source of all the divinities and their disparate communities. The various religions then would be seen as diverse expressions and experiences of this common creative core, leading their devotees through their very diversity to a generative unity underlying them all, seeking an historical unity currently beyond them all. The controlling image would be of a source expressing its creativity in a diversity of particularities, each of which furthered access to the human core these diverse expression afforded. Needless to say, in this paradigm none of the expressions of a common source could be understood to exhaust the potential of its origin. Rather, the process would point to an endless but always partial revelatory sequence as the source of all revelation sought ever fuller expression in its child, historical consciousness. Such a philosophy would well describe the process of human maturation which Jung calls individuation. Individuation, the self becoming conscious in humanity, is never without wider effect. Though individuation is in some sense primarily individual, it is never without collective import. The connecting thread of direction in this process can only be toward a more universal sensitivity present in an ever more extensive cultural compassion, increasingly transparent to the full potential of the power that creates all cultures and so always open to the surpassing of the present archetypal concretions. This thinking in both Jung and Hegel brings up the question of the hidden hand in history. Jung will refer to the reversal of the fatality inherent in the Christian disposition itself through the very laws of the psyche that work in history and in so doing create its cultures and its epochs. Jung 1968. He will waffle on identifying the movements and times that began to compensate the Christian perspective, ranging from early Gnosticism to the Renaissance, through to the Enlightenment and the French Revolution. But the common thread in these remarks is that the psyche corrects not only personal imbalances but also historical imbalances and addresses the latter through new revelations and cultures. Jung 1968. Jung might even identify this hidden hand as now operative in a societal turn to a deeper interiority, and from such interiority to a heightened appreciation of the feminine, the bodily, and currently antagonistic cultural, political and religious powers whose antagonism the new mythic sense might transform into mutual appreciation of archetypal expression other than one's own. Indeed, some hints of a Jungian relativism are present even in Hegel. In his treatment of Trinity, for instance, he does point to its precedents in other religions such as the Hindu, the Pythagorean, the Platonic and Neoplatonic, the Philo and the Gnostic heretics. Hegel 1821. Had Hegel been capable of a Jungian perspective, he could have seen the above-mentioned variants of Trinitarian expression and experience as expected variations of a common archetypal dynamic describing the triadic interplay of the unconscious, consciousness and their union in spirit. Rather than seeing these other traditions as somehow surpassed by the Christian variant, Hegel might have embraced them as contributing to a fuller expression of an archetypal truth of which the Christian Trinity would be a valued instance enhanced by its pre-Christian and extra-Christian concretions. Taken together, the meaning of each variant contributes to the meaning of the whole, since archetypal wealth drives to express itself to a multiplicity of expression whose abundance defies exhaustion to any of them. The mutual appreciation of the ontological argument. Hegel's analysis of the mind's movement to a conscious recovery of its immersion in the flow of Trinitarian life presupposes a universal sense of God, even if it be of alienation, as the point of departure for his Trinitarian thought. As Hegel unpacks humanity's sensitivity to the divine, he exposes a universal sense of estrangement or guilt seeking its resolution in a return to an identity with its origin. Hegel equates humanity's natural sense of the divine, thus understood as the truth of the ontological argument. The argument itself derives from Anselm in the 12th century and put succinctly contends that the idea of God is innate to the human and supposes the existence of God as experienced. Otherwise the idea of the perfect would not be perfect unless its referent existed. As moderns, both Hegel and Jung effectively argue that the weight of the argument is not to prove the existence and identity of an entity, God, beyond the human, but to identify the immediate sense of God in the human. Hegel 1831. Tillich puts this same point well in his position that the ontological argument proves nothing, attempts to prove nothing, but simply documents the immediate experience of the divine by the human universally in the many forms it can take. Tillich 1951. With Anselm and Descartes the ontological argument was intellectual, with Kant it was moral, with the legal mind it lies in the sense of absolute justice, with the aesthetic in the sense of beauty, and with others wherever the sense of the unconditional is experientially present or implied. In these positions Tillich's indebtedness to Hegel is obvious. In Hegel's view the ontological argument is the only genuine one, even though it frequently appears tacked onto variants of the cosmological or teleological arguments that argue a posteriori from the finite to the infinite. Hegel 1831. The ontological argument is a priori and departs from the point that precedes the split into subject/object, God/creation, supernatural/natural, divine/human. It starts from the point Hegel describes as the unity of subject and object. Hegel 1831. In this context the reference is to the point where human subjectivity and the objectively divine coincide in being. Hegel attributes, as does Jung, the origin of this position to Plato. Hegel 1831, Jung 1971. The attainment of this consciousness would describe the culmination of the coincidence of opposites, divine and human, in a life lived out of its inherence in the flow of divine life as its creative origin, throughout its temporal history, and back to a conscious inhesion in its origin as the foundational and ever-cyclical movement of the human spirit caught up in it. This philosophical vision lies behind Hegel's simple but profound assertion that religion is God's self-consciousness. Hegel 1821, 1827. The ontological argument is humanity's immediate intimation that this is what religion is, and so the argument is in itself religious or rests on the premise of the religious experience of knowing God through God's knowledge of the person known. Finite consciousness knows God only to the extent that God knows himself in it. In this sense the ground of the finite mind is by its nature a divine soil, but a living soil, out of which divinity is born into consciousness, and humanity's ultimate humility is in the attainment and acknowledgement of its natural divinity intimated in the experiential substance of the ontological argument. Hegel 1821. Jung, like Hegel and Tillich, is explicit that the ontological argument is neither argument nor conclusion but simply points to a sense of God held by those who refuse to reduce cognition to sensation and its derivatives. Jung 1971. His most extensive treatment of the argument is in the context of the medieval dispute between the realists, defenders of the reality of the universals, and the sensualist, here taken to mean those who would reduce the knowable to the interplay of mind with the sensibly perceptible. For this mindset the universals were words or sounds. For Jung, Anselm, and the realists were a class of men, among whom he surely included himself, who were convinced of the power of the universals whose efficacy was hardly diminished by their invisibility to the world of perception. In this context, Jung is obviously implying that the power of the universals rests on the archetypal as the source of the numinous. To his credit, in these passages Jung refers both to the vulnerability of the argument but also to its strange staying power into the 19th century with Hegel and Fichte. In the end, he almost mimics Tillich and to some extent Hegel in affirming that the ontological argument is neither argument nor proof but a psychological demonstration of the psychology of those whose minds are more impressed by the power of the invisible than the yield of the senses. Jung thus pays an initial tribute to both sides of this argument, realist and sensualist, before taking his own stance and grounding the prevailing truth of the ontological argument on a psychological fact as the basis of its longevity. And what is the substance of the psychological fact? Jung argues that it is the consensus gentium. And what is this universal consensus of the peoples? It is the fact that humanity is vested with a natural sense of the divine, however understood or experienced. At this point Jung shows his own considerable philosophical acumen, again in line with modern commentators who endorse the argument as a psychological fact but deny that it points to an entity or thing, res, namely, God beyond the psyche. Jung's argument here is sophisticated and has significant consequences. It would mean, as Hegel had argued, that God is not an entity over against humanity and related to humanity and the psyche from without as would be an object of the senses. Rather, the reality of God is elevated from the substantive to the experiential level, and in the elevation is universalized. In concrete terms, this would mean that humanity is universally vested with a sense of the divine which does not have as its referent an existent invisible object. When the ontological argument is taken to point to a divine object, it oversteps its legitimate boundaries. Imaging God as an object or entity over against human subjectivity itself reduced to an object by this very imaging violates the human mind and engages humanity in an unworthy and spiritually debilitating conception of God as other. In Hegel's imagery, such a God is bad infinity and imbues humanity with a false consciousness and the inevitable guilt that accompanies such estranged otherness. Hegel 1967. But can humanity live with the conclusions Jung's psychology forces, that is, live with a sense of God which has no object yet takes on as many forms as there are gods and individuals attached to them, and is, at the same time, the inescapable product of the psyche itself? In terms of Western religiosity, few but the mystics seem up to the challenge. The existence of the one and only gods in the form of three transcendent entities spawns diverse orthodoxies whose existence continues to refute such saving relativism. Elaboration of the foregoing. Hegel and Jung on the birth of consciousness as creation and fall. In the spirit of Boehme but with greater philosophical acumen, Hegel understands nature and human nature to be the result of the divine split between God and what is, at least initially, perceived to be other than God. The split was a necessary split if God was to become self-conscious, and yet it was equally tragic. The necessity gave birth to human consciousness. The tragedy lay in the removal of consciousness from an unqualified but unreal and premature unity of divinity and humanity. The consciousness Genesis describes in pre-fallen paradise prior to discrimination, the state an Hegelian perspective describes as dreaming innocence prior to the birth of consciousness. Hegel rejects literalism in all its forms, and in this instance he rejects Genesis if taken literally to mean that somehow all are condemned in the fall of an original couple, two unfortunate individuals in relation to their unfortunate God, rejected in spite of giving them everything except the power of differentiation. Rather, Hegel would have it that original sin is universal, not as the result of the parentage of a fallen original couple but as a result of each individual's becoming conscious as an individual and finite human being in apparent discontinuity from all else and from a common origin. Hegel 1821. The will to know, to be like God, both brings about the distancing from God but is also the necessary precondition to the drive to a recovered identity. Knowledge heals the wound that it itself is. In this paradigm, creation and fall are but two sides of a single event, the willful emergence of human consciousness. Original sin is relocated in the universal event of the individual becoming self-conscious. When the individual becomes self-conscious, the individual is created, and in this creation the individual becomes aware of one's essential truth from which it is distanced in creation yet to whose recovery it is driven. Thus creation and fall are universal in so much as they describe the ambivalence of the individual's being self-conscious in the world. The moment of self-consciousness is the moment of creation, and in it the individual is initially and deeply aware of a profound estrangement from the depths of one's being, from others, and from a common source of both self and other. Such a situation is a gift and a burden. It means that the individual is, but is in a state of what Hegel terms the anguish of separation from one's origin and deepest truth. To be conscious is thus to be fallen and in a state calling for redemption as the recovery of one's origin and so essential being. This epistemology and ontology easily translate to psychology. The ego as born from the unconscious becomes self-conscious. Creation happens. Yet the ego thus born knows something is seriously wrong. It is alienated from its origin. It must return to its source and yet never wholly forego its created reality as ego. As seen, Hegel's solution lies in the recovery by the individual of the point of its identity with the divine and so with the all. This consciousness comes then to inform both personal consciousness and the collective cultus as the basis of the sense of the sacred and of a particular sacramentalism, the Christian, continuous with the sacramentalism of what is when perceived as grounded in the divine. The dialectic endemic to Jung's psychology also identifies the moment of the birth of consciousness with the moment of creation and fall. The ego in proceeding from the unconscious, the mother, into existence beyond her is, for the first time, faced with the terrors of both life and death beyond the mother understood as the undifferentiated and seductive plenitude and protection of the unconscious. Jung 1966. The birth of the ego can be likened to a dissociation from its source comparable to Hegel's conception of a universal estrangement of consciousness from its origin. Jung uses language similar to Hegel's to describe the birth of consciousness from the mother. The moment of the rise of consciousness of the separation of subject and object is indeed a birth. This initial freedom of the ego, the conscious subject, from the mother, as unconscious source, becomes a life and death struggle, for the relation to the mother must cease, must die, and this is almost the same as dying oneself. What must die is the ego's imprisonment in the maternal unconscious. Jung's response to this situation is also analogous to Hegel's. The alienation of the ego from its source can only be defeated by its recovery of its source through its return to the universal womb, for Jung orchestrated by the self in never-ending cyclical patterns. Through the repeated baptism of the ego into its origins worked by the self becomes more conscious and individual in history. The essential movement here, as it is with Hegel, is that of the conscious recovery of one's origin in the completion of both the originating power and its child, consciousness, as the underlying dynamic of personal and collective history. Christ as the unity of opposites, the death of God and sublation. At this point some attention should be redirected to the image of Christ in Hegel and Jung. Hegel argues consistently that the Father, or first principle in the divine human drama, others itself in the second principle, the Logos, and in so doing creates divine and human consciousness. But what distinguishes Hegel's perspective is that even in othering itself in the creation of finite consciousness, the divine source of consciousness remains the ground or depth of finite consciousness. Thus humanity from the outset is implicitly but unconsciously divine and driven by its very alienation from its divinity to become more intensely aware of it. Processes of redemption are therefore processes in which the implicit becomes explicit, in which humanity recovers fully the consciousness of what it is, namely, divine and embedded in the flow of divine life. The recovery of the unity of divinity and humanity depicted in the myth of Christ returns to themes first developed in a more religious and less philosophical idiom with Eckhart. The idea is that the emergence of finite consciousness from its creative precedent is a negation of the identity of the infinite and finite in that preceding state beyond differentiation. The very consciousness of the finite individual negates the individual's identity with the God imagined as preceding creation. Hegel and Tillich call this identity of creator and creature prior to creation a state of dreaming innocence universally broken in the individual's option to become conscious. Hegel 1827, Tillich 1957. In effect, this state coincides with Jung's description of the unconscious prior to the emergence of the discriminating ego from it. Once emergent, the ego is imbued with a sense of distance from its origin within and faces the apparently absolute opposition of archetypally based opposites without. If this identity of divine and human from which consciousness has departed is to be restored, then finite consciousness must be negated. This is what is meant by the phrase the negation of the negation, Hegel 1827. The total negation of self-consciousness as that of an individual other than God is one way of understanding the symbol of crucifixion. In it, God as other to humanity dies toward an emerging total identification with humanity, and humanity is divested of its false consciousness of God as wholly other than itself. Out of this negation comes an affirmation. God as the ultimate reality of humanity affirms humanity from humanity's own profound intersection with the divine, now not in a heaven beyond this world but in the world and its history. Thus resurrection and ascension are aspects of the divine affirmation of humanity which occurs when humanity has died to its sense of God as other and is affirmed in its unity with the divine beyond the split in the present moment. Hegel 1967. Hegel, no doubt, assumes that this can happen in individual lives and in humanity collectively. As such, it remains both a present and an eschatological reality realized in Christ consciousness as the end toward which history moves, but also to be worked out in history subsequent to the event. When Jung gives his own answer to Job, he also invokes the image of crucifixion between opposites, leading to a consciousness in which the divine self-contradiction is resolved in humanity as the basic meaning of its history. He describes the image of Christ between thieves as divine as it is human, as eschatological as it is psychological. Jung 1969. Indeed, suffering, the form that the divine contradiction takes in each individual life, works toward a more integrated consciousness of the divine in the human and is the substance of the psychological dynamic Jung calls the transcendent function. Imaged as crucifixion, the transcendent function is the full acceptance and living out of the uniqueness of one's fate as redemptive of oneself and of whatever divinely based archetypal opposites are at play in the suffering. In this matter, Hegel and Jung share a like conviction that the meaning of the Christ event does not lie in a past historical event. It lies rather in the spiritual and psychological reenacting of the event in individual and community. For Jung, the Christian of whatever religion is the individual who experiences personally the major moments in the life of Christ. Birth, death, and resurrection as the substance of the Christian mystery become recurrent moments in the cyclical life of the psyche itself and in its maturation. Those who really attend Mass are not bystanders but those who experience the ongoing sacrifice of ego to self and self to ego in the privacy of their psychic life, which the Mass expresses and can induce in those who participate in its psychology. This hermeneutic enables Jung to apply the Vincentian canon to the Mass and state that what happens in the life of Christ happens always and everywhere to everyone as one among many descriptions of the major moments of human maturation. When Jung writes, "What happens in the life of Christ happens always and everywhere," Jung 1969, he is not writing as a Christian imperialist. He is arguing that the imagery and ritual of any and every specific tradition describes the major movements of the archetypal psyche to maturation universally through the imagery and ritual specificity to the tradition they inform. In this hermeneutic, it would be equally appropriate to say that what happens in the life of Abraham, Mohammed, Ramakrishna, and the Buddha happens always and everywhere and in everyone. Sublation and freedom. The negation of the transcendent God, God as wholly other, symbolized in the death of Christ, means that divinity and humanity are mutually engaged in a recovery of an original identity beyond difference. This negation of difference toward an emerging identity is what Hegel understands by sublation. While this position may appear somewhat theoretical, it has profound consequences for the understanding of human freedom philosophically and psychologically. For the experience of one's identity with divinity is the most profound basis of human freedom. In the sublation, the individual realizes one's essential truth, one might say one's essential self, as it is grounded in the energy of the divine. The experience of this groundedness is the ultimate basis of self-realization and brings with it that quality of security which can only rest, to whatever degree realized, on the experience of one's identity with the essential self. In Hegel's paradigm, such identity is the culmination of his philosophy and of philosophy itself, but is itself a profoundly religious experience. Self-realization, freedom and security, as well as living beyond the guilt of estrangement from one's truth, are thus with Hegel merely different sides of the one process of sublation, the movement of the mind from symbolic expression to identity with what the symbols express. The freedom described here is not a freedom of indetermination, arbitrariness or of any kind of licentiousness. Rather it is a freedom of being determined by one's deepest truth. Adherence to one's essential truth and living out of the confidence and courage such freedom inspires becomes the basis of a freedom and affirmation which cannot be negated. It is the kind of freedom that enabled Socrates, Christ, and Joan of Arc to choose death rather than betray their essential self. Sublation in its Hegelian sense as grounding freedom and courageous affirmation is in some direct continuity with the mystical experience of moving into and out of the nothingness of God as Godhead with Eckhart and as Ungrund with Boehme. With Eckhart such unity enables him to affirm that he has recovered his eternal truth, one from which he is not and cannot be wholly separated in time. Eckhart 1978. Boehme also appreciates the curative and empowering force of a return to nothingness. Stout 1957. However, Eckhart and especially Boehme understand these necessarily periodic or intermittent episodes of identity with God to culminate in a return to a fuller humanity more actively engaged in its finite circumstances. Hegel gives to this process a philosophical precision through his understanding of the negation of God as other. The Christ event once realized and mythologized as the basis of a concrete life now becomes a universal reality in the movement of the energies of the Spirit to their fullness in history as it moves to its completion in whatever form it does so. Thus Hegel brings to completion in philosophical form centuries of a growing mystical intuition that the meaning of human life, collectively and individually, is the redemption of God in time. What Hegel does for the mystical tradition as a philosopher, Jung does as a psychologist. He too is explicit in locating the meaning of life and history in the human suffering of the many-sided divine self-contradiction through to its ultimate resolution as history completes itself in a divine human synthesis. In Jung and Hegel the reversal of the original Christian vision of divine transcendence in a wholly other God relating to the human in a contingent arbitrariness is recognized as dehumanizing and superseded with the conscious statement that divinity is driven to create in order to complete itself in humanity. The substance of Hegel's philosophy can be found in Jung's reflection on the evolution of human consciousness and religion. Consequently, man's achievement of consciousness appears as the result of prefigurative archetypal processes or, to put it metaphysically, as part of the divine life process. In other words, God becomes manifest in the human act of reflection. Jung 1969. Hegel on philosophy and religion, the psychological implications. Hegel's thought culminates in the mind's subjective and unqualified inherence in a divine subjectivity. Such absolute intersubjectivity is the basis of a truly objective experience of the divine. In this perspective the philosophical, the theological, the psychological, and the mystical unite as three aspects of the same experience. The truth of the ontological argument resting on the point of the identity of the mind with the divine subjectivity in its depths is the ultimate form of mystical experience. For Hegel the ontological argument becomes a responsible philosophical statement of the ultimate unio mystica, mystical union, Hegel 1827. Though Hegel could give the moment little content, perhaps because in the best of apophatic traditions it has none, nevertheless, he can and does philosophically describe its dynamics and necessity as the culmination of the human angryzion into God in the service of God's redemption in history. Jung's psychology is hardly shallower than Hegel's philosophy. It too was to find the basis of the objective absolute in the ground of human subjectivity. In his formulations of the unconscious Jung would relate such subjectivity to the objective psyche, Jung 1969. The difficulty in Jung's use of this language lay in the fact that the objective unconscious is the archetypal unconscious and therefore very much alive and so imbued with its own subjectivity. Paradoxically this objectivity is a living subjectivity vested with the greatest subjective impact on consciousness, that of the numinous. As fully alive the objective unconscious effectively coincided with the universally possessed and possessing archetypal ground of the psyche. Though its expressions would vary from individual to individual and from culture to culture in possible infinite variation, the ground of such expression was objectively universal. The basic teleology in Jung's psychology is the redemptive movement of this archetypal ground into full human consciousness. Because of the infinite creative fecundity of this ground, its exhaustive synthesis with consciousness can never be attained nor abandoned in history. It cannot be attained because its fecundity will also outstrip its actualization in human consciousness. Nor can it be abandoned, since the deepest movement of the psyche and meaning in life is that of the unbounded unconscious becoming conscious. The movement involved in this redemption is that of the re-immersion of consciousness into the source of the totality in the depths of the psyche and the return to a fuller consciousness from such immersion. Thus the pattern of the redemption of the divine in Hegel and Jung retains a basic morphological identity. The redemption of the divine can only occur through a moment of identity with it as the precedent to its fuller incarnation, in Jung's sense, in human consciousness. Further remarks on historicism and literalism. Hegel's consistent attack on literalism and externalism is dramatically vigorous in his rejection of the Catholic understanding of transubstantiation. Its literalism and externality identifies the divine with food to be ingested. The literalism offends the sacred quality of sacramentalism by making the Mass like a county fair in which grace is bought and sold, much like market produce in a festive surrounding. Hegel 1821. Here Hegel is arguing that a sacramentalism that remains unaware of its continuity with the sacramental reality of all that is, or fails to repeat the experienced reality of the divine in the participant in the sacrament, reduces the sacraments to an unbecoming magical mechanism unrelated to the natural presence of the divine in nature and human nature. In his remarks on the Catholic Mass and the doctrine of transubstantiation, he contends that the true meaning of transubstantiation is to be found in the apotheosis of all that is as it becomes transparent to and pervaded by its living divine ground. Needless to say, Hegel's attack on literalism extends to miracles. For Hegel, the true miracle is in the mind's recovery of its native Anhesion in the divine and its celebration in the cultus or Christian ritual. Hegel 1821. Jung too felt that historicism and literal biblicism were anti-religious. In their effort to substantiate the mythical, they discredited it and with it religion itself. In this sense, his whole psychology is an effort to provide an apology not for any specific religion but for religious experience itself, carried initially by symbolic discourse and enactment. In this, his psychology would provide to his times an effective apologetic current that spokesmen of religion could not. Jung 1966a. 227. Jung sought throughout his life to restore the experience the symbolic carries as the basis of the sense of the religious in humanity universally. This deeper restoration had to re-establish the credulity of religion before any particular religion could again become meaningful. In this sense, his apology on behalf of religion itself is far more extensive than Hegel's apology, constricted as it is to the Christian myth. In this sense, Jung would take up and extend Hegel's attack on religious literalism, informing a gross and often fundamentalist biblicism in his contention that the unconscious creates all Bibles and their discourse in order to enable the reader to enter the depths from which the various Bibles themselves emerge across institutional lines. Of course, for Jung, the process would begin with the individuals writing their own biblical revelation, composed in large part by their dream texts. The historical and political implications. In spite of the profound affinity between them, there is a foundational difference between Jung and Hegel which cannot be overcome, though it hardly negates their spiritual kinship. Just as Hegel's philosophy brought Christianity to full self-consciousness by showing to it the universal meaning of its myth, the universal underlying identity of the divine and human, so does Jung's psychology complete Hegel by extending it beyond Christianity and any particular revelation. Both Hegel and Jung would share a foundational agreement on the reality of a power which precedes and gives rise to human consciousness and seeks its realization in humanity from its ever-present basis in the consciousness it creates. Discrete religions can then be universally acknowledged and appreciated as instances of this function. The claim by any source to have brought the process to completion is today seen as a murderous idolatry. This is a crucial shared position, but from it the two thinkers begin to deviate. Hegel's understanding of the necessary manifestation of the ground is in fact less inclusive and more simplistic than Jung's. However, Jung would include more in the spirit's becoming conscious of itself in history, and so Jung's spirit is of wider embrace and more inclusive than Hegel's. With Jung, the ground contains and must express in creation more highly defined opposites than Hegel takes seriously. Thus, with Jung, the task of consciousness is first to clearly perceive the opposites latent in the ground of consciousness, and then through the suffering of their conflict to unite them in itself. The major opposites with which Jung works are those of spirit/matter, male/female, and good/evil, the latter personified in the Christ/Satan split. The unity of these opposites would demand a synthesis that supersedes Christianity and which Christianity can hardly endorse or attain in its current form. With Hegel, the spirit works exclusively or solely to the unity of divine and human subjectivity beyond the split of creation/fall and subject/object. With Jung, the spirit works the unity of spirit with matter and so gives some credence to the eternity of the bodily symbolized in Boehme's subtle body, but not seriously worked in Hegel, where matter is essentially absorbed in spirit, though necessary in the creation of the human as embodied spirit. For Jung, the spirit of the self further works an androgyny in present and eschatological humanity, again a theme present in Boehme and effectively absent in Hegel. Finally, the spirit would work a resolution between good and evil, or Christ and Satan. Boehme gave symbolic formulation to this unity of opposites in the manner in which he understood the light and dark sides of God to unite in the fire/light or fire/love of God within the human. The most Hegel can say about this union is his location of evil, in some considerable continuity with Boehme, in the affirmation of the ego unrelated to its own depths in divinity and so to the other than itself in its environment. Such affirmation, though taken to a philosophical level, is not far removed from Boehme's insight that the implacable pathological and unrelated ego affirmation of nature and human nature is grounded in the dark side of divinity and as such is the reality of evil. But Hegel is less able to affirm even in mystery how evil and good are to unite in the final synthesis of spirit. The closest he would come would be the identification of evil with the insensitivity, religious and otherwise, of living away from or in contradiction to humanity's natural inherence in the full flow of divine life. This life is always a synthetic union of the Father power with the benign light of the Logos concurrently in the divine and human. Evil becomes a misperception of the mind's latent identity with the divine, and this misperception and fascination with the less than ultimate must fall away. This defeat of alienation in all its forms is impressive and profoundly meaningful, but lacks the impact of the needed embrace of Christ and Satan as the ultimate symbol of the unity of good and evil within the psyche and beyond the psyche, especially between archetypally bonded communities. No doubt Jung is also ambivalent on this most difficult dimension of the unity of opposites. But at least his psychology does entertain the notion of absolute evil as the projection on the other, enabled and fostered by one's own claim to exhaustive and exclusive possession of and by the absolute good. Dourley 2003, 2010. Today, conflicting societal absolutes, religious and secular, bond a variety of communities in conflict on the world stage. The possibility of demonizing the other in the name of one's own truth is both raised and undermined in Jung's thought on the conflict of good and evil and in the spirit which would unite them in a richer and more pacific humanity. Hegel was aware that divinity's drive to become conscious in humanity lay behind the differentiation and bonding of national and ethnic/religious communities. There were qualifiers in that each cultural concretion expressed the absolute spirit in itself, even as such expression sought its own supersession in so doing. Yet within the context of the state as the expression of spirit, Hegel felt that war was not only tolerable but necessary in the progressive unfolding of history. Coplestone 1994. In this he anticipates Huntington's perception that current wars between ethnic blocs are religious wars because the power of the absolute, in religious, ethnic, or political forms, in the collective foundational faith of the cultures in conflict makes war possible if not necessary. Huntington 1993. 1996, Dourley 2010. Even though he suffered personally from the invasion, Hegel could peer out of his quarters in Jena and proclaim that in the French Republican Army he could see the hand of God in history. No doubt one could agree with his analysis at that time. The army stood for democracy and the modern origin of the values currently funding human rights. Today, the march of history through military conflict is no longer tolerable. The motivation for war still lives in archetypal collective possession as the ultimate basis of one's national or political faith, but the weaponry is too advanced. Such competing cultural faiths now threaten the survival of the species unless they can move through themselves to a position beyond themselves. The Jungian alternative to archetypal conflict settled by war in the external forum shifts the battlefield to the internal forum. The opposites are to be faced in the war within the individual psyche. This relocation of the legitimate locus of war demands a maturity that may currently be beyond the reach of the human. for it would mean that one's deepest commitments would have to respect and eventually come even to admire the bonding faith of those differently committed. From this ideal and hopefully emerging perspective, action in the interest of the imposition of one's own religious or political faith commitments on others, especially by force, would be deemed coercive and dehumanizing, and rejected as a legitimate choice. The crusades in the name of any god, religious or political, would be over as blocks of believers examined their convictions in the light of the truth of the counter-convicted, with a light beyond the demonization of the infidel. Such inclusiveness has not yet worked in the religious field of ecumenical endeavor among those of the same faith, and has had little more success at the level of broader interfaith dialogue. Nor do political factions within countries and conflict between countries appear to be diminishing, so strong is the faith that binds the factions. The internalization of conflict and its inner resolution does offer humanity a valuable resource in avoiding the universal genocide Jung feared and warned of at the end of his life. Jung 1976. To what extent such internalization will prove possible and effective remains to be seen. Thus, in the end, Hegel remains very much a Trinitarian thinker, unable specifically to sacralize the body, the feminine and the demonic in his version of the age of the spirit. Jung does this by expanding his cosmology to a quaternity. This implies that as reason moves out of its ground, that is, as the second principle moves out of the first, reason itself perceives the opposites in its ground. Thus the one becomes two, but the second principle really gives birth to the suffering consciousness of the opposites, that is, to the second and third, which demand the fourth, the spirit, as their resolution and so completion of their origin, the one. This is the burden of Jung's frequent citation of the alchemist Maria Prophet Issa, Jung 1968. This cosmology simply includes more than a Trinitarian universe can, because it takes seriously the opposites which it perceives in reality and knows to be grounded in reality's source. Thus the quaternitarian synthesis demands that the completion of the divine spirit in the human spirit include the earth, the feminine and the demonic, without which the age of the spirit remains pallid, a ghostly product of reason alone. Jung's concept of spirit can meet this demand. Hegel's does not. And so Jung's psychology envisions a completion of divinity and humanity that Hegel cannot. Jung does this with his understanding that divinity creates human consciousness as the sole locus of its own redemption, which is to include and embrace all that is potential but unrealized or as yet unconscious in the primordial pleroma. More, Jung provides his culture not only with this newer cosmology but also with the possibility of its access through contact with the unconscious as the source of history. This access is most effective through one of current culture's most neglected resource, namely through the personal dream, now functioning as the individual's personal revelation. As the sense that one is in immediate contact with one's greatest truth through this neglected venue of the dream, a sense of individual autonomy inevitably follows, almost as a vaccination against the appeal of collectivist voices to an unconscious mob. Jung's psychology, then, completes the recall of the gods from their towering transcendence to their identification as the compelling inner urgencies which seek consciousness in each life and can destroy or enhance life to the extent that consciousness can enter or fail to enter a yet newer testament with them. Jung's sense of a needy divinity driven to become conscious in its creature was dawning on Western consciousness as early as Mechthild's poetry describing a bored trinity compelled to create her in order to make love with her. The insight gained full philosophical expression in Hegel and expanded further in Jung's psychology. As stated at the opening of this chapter, Hegel, Jung, and the mystics who contributed to such consciousness and to the hope and wealth it proffers the contemporary spiritual situation would give common assent to the closing lines of Hegel's phenomenology that without history in which it becomes real, divinity would remain lifeless, solitary and alone. Hegel 1967. 6. The answer to Job. The humanity of the divine as the divinity of the human. The psyche and containment. The remarkable coincidence between Jung's own understanding of the psyche and the tenets of Hegelian philosophy are nowhere more obvious than in his late commentary on the biblical Job, Jung 1952. If it had not become increasingly obvious in his earlier work, it becomes crystal clear in this one that the relationship between the divine and the human is the relationship between the archetypal unconscious and the ego as the seat of human consciousness. In this work, Jung unequivocally equates the relationship between God and humanity with the relationship between the unconscious and consciousness. This containment means that the dialectic between the ego and the unconscious is one between the ego as center of consciousness and the power that creates this center within the psyche. It means that consciousness from its beginning has been and is in a reciprocal dynamic with its origin and its origin with it. Within this reciprocity, the unconscious is forced to create consciousness to become conscious in it, just as the ego must repeatedly return to its origin as a prelude to making its origin conscious in the human ego. This dialectic and its cyclical dynamic give whatever meaning and vitality is given to individual and collective human consciousness, a vitality which derives from the developing self-consciousness of the divine in individual and history. The dialectic between the ego and the archetypal toward their resolution in consciousness describes the teleology of history, personal and species-wide, as one in which the unconscious and consciousness are driven toward an ever greater integration, a mutual synthesis, culminating in what the religious imagination might describe as God all in all. Jung describes the suffering attendant on the union of divinely based opposites in consciousness as itself the answer to Job. This answer is at once both psychological and eschatological. It is both because the union of divinity and humanity, of the unconscious with consciousness, moves humanity toward a total conscious integration of its origin at the insistence of the origin and out of the need of the origin itself to become conscious in humanity. This process is the reality of individuation itself, a reality Jung describes as psychological and metaphysical, meaning religious in this context. But it is also eschatological in so much as it describes the teleological impulse of the psyche in the movement of individual and species toward a consciousness wholly transparent to the creative plenitude of their common matrix. Beyond its psychological, eschatological, and metaphysical substance, Jung could well extend his vision here to a consistent philosophy of history whose teleology and meaning derive from the origin of consciousness becoming self-conscious in its creature. Such a perspective is consistent with the theological meaning of kairos, the awaited time when the origin of history will appear within it. Jung's vision would perceive individual and collective maturation as in itself a religious reality working itself out in history as the basis of the meaning of history, even though such an understanding of religion would surpass most religions' current self-understanding. This is not to deny that they have been among the most significant contributors to the process in the past. They have after all expressed in consciousness the power of the archetypal, and in expressing it led their members into its conscious experience even as they remain unconscious of what it is they do and have done in their history and currently. Currently the development of human maturation, history, and the movement of the religious instinct itself transcend all extant religions in their current self-understanding toward a still inchoate religious consciousness as a more encompassing, inclusive and so truly consummate religion. The foregoing statements express Jung's mature understanding of the divine-human relationship. All bear affinities with the tenets of Hegel's philosophy even as they surpass them in breadth of inclusion. If Hegel thought of himself as completing Christianity, Jung could present himself as completing Hegel by elevating the latter's thought on religion and its historical realization to the level of the engagement of archetypal powers with human historical consciousness universally. This engagement is the substance of Jung's psychology. The mutual maturation of the divine and the human is never pain-free. The suffering involved in uniting the many sides of the divine self-contradiction in consciousness is well brought out in Jung's statement, "The whole world is God's suffering," and every individual man who wants to get anywhere near his own wholeness knows that this is the way of the cross. Jung 1969. The unfolding drama. From Yahweh's viewpoint, Jung's answer to Job is an extended and complex metaphor. The work rests on the literary conceit that the relation of Yahweh to Job is that of the divine to the human and of the unconscious to the ego, where alone the unconscious becomes self-conscious. This ploy enables Jung to separate the autonomous but inseparable unconscious and ego from each other and then view their interaction as divine and human agencies. In the earlier part of the work, Yahweh is the God in question, though as the work goes on the terms Yahweh and God tend to be used interchangeably. Jung 1952. Their convertibility within the controlling metaphor of the work lies in the fact that the work corrodes all forms of orthodox monotheism in a variety of ways. It assumes that the monotheistic God is really the polarized power of the unconscious driven by inner necessity to create consciousness as the sole locus of its own unification. The divine necessity to create establishes a relationship of mutual dependence or need between the divine and what might be called created consciousness. It assumes that the divinity is itself a conflicted life force whose antinomies can only be recognized and resolved in conscious humanity. Humanity's vocation is then to assist its creator in the resolution of its divine bipolar dysfunction. It also assumes that if creation is an expression of its underlying source, then all that is expressed including evil must exist in that source. None of the extant monotheisms, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, can confess to these features as descriptive of their specific one and only gods. Job's realization of the defective nature of the God he faced in Yahweh constitutes, then, the beginning of the end of the monotheistic epoch in the development of religious consciousness. Jung clearly locates the origin of the one and only holy other gods in the depths of human interiority from which they originally emerged in the projections which jointly create them and the faith of their communities. Yet in their passing Jung and the modern can bow to the profound and accurate description of the dynamics of the deeper psyche they did provide in projection, even as the conscious individual now turns from their transcendent remove to face their unquestionable force within the confines of the personal psyche. In the opening interface between Job and Yahweh, the latter is portrayed unkindly as a personification of an unconscious state wholly divested of a discriminating consciousness. He is immoral, too unconscious to be moral, and, despite his omniscience and omnipotence, unconscious that even a god should be bound by the ethic he propounds and the commandments he reveals for others. He is unduly suspicious of his people, disturbed by a doubt in their fidelity, a doubt personified and intensified by Satan from whom he has little distance. He is so barbaric that Jung can write that the depiction of the Creator as a conscious being is a naive assumption and a disastrous prejudice. To the contrary, Yahweh is possessed of an animal nature, reminiscent of Teilhard de Chardin's observation of the cruel loss of life in evolution's experimental movement toward the human brain and self-consciousness. In these passages Jung is attacking Victor White's position that evil be understood as a privatio boni, a privation or absence of the good, giving considerable credibility to the conjecture that Jung's answer to Job serves also as an answer to Victor White's Thomistic philosophy and theology with its schizoid separation of a naturally good God from a humanity solely responsible for evil. Stein 2007, Dourley 2010. Rather than a conscious and perfect being, Yahweh is a divine narcissist fed by the unending praise of others and susceptible to rage and withdrawal when such praise is withdrawn. Jung 1952. Claims to omnipotence and omniscience are sadly undermined in Yahweh's regret about his creatures turning against him. Could he not have foreseen it in his omniscience and countered it in his omnipotence? Further, were his omnipotence and justice not undermined in his inability to honor the covenant between himself and his people, exiled to Babylon in spite of his power? Yet in the face of so compelling an indictment there are some redeeming features. One such feature is Yahweh's need for humanity and its power of conscious discrimination so obviously lacking in himself. His very railing against Job is an inadvertent confession of his need for Job and of Job's superior consciousness and morality. At the same time, Yahweh's necessity to relate to the human where alone he can become self-conscious is steeped in ambiguity. Yahweh needs to become conscious in the human and yet fears doing so. Put succinctly, Jung writes, that is to say, God wants to become man but not quite. Becoming fully human would confine Yahweh to human finitude there stripped of divine prerogatives and arbitrariness. But the divine reluctance to become human also impairs or delays but could never destroy humanity's emerging sense of its native divinity. This divine reluctance to forego divine transcendent emotional irresponsibility in the name of unrestricted freedom is again evident in Jung's remarks on Yahweh's fear of becoming conscious and the relativization which this entails. Jung's understanding of the relativity of God is a radical side of Jung's thought still in need of more detailed exposure. As previously seen, Jung uses the term in the title of his work on Eckhart to move to the idea that regression to identity with the divine potential in the unconscious serves as a prelude to the renewal of life and so the increasing consciousness of humanity on its return from such identity. Jung 1971. The relativity of God in a Jungian context refers to the psychic reality that God can become conscious only in humanity's recovery of its own native divinity in a wholly internal dialectic. As such, it serves as a synonym for Jung's extended understanding of incarnation and his later use of the term penetration to get at the same urgency of the archetypal to become conscious in humanity. Jung 1976, Dourley 2010. Once again, the meaning of history takes on a religious import in its core. From Job's viewpoint, the necessity of the creation of ego consciousness and the redemption of divinity switches focus to Job's role and, by extension, humanity's, in the divine/human dialogue. From the outset of their conversation, Job is in the much weaker position before the might of Yahweh, but his very vulnerability is the basis of a higher consciousness honed by an instinct to survive in the face of the might of the unconscious. Thus the initial equation is that of a brute power, Yahweh, as vastly superior in sheer overwhelming strength as he is inferior in consciousness, over against a much weaker power, ego consciousness itself, as superior in discernment as it is weak in power. In short, Job is more conscious than his creator and the creator more powerful than Job. Jung 1952. Job's conscious perception of Yahweh's polarized tendencies to swing between the affirmation and denial of moral and ethical positions gives him a numinous knowledge beyond that of Yahweh's as the basis of an emerging new revelation. Job's experience of Yahweh provides him not only with a higher knowledge but also with a superior moral sensitivity which over time forces the powerful Yahweh into the recognition that Job's discriminating morality has defeated and shamed him. As such, Yahweh's defeat at the hands of Job becomes a powerful drive to his own humanization, that is, incarnation in consciousness. Given the state of the collective religious imagination then and now, Job could only propitiate, even perhaps humor, Yahweh along. But his confrontation with Yahweh puts him in a superior position. As a result of his dialogue with Yahweh, Job becomes a judge over God himself. The emerging reciprocity between the divine and the human in a pattern of mutual redemption becomes the opening act in the emergence of a new myth ending the reign of the religious monotheisms and by extension all monotheisms including the political, which is now more threatening to humanity than the more easily identifiable religious versions. Writes Jung, an unusual scandal was blowing up in the realm of metaphysics, with supposedly devastating consequences, and nobody was ready with a saving formula which would rescue the monotheistic conception of God from disaster. Strong words these. But what monotheistic conception of God began to move beyond salvation with the Yahweh/Job confrontation? The first conception would be that of a God who was wholly other than the human, whether perfect as the summum bonum, the greatest good, or the wholly self-sufficient, the actus purus, the pure act of Thomistic fame. The idea of God as an entity complete in itself and eternally independent of the human and not naturally sharing a point of identity with the human as the basis of humanity's universal sense of the divine is corroded in principle. With such transcendent aloofness goes the notion that the reality and well-being of God is wholly independent of the outcome of historical processes which complete divinity and humanity through their natural and eternal ontological reality and the dynamic of their reciprocity. Another conception of monotheism dissolved by the emerging new myth would be that of a conflicted and emotionally disturbed God such as Yahweh, whose power is surpassed only by their unconscious irresponsibility and arbitrariness in their relation to the human. Whether emotionally unstable or secure in the perfection of their immutability, the joint monotheistic claim to a transcendent God even potentially independent of humanity in the orders of being or knowing and mutual completion is ruled out. Henceforth the being of the one and only gods is enhanced or diminished to the degree of their becoming real in human consciousness in the interest of their own responsible self-consciousness. In this paradigm, the knowledge that the allegedly transcendent gods have of themselves is directly related to the knowledge that humanity has of the gods. Neither surpasses the other. In religious language, this means that Job's conscious superiority to Yahweh initiates the divine movement to become conscious and so incarnate in humanity. In psychological language, it means that what is depicted in the relation of Yahweh to Job is the origin and intensification of the urgency of the unconscious to become conscious in the human. Both statements, religious and psychological, point to the same dynamic process. The potential starts flowing from the unconscious towards consciousness, and the unconscious breaks through in the form of dreams, visions and revelations. In Jung's view, the motive of the incarnation undergoes radical revision. Aquinas took it to be the counter to original sin. The Franciscans understood the motive to be the provision of a certain capstone of creation. Jung's understanding of the motive reads as follows: to sum up, the immediate cause of the incarnation lies in Job's elevation, and its purpose is the differentiation of Yahweh's consciousness. In this perspective, incarnation is freed from its Christian confinement and describes a universal process of the unconscious becoming conscious in whatever mode it takes, ranging from the individual dream as a personal revelation to the great revelations underlying the world's religions and political communities. Re-enter Sophia. As the unconscious moves to consciousness, Yahweh to incarnation, he is blessed with a recovered memory, that of Sophia, the eternal feminine with whom he cavorted in his original creation. Sophia is effectively the divine equivalent and consort of the male Logos. The Logos is the first emanation from the Father within Trinitarian life and beyond into creation, Jung 1952. Though both Logos and Sophia should have been included as a primordial couple, male and female moving out of a prior divine matrix, Sophia soon disappeared after her brief but powerful role as creator. Her fading into the background had left both the Father and his primal expression in the Logos impoverished by the sterility of life without the feminine both within and beyond God. We have seen Mechtild's response to a barren and bored Trinity in its option to create her as its much-needed lover. Yahweh's jealous and patriarchal concern with Israel, his second wife, following his separation from Sophia, turned the relationship into one of a perfectionist husband relating to a love that could only betray his unreal demands and provoke his murderous rage. But at this contentious point in the drama, Yahweh's recall, the anamnesis of Sophia, greatly lessened his perfectionist designs for Israel and hastened his impulse to query himself on the way to becoming fully human, compassionate, and morally responsible. Self-reflection becomes an imperative necessity, and for this wisdom, Sophia, is needed. Jung 1952. Yahweh's recall of his feminine wisdom shows his amiable side, amicable to humanity. In one sense, Sophia is the personification of humanity's advocate against the meaner side of God on behalf of a gentler, kinder divinity. In herself she is a complex unity of feminine opposites. She integrates in a single figure the truth of Eve's docility and Lilith's darker ebullience. Yahweh's renewed intercourse with her in eternity is the holy wedding from which his incarnation in the flesh is ultimately born. Again, going to the foundational structure of the work, Yahweh's recovery of Sophia describes Yahweh as a male whose recovery of his anima alters his relation to the world. Where a suspicious moralist and perfectionist ruled consciousness, now a more universal embrace extends to all, from a propensity of the unconscious deeper than moralism and legality. But, sad to say, her presence was a fleeting one. Though she appears as a creator and inspiration at the original creation and as giving birth to Yahweh's aspirations to become fully human, she has once more faded as an effective power from both Jewish and Christian communities. Despite the move from the Old to the New Testament, the glorification of the feminine principle never prevailed against the patriarchal supremacy. Writing in the middle of the 20th century, Jung is prescient in remarking that we have not heard the last of feminine concern over the patriarchal nature of the monotheisms. And what is this patriarchal nature? No doubt it is anchored in male-gendered and single gods, but their patriarchal bent is most forcefully evidenced in a transcendence that removes them from an innate connectedness with the embodied in a self-sufficiency wholly independent of the outcome of the divine/human relation in history. Looking at the Catholic doctrine of the Assumption, Jung effectively argues that in the doctrine Sophia may have herself become incarnate in an appearance as the Mother of God, assumed into heaven with body and matter as the completion of an all-male Trinity. 458. Far more significantly, Sophia may reappear in the apocalyptic image of the Sun-Woman and her child, whose persona is the reality of nature itself and so of its full acceptance and incarnation in the human, Ibid. But this is jumping too quickly to the end of the story. Creation and baptism into the flow of Trinitarian life incarnate. In the context of the dialogue between Job and Yahweh, it is obvious that incarnation means the process of the unconscious becoming progressively conscious in human history. Further, in his work on Job, Jung delineates the dynamics of progressive historical incarnation, equating the process with individuation. The more detailed elucidation of the further reaches of individuation takes on the form of both the divine and the human transforming through their interaction in an all-encompassing process of mutual maturation. God becoming increasingly conscious in the human demands that the human be ever baptized into the pleroma. The pleroma or fullness here refers to God or the unconscious as the source of all consciousness and all that can become conscious. This can only be taken as meaning that in the same measure as God sets out to become man, man is immersed in the pleromatic process. The pleromatic process is the ongoing cyclical re-immersion of the ego in its return to its source as that source becomes itself more conscious and the ego's return to a consciousness more attuned to its source and so to all that is as an expression of that source. The personal suffering toward the embrace of the totality Jung here equates with crucifixion into the wider embrace of the quaternity, that is, the all. We have heard Marguerite Porete proclaim, "Unless I can be the nothing I cannot be the all." Jung's conception of the ego's return to the unconscious as the pleromatic source of the all is very close in substance and spirit to Marguerite's return to the nothing as the basis of an enhanced relation to the totality. Jung's psychology renders this radical spiritual experience intelligible and available to the contemporary, though few may plumb its depths to the extent depicted in these passages. More, such a conception of human maturation could be a great resource in the humanizing of competing divine and human claims to absolute truth through an intensified experience of the sole source of the sense of the absolute and so of divergent faiths therein. The co-redemption of the divine and human in the ongoing individuation process within history also illuminates what is meant by the term creation. It would cease to have the implication of a more or less arbitrary act performed or not performed at the will of the Creator. In this perspective, creation takes on a certain necessity in so much as the Creator needed to create in order to express his potential beyond himself and in the expression to know it. Regarding the Creator, all possibilities are contained in him, and there are in consequence no other possibilities than those which express him. Given the fecundity of the creating God, one would hesitate to argue that all possibilities of consciousness, especially religious and political, have been expressed to date in humanity. In fact, one would assume that the divine impulse to create would want ever to surpass the possibilities that are at any given moment extant in the process of divinity becoming increasingly conscious in expressing its possibilities in human consciousness. There is yet more in Jung's understanding of creation revealed in Yahweh's interchange with Job. Jung contends that Yahweh created the world from himself and that he is in the world he created as the basis of its mystery and charm. The traditional Christian formulation of creation reads that divinity created ex nihilo sui et subjecti. It translates that God created from nothing, that is, not from himself, i.e. divinity is not present in creation as a natural extension of the divine, nor from a subject, i.e. from a pre-existing subject or matter. This latter position denies the eternity of matter. In Jung's perspective, both sides of this dogma are denied. Yahweh created from his prima materia, the void. In this he does create from himself. This void or prime matter is an eternal aspect of himself and as such is divine. Jung's position here is a thinly disguised affirmation of the eternity of matter. It is the basis of nothing less than an ontological pantheism and monism affirming that divinity is naturally present to all natural reality and, further, that processes of maturation make this presence increasingly conscious. Yahweh could not help breathing his own mystery into the creation which is himself in every part, as every reasonable theology has long been convinced. Significantly, Jung does not document these reasonable theologies nor their historical lineage. The suspicion is that they may be rarer and more peripheral to orthodoxy than Jung claims. However, the obvious pantheism in his position here does ground the basis of a universal sense of God's presence pervading nature and the mind, a presence intensified in direct proportion to the mind's awareness of itself and nature as expressions of a commonly shared ground and psychic depth. Jung wonders then why there had to be a second entrance, a particular incarnation of God in one historical person. His answer to his own question hinges on a matter of degree. God was always incarnate in nature and now wants to become incarnate in human consciousness. At the time of the creation he revealed himself in nature. Now he wants to be more specific and become man. But creation both of nature and of human nature from the outset was alive with the interpenetration of the divine and the human as the driving font of the urge of both agencies to become aware of their underlying intimacy if not identity. There had existed from all eternity a knowledge of the human nature of God or of the divine nature of man. In one of the most optimistic lines in his work, Jung claims that the continuing incarnation of the divine in the human as the foundational impulse of the evolution of religious consciousness is beginning to peak in our time. It was only quite late that we realized, or rather, are beginning to realize, that God is reality itself and therefore, last but not least, man. This realization is a millennial process. Consequently, what became specific in the specifically Christian revelation Jung elevates, Hegel would say sublates, to the level of a universal realization of the divinity of nature and human nature as manifestations of God in whom God is to be experientially realized. This extension of the meaning of incarnation transcends Christianity's limitation of this reality to a single historical instance, valuable though such a singular event may have been as a prelude to its being perceived as a universal religious and psychological truth and imperative. The process of the mutual redemption of the divine and the human involves the suffering of both. Divinity must enter humanity to see through human eyes its own nature and the full range of its conflicted potential. Humanity must suffer toward the unification of a bipolar deity as its task in history. Yahweh's inner instability becomes the ultimate cause not only of the creation of the world but also of the pleromatic drama in which humanity is engaged. The creature must not only dialogue with but also re-enter the world of the Creator in the process of changing both itself and the divine by resolving the split nature of Yahweh in human history, ultimately at the insistence of the suffering Creator himself. For, just as man must suffer from God, so God must suffer from man. Otherwise there can be no reconciliation between the two. Finally, the answer to Job. Jung's replay of the discussion between Yahweh and Job as one between the unconscious and consciousness culminates in a very explicit answer to Job, one not given in the original story. Its substance is that divinity and humanity jointly bear the suffering of divinity becoming self-conscious in the human. Jung starts the key passage with the acerbic remark, perhaps purposely provocative, that the biblical figure of Jesus betrays both a certain irascibility and a manifest lack of self-reflection. Jung may be deliberately sardonic in these remarks, but he could attribute these traits of the Son to the Father, whose initial lack of self-reflections reduces him to the barbaric. For Jung, the one notable exception to the Christ figure's residual unconsciousness, and implied puerility, becomes in fact the definitive answer to Job. It is the cry of despair of Jesus dying between the opposites of the yes and no of those crucified on each side of him. My God, why have you forsaken me? Though not explicitly introduced in this passage, Jung was fascinated by the image of Christ dying between a criminal who affirmed him and one who denied him. Symbolically, it pointed to the universal human vocation to suffer the divine or archetypal opposites through death to a resurrected consciousness in which the opposites grounded in the divine moved through the shared suffering of God and the human toward their integration in the human. In this moment humanity attains divinity and divinity humanity. Jung's commentary on this moment is profoundly significant. He adds, here is given the answer to Job, and clearly, this supreme moment is as divine as it is human, as eschatological as it is psychological. Jung 1952. A simpler explicitly psychological restatement meaning the same thing would be that the direction and meaning of history lies in the ongoing emergence of the unconscious into human consciousness. One statement of this eschatology is religious. The second is psychological. Yet they have the same content and refer to the same process. Both refer to the foundational movement in individual and history as the unconscious becoming conscious in the human. In the specific perspective Jung brings to bear in this work, the religious, the eschatological, and the psychological coincide. In this coincidence Jung's psychology is as thoroughgoing a philosophy of history as Hegel's, but with two telling differences. Jung freed Hegel from his Christian constraint, and Jung enables the individual's direct contact with the unconscious, especially through the dream or other forms of compensatory revelation, to become a conscious, active player in the making of history through the making of the self-conscious in history. Jung gets at the coincidence of the religious, the eschatological, and the psychological in various ways. He will write that the biblical accounts of Christ's biography are obviously mythical. Christ's biography and psychology cannot be separated from eschatology. In amplifying this position, Jung argues that the man behind the myth may have been one of those individuals in whom the archetypal acted out in a personal life down to the final detail. But when Jung amplifies such a life wholly possessed by an archetypal power, he adds the note of the eschatological and implies that the archetypal movements in the life of Christ are the archetypal movements in the unconscious becoming conscious universally. Again, such an extension of the symbol of Christ frees it from Christianity. These universal manifestations of the unconscious in possibly unlimited variations are movements of life, death, and resurrection, and describe the suffering and reward of the ongoing renewal of life in the process called individuation. Otherwise, Jung's statement, "What happens in Christ happens always and everywhere," would express the mind of a fanatic Christian apologist. Jung 1969. When further pressed to give some delineation to the movement and history of this emerging eschatology, Jung shows both a radical and an ambivalent side. He is radical in his affirmation that this eschatology, as inspired by the Self or Holy Spirit, may be in the present an appreciative undermining of Christianity toward a religious consciousness in which the holier spirit takes to itself more of the real as a sacred manifestation of a more total divine creativity. In these more radical moments he relates his own psychology to the perspective of Joachim de Fiori, circa 1135–1202, who saw, toward the end of the 12th century, the coming of the age of the Spirit. Jung identifies himself and the epoch he lived in as similar to Joachim's and the passing of the Christian era. Thus I am approaching the end of the Christian eon, and I am to take up Joachim's anticipation and Christ's prediction of the coming of the Paraclete. This archetypal drama is at the same time exquisitely psychological and historical. We are living in the time of the splitting of the world and the invalidation of Christ. Jung 1953. The Christian dispensation now demands its own supersession by the same Spirit that created it. Christ is still the valid symbol. Only God himself can invalidate him through the Paraclete. Jung is here consistent in affirming with Joachim that the Christian epoch in its current form is ceding to a surpassing myth at the hands of the same agency that created the period now in transition. But this is not the whole story. To put forward the ambivalence in Jung's position, it must be stated that the presiding symbol of the Self, Christ, is being invalidated by the Self in the interests of a more extensive and inclusive symbol of the Self. Yet in the very process of its invalidation the symbol must be clung to as a certain anchor while its decomposition completes itself in a symbol more inclusive and so transcendent to the accepted symbol of Christ. Jung's ambivalence here is complex. In defending his publication of his work on Job to Father Victor White, he argues that he felt compelled to publish it to parry the threat of conflicting political faiths whose communities were, by implication, as unconscious and so as lethal as preceding communities of religious faith. Were he not to raise his voice, he would be responsible for what he perceived as the then drift towards the impending world catastrophe. Jung 1955. In offsetting the threat to the species, Jung saw his work on Job as a call to personal psychic responsibility and so disengagement from the collective faith of conflicting political communities whose unconsciousness could move to a greater intensity when reinforced by an explicitly religious faith. The obvious implication is that the process of becoming conscious at the individual level has an immediate political effect in undermining the mass-mindedness of conflicted communities threatening human survival. Thus understood, individuation in and of itself has an immediate political impact. Individuation would move to address whatever forms of collective unconsciousness the individual might be in from the wisdom of the self applied to the specifics of the time. Card-carrying membership in a believing political community would cede to a society in which the self manifested collectively through those in resonance with it in their personal lives. At the same time, the paradoxical invalidation and remaining validity of the Christ symbol engages Jung's thought on the one-sidedness of the incarnation symbolized in the Christ event. In the incarnation of Christ, the split between the opposites of good and evil in God become mythically and historically manifest in the opposition of the dark and light sons of a common Father. Jung 1969. The very split between the all-good son and the demonic brother currently awaits the integration of the rejected latter. Jung feared the darkness externally in the clash of political faiths, but he also feared it in some deeper sense in the form of a stifling conservatism clinging to traditional one-sided Christian values as the light and dark sons entered into a cautious but inevitable mutual embrace. Thus the first incarnation was that of the good side of God as the foundation for the current movement to the completing incarnation of the darker side. Jung 1952. Traditional values and the Christian virtues will be needed for the assimilation of the dark God who also wants to become man. The ambiguity of meeting the divine demand to usher the dark side of God into consciousness is made evident in a letter to White addressing this problem explicitly. The presupposition is that a new myth is in the making which would unite the divine opposites in consciousness, but the question is that of a symbol that would enable the union. The symbol Jung chooses is the crucified Christ. It depicts the suffering involved in reuniting a mind severed from nature through a pathological spirituality with the very nature such spirituality excludes. The symbol reconciles not good and evil but man with his vegetative, equals unconscious, life. Jung 1954. Christianity depicts this union in the afterlife if anywhere. For Jung this is not good enough. The union of consciousness with the totality of the unconscious expressed in it must take place in historical processes. He sees such processes astrologically illuminated in the passage from the age of Pisces and conflict into the age of Aquarius, and the oneness of consciousness with the fullness of the unconscious, and in the union the emergence of a more complete sense of God. Of the movement of history to this point Jung writes, "This is a formidable secret and difficult to understand, because it means that man will be essentially God and God man." This passage is fraught with the danger of inflation. Collectively such inflation is witnessed in the identification of archetypally grounded political, religious, or cultural form with the divine. This identification becomes the equivalent of an idolatrous kingdom of God in the present. At the personal level such inflation is most dramatically evident in the identity of the ego with an archetypal force, the removal of freedom and psychosis from a mind thus possessed. Writing in confidence to White, Jung affirms both the fact that the Christian myth is being transcended by the powers that created it while affirming that its values will be needed in the process of its very supersession. Those like himself and White must cling to their vision of a more inclusive integration of divinely based opposites in an emerging human consciousness, but in some sense stay behind such an inclusive vision to enable its more gracious realization in the future. Jung 195. The second incarnation. In a general manner, Jung does sketch what this future will look like in biblical and symbolic terms. The first incarnation of a sinless Son through an immaculate virgin birth involved characters who were not fully human but actually divine. Of the figures of Mary and Jesus he writes, "She will not conceive her child in sin, like all other mothers, and therefore he also will never be a human being but a God." Consequently, the incarnation was only partially consummated. Jung 1952. Its full consummation is wrought by a different mother and a different son. This is the Sun Woman and her son depicted in the Book of Revelation, chapter 12 verse 1. She is at one with the powers of nature, clad in the sun, the moon under her feet and the stars in her crown. Her immersion in nature so powerfully presented in symbolic language makes her and her son more real for Jung. Note the simple statement: a woman, an ordinary woman, not a goddess and not an eternal virgin immaculately conceived. One might wonder how a woman so at one with the cosmic forces of nature could be called ordinary. But Jung's point is to present this woman and her son as the completion or consummation of Mary the sinless Virgin and her divine and spotless Son. Not only does she unite nature with spirit, she symbolizes the masculine in the child to whom she gives birth rising out of the depths of her darker nature, hinting at the union of Jesus and Mercurius. She adds the dark to the light, symbolizes the hierogamy of opposites, and reconciles nature with spirit. For Jung she heralds the reconciliation and union of these opposites as the lodestone of an emerging myth and spirituality. Jung's understanding of the psychogenesis of such symbolism is important to his understanding of the role of his psychology in the contemporary social and religious scene. Effectively, the Sun Woman and her child begin the compensation of an overly spiritualized Christianity from resources within the canon of Christianity itself. The condemnation of the many churches in the Book of Revelation is, in Jung's estimate, a residue of an aggressive Christian virtue, a virtue effectively beyond realization. The sudden appearance of the Sun Woman compensates the unnatural first incarnation and the demanding spirituality accompanying it. Thus the imagery of the Sun Woman and her child is not a reprise of the incarnation of Christ but a revelation in its own right forced by a failed attempt to live out the impossible demand of perfection and universal love through conscious effort in the original Christian mandate. Jung's thesis is that the earlier writings of John and its demands of unqualified love grounded in a spotless divinity produced an intantiodromia, one extreme producing its opposite, that turned love into destructive vengeance and hatred. Biblical scholarship today would unanimously deny the same authorship to John's Gospel, Epistles, and the Book of Revelation. Jung's hypothesis would, no doubt, be strengthened if all three had a single authorship describing the devolution of a sincere individual who tried to live up to the impossible demands of a moral perfection beyond the possible. Jung seems to favor this unlikely position. But his hypothesis would still stand in pointing to a collective Christian consciousness laboring under the demand of a belief in God as unqualifiedly good and in his Son as without sin to be emulated by every member of the community. Collective repression in the effort to imitate such impossible ideals could turn to hatred of communities that fell noticeably short of the ideal. Such negativity could then provoke the personal revelation of hatred and destruction present in the apocalypse. The Christ of the apocalypse in condemning 5 out of 7 churches would then resemble the shadow of a love-preaching bishop, and the sacrificial lamb could return as an irascible ram whose rage can at last be vented. Jung confesses he had not seen the collision of unresolved opposites, predominantly those of good and evil, present in the Book of Revelation except in the case of severe psychosis and criminal insanity. What Jung is dissecting here is the transformation of religious ideals, and not necessarily only Christian ones, into their opposites, with consequences of envisioned mass destruction of the evil. Examining our current situation globally, the truth of the clash of civilizations is all too obvious. The religious, ethnic, and political bases for the clash of civilizations continue to heighten the body count in communities bonded in unconscious faith, religious, political or religious/political, by archetypal forces of which they remain unaware. The consequence is that 20th century genocide and mass loss of life move into the 21st, Dourley, 2003, 2010, 2010. As Jung puts it, the universal religious nightmare can no longer be addressed only by theologians but has become the concern of everyone. Jung 1952. The daily papers report the areas in which the religious nightmare and accompanying loss of life are most dramatically evident. If Jung's psychology is not persuasive in its analysis of the phenomenon of the cleansing of the differently bonded and so morally questionable, familiarity with the media should be in their too frequent reports of the accuracy of his analysis. Jung goes on to extend the savagery of the unconscious of those committed to virtuous perfection from the hatred of the imperfect to the maiming or killing of the erotic. He discusses the pathological side of the pursuit of perfection evident in male virgins whose removal from the sexual has removed them from the fullness of life and from the continuation of the species. Jung relates such virginity to a twisted devotion to the Great Mother in the form of Cybele and to her priests, the Galli, who in religious ecstasy would castrate themselves to consolidate their commitment to her. The archetype remains alive in contemporary Roman Catholicism, where celibacy is demanded of all priests in the service of the Holy Mother, the Church. For Jung, the shadow side of celibacy is to transform women into threats to male spirituality, effectively into whores, and to transform all sexuality into fornication. The apocalyptic description of the destruction of Babylon destroys such whoredom, and with it works the eradication of all life's joys and pleasures. As it climaxes, the Book of Revelation splits eternally those saved into the bright pneumatic side of God from the rest. Jung sees this as a final and eternalized failure to unite opposites in both God and humanity. As such, it is a denial of propagation and of sexual life altogether. In the next world, the virgins may follow the Lamb wherever he goes. In this world he goes nowhere. Without a sexual dimension, physically and psychologically/spiritual, life for Jung becomes a joyless venture. His critique of Catholicism's suspicion of the sexual is hardly groundless when he writes, "The arch-sin the Catholic Church is ever after is sexuality, and the ideal par excellence, virginity, which puts a definite stop to life." Jung 1976. It also puts women in the shadow and supports the misogyny so obvious throughout not only Christianity but the monotheisms in their mainstream affirmations. In a late and caustic evaluation of his longtime conversant, Father Victor White, a Dominican priest, Jung writes, "What Victor White writes about the assimilation of the shadow is not to be taken seriously. Being a Catholic priest, he is bound hand and foot to the doctrine of his church and has to defend every syllogism. Here Jung's critique is not only of the authoritarianism of dogma as it constrained the mind of an individual victim. His critique extends to the casting into the shadow of the feminine and its repression in those whose virginity is dedicated to the preservation and promulgation of dogma. In this whole discussion of the patriarchal suspicion of sexuality, Jung raises the question of the possibility of individuation without a sexual component, either physically or in the spirituality of a relationship to the anima in a male or animus in a woman, that would be as intense, as permanent, and as all-engaging as a physical sexual relationship to an individual. Jung would seem to say no, and that a life deprived of the sexual, literally or spiritually, is a failed life. The new morality. The sun, woman, and child symbolize the union of consciousness with the unconscious in the full expression of the latter's vitalities, light and dark, male and female, spirit and body, nature and mind. The imagery would suggest that the mind severed from its depths is to recover its depths through a suffering entrance into them in the interests of an increased ability to embrace the divine in all that is out of an unmediated experience of the mind's connection with the universe. Doing so places an immense but inescapable moral burden on humanity, that of becoming more fully conscious of the unconscious, or in religious language of cooperating in a fuller incarnation of God in humanity. Jung puts this succinctly when he writes, "Everything now depends on man," Jung 1952. However, this stark statement needs modification or amplification in terms of Jung's own psychology. Early on in answer to Job, Jung identifies Yahweh as an antinomy, a totality of inner opposites. Job recognized the antinomy in Yahweh, indeed was graced and cursed by this realization, but could not reverse its presupposition, namely, that the antinomy was between God as good and the human as evil. Jung's psychology relocates the antinomy from one between God and the human into the dynamic of the divine life itself. This antinomy is in God, and God demands its resolution in the human. More specifically, it currently calls on humanity to cooperate in the incarnation of the dark side of God, or the side of God that the unalloyed misconception of his unqualified goodness has turned dark. The completion of God in the human is also the healing of the fragmentary man laboring under the burden of his unworthiness before an all-good God. Beyond such fragmentation, the mature man now is enjoined to bow to the instinct, divine in origin, which drives him to accept everything which seeks entrance into a fuller life. Because God wants to become fully human, his full divinity must be consciously incarnate in the human. This means the union of his antinomy must take place in man. This uniting is the basis of a new responsibility made all the more acute in humanity's now possessing the weaponry to end itself. If it is to avoid this fate, it must move more deeply into itself and the dark side of its nature, lest it lose itself in trying to destroy an enemy that should be its completion. At this point, the new morality endemic to the psyche, becoming increasingly conscious of itself, unites the psychological and political in disarming the thrust to kill in the other what is different than oneself. The psychic and moral movement to this level is everything that depends on man, that is, on humanity's ability to cooperate in the full redemption of God through making conscious and embracing the dark side of the divine, and so the totality of human nature. Can the new morality take hold? If the uniting of the divine opposites in humanity is to ground the new moral imperative, then individuals in increasing numbers will have to become more sensitive to the immediate experience of God urging such union. Toward the end of his work on Job, Jung contends that only that God exists and is operative, who is experienced by the individual as acting on the individual. At this level, God and the experience of the archetypal unconscious are indistinguishable from the human perspective, the only one we really have. Where there is no confusion is in the precedence or predominance of an archetype moving to human wholeness. This would be the archetypal self. The conclusion can only be that the experience of the self as it generates the experience of wholeness is coincident with the human experience of God and with humanity as the image of God. Humanity would image God when and to the extent it experiences its wholeness as the truth of God. Jung is not often so explicit on the empirical and experiential identity of the impact of the self as whole making with the impact of the divine. Whether humanity at the individual or collective level can cultivate so sophisticated a relation to its own depths remains problematic. The depth of the problem and the hope for its solution are to be found in the last line of the work on Job. That is to say, even the enlightened person remains what he is, and is never more than his own limited ego before the one who dwells within, whose form has no knowable boundaries, who encompasses him on all sides, fathomless as the abysms of the earth and vast as the sky. The key to understanding this all-encompassing vision is in the reference to the one who dwells within. If this connection with the within is lively, then this within can be perceived without in all that is from the depths of the earth to the height of the skies. If the connection is broken or maimed, then the one dies within and the perception of the one dies without. In a Western culture where three one and only wholly transcendent gods dwell beyond the individual and each claims a universal validity, the one within as the source of all three disappears or is significantly diminished. Where science and technology, valuable and inevitable though they be, reduce the knowable to the yield of the senses in relation to nature as something to be measured and manipulated, the within, though not directly discounted, suffers the fate of the irrelevant. With few exceptions, contemporary philosophy has come to content itself with matters of logic and grammar. Efforts by the arts, literatures, and some social sciences to recover the within are more directly concerned with the issue but have relatively little influence in a society where universities cut first fine arts and cognate disciplines in times of financial stringency. Jung's psychology was a sustained and prolonged effort to enable individual and society to reconnect with the one within. The success of Jung's efforts can be deeply questioned even in the face of the apparent current growth and attractiveness of his psychology. The barren world of its alternative already sickens many, though the illness may be short-lived if the greatly extended compassion of his myth fails in the face of the seemingly impenetrable unconsciousness of an exclusively conscious approach to the symptoms of the widespread disconnection of the mind from the one who dwells within. Collective unconsciousness stands ever as a present threat to the continuation of consciousness itself, and most decisively in its religious and political concretions. Should all religious focus continue to be on the God who dwells without, the empirical identity of the experience of the self and of God is maimed or broken. Such severance only helps us to separate man from God, and prevents God from becoming man. Traditional understandings of transcendence then stand in the way of an authentic experience of the divine. Jung fully acknowledges that faith teaches both the transcendence and the immanence of God, the divine distance and nearness. Like Marguerite Porret and the mystics, he admired Jung opts for the nearness. He writes of the current need to recover the sense of the proximity and accessibility of the divine in a faith that teaches his, God's, nearness, his immediate presence, and it is just this nearness which has to be empirically real if it's not to lose all significance. Jung very much appreciated the mystics who had immersed themselves in the one who dwells within and so to the all beyond. In his seniority, his psychology pointed to such immersion if the sense of God was to be maintained as the basis of a truly universal compassion now sorely needed if the species is to survive. 7. Conclusion. So what? Reviewing the bidding. Jung describes mystical experience as unmediated experience of the archetypes. Jung 1976. In the same passages he singles out certain mystical experience whose imagery suggests a certain heretical or pagan element because they express the voice of nature, from which Christian orthodoxy is removed. However, the mystics he singles out for more prolonged psychological examination are mystics who not only express most vivid images, but whose experience engages an immersion in a primordial nothingness beyond imagery and from which all imagery derives. In varying degrees of intensity, all have experience of a dimension of the psyche which is beyond differentiation and any subject/object distinction between the divine and the human. This psychic situation they take to be a moment of identity with God. Tracing Jung's appropriation of his preferred mystics reveals a certain historical continuity from Mechthild of Magdeburg in the 13th century, to Eckhart in the 14th and on to Jacob Boehme in the 16th and 17th. Hegel gave a philosophical credibility to Boehme's experience, and Jung, especially in his answer to Job, completed Hegel psychologically as Hegel completed Boehme philosophically. Jung did this by raising Hegel's philosophy and philosophy in general to the psychological level. In this process, the meaning of historical and personal consciousness became the assisting of the origin of consciousness to fuller consciousness in time, space, and history. The process entailed the return of consciousness to and from its ground in the psyche in the mutual redemption of the ground of consciousness and consciousness itself in a wholly intrapsychic dialectic. The same dialectic describes the totality of humanity's relation to divinity in the present and as it unfolds into the future. Historically, the process begins with the Beguines and their imagery of a sexual consummation with a youthful Christ figure leading to a total self-loss in a dimension of psyche beyond any distinction between the divine and the human. Hedwig, in sympathy with Mechthild, makes this explicit in her description of unqualified fusion between herself and her divine lover in which all external and internal otherness is defeated. Marguerite Porret sought the annihilation of her soul or personal identity in a dissolution into the nothing, enabling her unity with the all. Jung cites this experience as the most promising basis for a modern spirituality which cannot regress to commerce with one or other of the wholly transcendent and traditional gods. There is no going home. In the next century, Eckhart, familiar with the writing of the Beguines, described the same experience in what he termed the breakthrough. The breakthrough depicts a total self-divestiture of the mind, the will, and even personal being in a process of moving to an identity with the Godhead beyond the Trinity. Only so radical an ingression into the divine could overcome the alienation of a creation framed as a compulsive act on the part of the Trinity, othering the consciousness from its source. In the Godhead, Eckhart fully recovers his native divinity from which he can never be wholly severed and which he carries back to his consequent life in the world. The assurance of his native divinity becomes the basis of his doctrine of resignation, of why ask why. It is also the support that carried him through his heresy trials in Cologne and Avignon, where he died. Jacob Boehme may have known Eckhart through Eckhart's disciple, John Tauler. But Boehme's movement to the ungrund or one took on a different aspect when Boehme realized that the divine opposites, the members of the Trinity, had not worked their unity in eternity but had created humanity as the possessor of the only consciousness in which such unity could be worked. Here are the seeds that lead to Hegel and to Jung's psychological completion of Hegel. For Boehme is the first to realize, even if in a tortured mode of symbolic expression, that divinity creates to know itself in the creature as both become conscious as two aspects of the same dynamic. Hegel gave to Boehme the tribute of being the father of Teutonic philosophy, and the contention has been made that Hegel's philosophical effort was to translate Boehme's symbolism into more rational form. In the end, Hegel's proposition is that philosophy culminates in humanity's knowledge of God, which is at the same time God's knowledge of himself. In justifying this thesis by showing its profound psychic meaning, the meaning of the psyche itself, Jung vests humanity with a new morality, that of assisting divinity in becoming self-conscious in humanity through humanity's cooperation with the emergence of its archetypal ground in conscious variation but universally. The implication for the contemporary evolution of the religious instinct. Sustained examination of Jung's thought on religion, religious experience, and its prototype in mysticism reveals that it rests on three major propositions. Religion is ineradicable. Religion kills. Religion could greatly enhance life. It would do so in its contribution to a consciousness supportive of human survival and well-being based on an ever-extending compassion for all humanity and all manifestation of the depths of its spirit. Each of these propositions needs elaboration. Religion is ineradicable in human consciousness because it is grounded in the human psyche and so in human nature. This truth is the basis of Jung's frequent reference to humanity's collective consensus, the consensus gentium, that God exists because the experience of God is native to humanity. In fact, Jung understands such experience to be the basis of Anselm's proof of God's existence. In so doing, he raises the argument to the psychological level as a reflection on the origin of religious experience itself. Anselm, Tillich, and Jung point to the immediate experience the mind has of the absolute truth and power on which it rests. With Anselm, this is an intellectual experience, but Jung expands it beyond the merely intellectual in his understanding of the numinous nature of the experience to encompass the totality of human cognition, including the emotive and pre-rational. In Jung's appropriation of the mystics, this more inclusive experience is to the fore. However, in the apophatic tradition, the experience goes beyond the subject-object split. It leaves the religionist with the challenge of an experience which is without an object and to which the definite or indefinite article cannot be applied. Such an experience of the objectless is well beyond the epistemic capacity of those who can only conceive of entities, the visible and the quantifiable, and for whom the mind is a passive recipient, a tabula rasa, an empty blackboard to be written on by sensate evidence. If these characteristics describe the practice of science, then Jung's thought on religious experience is beyond science, cannot be reduced thereto, and would defeat all efforts to reduce the experience at the heart of religion and of Jungian psychology to the sciences. This is not to deny that the mystical experience of God is a legitimate experience that cannot be reduced to the experience of a or the object is easily intellectually assimilated. The difficulty grows all the greater in that religious imagery in most orthodoxies reduces God to personal categories imbued with extraordinary powers. Such imaginal idolatry cannot conceive of an experience which has no object, and that this is the deepest experience of the reality of God. The objectification of God in powerful archetypal imagery leads to the collective possession Jung attacks as the isms. This is the reason religion kills. To date, Jung's contention that the religions derive from and lead their devotees into a creative nothingness as the furthest reach of the psyche does not divest religion of its lethal potential. The archetypal powers seek their realization in human consciousness, and religious imagery is among, if not the most, powerful expression of these powers at the personal and collective levels. As such, they easily become the basis of collective unconsciousness. In so doing, they reduce communities to tribes engaged in tribal warfare. Jung was frequently to observe that the only evil is unconsciousness. And yet religion in identifiable guise has reduced entire communities to unconscious aggression against the other. The question grows increasingly compelling: in the face of the violence of their history, can the traditional religions be seen as beyond evil as the unconsciousness which glues religious communities together? Currently, more and more seek salvation from religions rather than through them. The problem grows all the more intense in the light of Jung's contention that modern political communities are funded by the same archetypal powers that funded religion prior to the Enlightenment, and so reduce their members to the same unconsciousness now through political rather than identifiably religious faith. In today's world, political tribalism takes as many lives as religious tribalism, and when the two forms of tribalism combine, the body count soars even higher. And so the question is forced: does Jung's understanding of the psyche have anything to offer to allay the violence, the loss of life, and the danger to the survival of the species associated with religion? Jung does have much to offer, but one must wonder if his specific perspective and the moral demands it makes are powerful enough to turn the tide. A consideration of Jung's thought on monism and pantheism serve as an entrance into this problem and into the foundations of his creative response to it. In his analysis of James, Jung understands the latter to associate monism with intellectualism and pluralism with sensation. In these terms, Jung will criticize monism as one-sided, less capable of dealing with the facts sensation yields, and of questionable developmental value, Jung 1971. Yet in another context, and one closer to his own sensitivities, he will describe the Eastern referent of monism to be the monistic origin of all life, Jung 1939. In this discussion, he relates this origin to his own conception of the unconscious as the universal mind or matrix mind, the source of both consciousness and the archetypal powers seeking entrance into it. The experience of such angrazion he identifies with the experience of grace, rightfully enabling its recipient to say, "I am God," a statement native to Eastern consciousness and still heresy in the West. Out of this background, he excoriates Western theology as insisting that grace comes from elsewhere. Such debilitating externalism eviscerates the dignity and value of the human soul and interiority. It leads to the tiresome but repeated accusation of psychologism and of a mysticism used against his psychology, and the reconnection it makes between the experience of divinity and the psyche itself. The effect, enforced by the development of modern philosophy, has been to sever the mind from its participation in the universal mind. The result is the atomic ego floating beyond any connectedness with its surroundings or other egos because of its uprootedness from the common ground of both. And so the critique of reductionism and mysticism leveled at Jung's psychology circles back to a critique of Jung's diagnosis of his culture as removed from the spirit of the depths in favor of the meaningless spirit of the times, and so to his effort to reconnect the mind with its own depths. To continue this thread of reflection, Jung's appreciation of Eastern spirituality did not lead him to think it could be imported into the West. Rather, he urged the West to recover the spiritual traditions that had sponsored a comparable radical interiority and whose rejection or suppression as heresy accounted for the accumulated religious decrepitude of contemporary Western civilization. The missing spiritual elements in the West would be those of the Gnostics. Their connectors with modernity, the alchemists, and the mystics, dealt with in this work and beyond its parameters. The contemporary challenge then becomes this: can Western institutional religions, especially monotheistic orthodoxies, recover their spiritual vitality unless they appropriate the traditions they have expelled in the creation of their now sterile yet still mutually aggressive traditions? It would appear that their leaders cannot, because as leaders they are intellectually imprisoned by the doctrine their leadership must proclaim. If these sources of new life are to break through into a widespread consciousness, their emergence would have to be through individuals in increasing numbers. And Jung has stated explicitly that the removal of the conditions of repression of a Gnostic spirituality, for example, would allow the growth of a Gnostic sympathy. A Gnostic sensitivity in the reading of symbols specific to any tradition would deepen rather than weaken the power of the symbols as expressions of the archetypal unconscious and the transformation such symbols seek to work in the individual exposed to them. Jung 1969, 1968. Jung's mourning of the passing of a pantheistic spirit in Christianity is also pertinent to this discussion. For Jung, its death in Christianity splits the spiritual from the physical, nowhere more evident than in the figure of Christ. Such a religious consciousness cannot embrace the divinity of both the spiritual and the material and so foster their union. Jung 1970. It leaves a schizoid split in the consciousness of the devotee, a residual discomfort that infected and drove the believing alchemists to seek the union of these opposites. Modern theological efforts to reunite the bodily and spiritual by showing both to be faces of each other in the evolutionary process have been condemned in the last century. Teilhard de Chardin, a distinguished scientist of evolution and Jesuit, described the evolutionary process as one whose energy united matter in ever greater patterns of complexity, eventually making possible self-reflection through the complexity of the human brain. As evolution now moves through the human lever, the same energy moves to a future complexity, an organic life form made up of humanity and of the divine energy that now completes itself in a total human communion. In this view, matter provides the multiplicity which constitutes higher organic union in a spirit that both completes matter and is its product. Teilhard's view of energy is one of union toward higher consciousness. So is Jung's. With both, the union is that of spirit and matter. Teilhard could feel the pantheistic energy of evolution running through matter and identify it as divine. Jung too relates the unifying power of the self and the union it works to the divine. In so doing, both divinize what the monotheistic spiritualities cannot: matter, the embodied without which the divine cannot complete itself in corporeal humanity. The manner in which both so intimately related spirit and body in the coredemption of the divine and the human raises the question of the possible identity of the energy driving evolution and the energy of the psyche. Dourley, 2012. Beyond the profound empathy between their understanding of the nature of the most elemental energy at work in reality, both thinkers move toward what might be called a new perspective which engages many disciplines and sites of the mind without being reducible to any and without violating the nature of each in its relation to the other. Such an understanding of an emerging consciousness points to a disciplinary approach that is radically new in transcending previous and now questionable divisions of the mind in favor of a synthesis of the mind's capacities in its engagement with the real. For instance, Teilhard will write a number of extended essays divided into sections that tradition would separate in the name of diverse disciplinary approaches. A typical but far from sole example is his late comment Je Voice, which is divided into three parts: a phenomenological/physical section, a metaphysical section and a mystical section. Teilhard de Chardin, 1948. In this integrated approach, no severing wall exists between the worlds of physical science, philosophy, and mystical poetic expression. Jung too would claim his psychology was scientific, empirical, and phenomenological, and yet he could turn his attention to the psychological importance of mystical experience and describe in near poetical language the relation of consciousness to its origin within the confines of a vastly extended psyche, using the paradigm of the mystic as his vehicle. The line of the development of consciousness and religious consciousness to which Jungian psychology contributes seems to be supported by an emerging conspiracy of immanence. His psychology argues that the same process which created consciousness now wants to become fully conscious in it, and that this is, in the first instance, a wholly immanental event. To date, the most substantial contributions to this process have been the creation of the gods, their religions, and the societies founded upon them. As the process becomes secular, the same dynamic goes on, with the same urgency and with the same possibility that humanity will destroy itself in its role of ushering the divine into consciousness. At this point, Jung's implication that there is a dimension of the psyche beyond or deeper than the archetypal is of immense importance for survival. It would free those who, like the mystics who have attained it or can appreciate it, from possession by divinely based partialities through an appreciation of the collective source of archetypal power, of its need to become conscious and of the dangers involved in its so doing. A moment's identity with the one God who is the source of all gods, namely the goddess, provides the possibility of appreciating the variety of current and historical archetypal expression without being consumed by them. Though few have enjoyed this moment to the same degree as have the mystics exposed in this work, the simple knowledge that such a dimension of the human psyche exists makes humanity's role in birthing the divine in history safer and lighter. More, it strengthens Jung's conviction that religious consciousness in its current personal and collective concretion seeks its own supersession toward a state in which man will be essentially God and God-man. Jung 1954. The mystics discussed above have already been there and not been overcome with the inflation Jung mentions as a danger endemic to this experience. Theirs was an unqualified yet momentary and so anticipatory experience. It was their way. And for Jung it remains the way of the psyche itself in its foundational impulse toward a consciousness at one with its source ever more fully expressed in it, should humanity not destroy itself in its vocation to surface such depths without addiction to any of its more forceful concretions.